This is Brutal Justice, a supernatural crime thriller. The Other Detectives Series Book 4, written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Prologue. Troy Fairglass held a bouquet of zinnias in his hands. Kate's favourite flowers for this time of year. He'd been trying to catch Kate Potter's eye for a while, yet the medical examiner seemed oblivious to his obvious flirtation. You couldn't get more obvious than flowers, right? Kate had invited him over to watch a film, but he was almost certain the invitation was as friends. If that's all she wanted, he'd accept it. But he was sure he'd seen a warm glance, a coy smile, at least a couple of times. And she blushed like hell when his fingers touched hers the last time they met at the Story House. He was still thinking of that silken touch when someone stepped out of the shadows. A dryad. Troy automatically gave him a friendly tilt of his lips, but it faded slowly when it wasn't returned. Instead, the dryad reached into his pocket, pulled out a switchblade, and flicked the sharp edge out with intent. Dryad assassins were among the deadliest in the other realm, and Troy's heart started to pound, even as he hoped against hope that this was nothing more than a robbery. Maybe he could chuck him his watch and this would all be over. Whoa, mate, I don't want any trouble. Troy held up his hands, bouquet and all, and froze where he stood. The dryad smirked. Oh, well, sorry about that, but it's trouble you'll be getting. Your father's a busy man, Troy, and I want to chat with him. Some tension slid away. The dryad was a threat, nothing more. If he wanted to talk with father, he was welcome to do so. His father could more than handle himself. Troy licked his lips. I can sort that. I can arrange a chat with my father. Just lower the weapon. The dryad's smirk grew. I don't think so, Troy. The green-skinned man looked towards the steps of Kate's home. I think I'll go in and visit your little bitch. Teach her how a real man fucks. Fear and anger came swiftly, eclipsing all rational thought. Don't you fucking touch her, you bastard. Don't you fucking dare. Oh, the man mocked. But I do dare. He took a step towards Kate's home, and then another. Troy could hear her dogs barking. They knew something was wrong. Fuck. The dryad would probably gut the dogs too. All of the other new dryad assassins were feral creatures. They had twisted their own nature too greatly to become feared, and Troy found he believed the dryad utterly. The assassin would walk into that house full of Disney cheer and rape Kate. Troy didn't hesitate. The IR rose within him. He drew his magic up and wrapped it around his fist, giving him extra strength. Then, he plowed his fist towards the dryad's smirking face. The knife remained in the dryad's hand, but he made no move to swing it at Troy, and somewhere in his mind, that struck him as odd, even as his fist struck the dryad's nose. With a satisfying crunch, blood began to flow. A blonde vampire walked past, gave a lick of her beautiful lips at the scent of blood in the air, and, with admirable restraint, kept on walking. The dryad laughed, focused on his aggressor. Come now, Troy, you could do better than that. You need to do better than that. A punch won't stop me. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to fuck her in too. Then I'm going to choke the life out of her pretty little neck. The dryad's green-skinned hand touched the bouquet, and the flowers shriveled, wilted, and died. Just like that. You can't stop me. You're a bleeding heart. I've been watching you. You're far too nice, Your Highness. Has anyone ever told you that? I expected a whole lot more from the seventh son of a Mer King. A whole lot more. He smiled. Oh, poor little Kate. She's gonna scream. The merman pulled his fist back and pummeled the dryad, even as the crazy bastard laughed. Not once did the dryad use his blade. Troy heard the moment his fist snapped the dryad's spinal cord. The fucker stopped laughing. The dryad couldn't hurt Kate now. Not dead. Relief streamed in. This would be an unholy mess, but father would keep him out of Wraithmore. And Kate? She would be safe. He paused. Fist still raised, still panting, when something unseen hit him, like a strike to the solar plexus. He couldn't breathe, couldn't pull air into his lungs. And his head screamed. Agony like nothing he'd ever felt poured over him as something crawled into him. His thoughts fractured and slid sideways as something else reached for the controls. How obliging of you, a new voice sneered in his head. I'd grown incredibly bored of Aspen's tiresome whinging, and his body was downright pathetic. How anyone is supposed to inspire fear in such a weak body is beyond me. Without his knowledge or consent, Troy's shoulders rolled back, and his panting stopped. Like a switch had been thrown. This is much better. You take care of yourself, and I appreciate that. What the fuck was happening? Why couldn't he move, breathe, speak? Who the fuck was in his head? Ah, how rude of me. Jude Jingo, at your service. In the depths of his own mind, Troy froze. He'd heard that name. Had to be living under a rock not to have done so. Jude Jingo, the deadliest criminal the other realm had seen in a decade or more. You're too kind, the urbane voice said. Now let's pay Kate a visit, shall we? And if you don't play along and tell me everything I need to know, to pretend to be you convincingly, I promise she'll be the first one to die. Fear punched through him, not for himself, but for Kate, for what Jingo could do, would do, to her. The merman's body straightened at its parasite's command. I'm in, Jingo called out, even though Troy hadn't commanded his voice to speak. Another man melted out of the darkness. Easier than I'd feared, he commented. Threat the man's woman, Reed, and he'll indulge in the most basic instincts. Protect. Ugh. Jingo thumped his chest mockingly. Any witnesses? Just one. A vampire. Do you know her? No, but it'll be easy enough to identify her. Shall I get Witterhall on her? Troy's head shook. I don't trust the prick, not with this. I need to fly under the radar a while longer yet, till I've got close to the Mer King. Kill her, Jingo ordered. Discreetly. Reed placed a hand over his heart. I'm the soul of discretion. Good man. Cameras? 2 door cameras, Reed confirmed. I already arranged for both to be out of commission. Excellent. How do I look? Reed ran his eyes over his boss. The hair's a little wild, and as expected, a little blood is splattered on you. He got out a packet of baby wipes from his backpack and cleaned the blood from Troy's hands and face. Little on your shirt, too. Reed set his backpack on the ground and pulled out a fresh white shirt. Jingo raked his fingers through his newly acquired long hair, then deftly removed the light blue top he was wearing. He buttoned up the crisp white shirt, which contrasted nicely against his dark blue hair. Your knuckles are a little red, sir. Allow me. Reed was a wizard with many talents, and his healing skills were one of the main reasons Jingo had first identified him as an excellent second, even as a young man. Reed's ability to heal even the most terrible wound meant torture could go on and on until Reed had to recharge. Reed had proven himself invaluable many times, and this was no exception. He took Troy's hand in his and healed it. Not a single mark remained on his pale skin. No hint he'd struck Ash Aspen once, let alone until he'd resembled a pancake. All done, sir. Enjoy your acting. Jingo grinned. He did so enjoy this bit. He dropped the dead flowers next to Aspen's body, waited until Reed had gone from view, then knocked on the front door. Kate answered with a wide smile, and trapped within the confines of his own mind, Troy felt sick. She was pleased to see him, and he was terrified for her. Gorgeous curls framed her face, and she wore glasses with gems along the frame, bold and dazzling. Her lips were painted perfectly red, and although she was dressed casually in jeans and a top, Troy suspected she had indeed hoped for a date. And fear swamped him again for what Jingo might do to her with his body. "Kate," Jingo began, tone serious. "Something dreadful has happened. We need to call the connection. I've found a body." Chapter 1. Senseless death always enraged me, but none quite so much as this one. Fuck. The expletive had slipped out before I could contain it. I looked down at the body of Ash Aspin and cursed again. His neck sat at a wrong angle, skin broken and bleeding, and the spinal column exposed. The dryad's green skin was already cooling, amid the cold evening grass. "This is bad," Channing muttered. I scraped my hands through my short hair. Really fucking bad. Loki flitted around me, flying from tree to tree and back again in open agitation. His wings buzzed too fast, movements sharp and erratic. I reached out to him. "Okay, buddy." "Ah! Who knows what Jude Jingo is now? Ah!" My bonded bird's fear whipped through me. Ash Aspin had been Jude Jingo's latest host, yet with his body pulverized on Kate's lawn, Jingo was now someone else. And what the hell had he been doing at Kate's house? The thought made me shudder. He knew Kate was on my team, knew I would be called to a body found at her property. He wanted me to know. He was bragging that he was in a new body. A new body I couldn't identify, yet. "I'm going to find out," I promised grimly to my Caladrius. "Don't you worry about that." Just like that, Loki's fear settled. "Ah, you will," he said with total certainty. "Ah, Pig Dog is good at her job." "Thanks," I said, a shade dryly. With my avian friend Karma, I refocused on my crime scene. Ash Aspin had been beaten to death. A well-aimed blow had snapped his neck and ended his life abruptly. Kate Potter, M.E., came out with a field kit in hand, and booties already on. Channing looked at her and winced, knowing what I was going to say. He continued documenting the body and its surroundings with deliberate precision. I raised my hands towards the M.E. "You can't work the scene, Kate. I've contacted Crane." Kate folded her arms, which I knew from experience was awkward with the bulky field kit dangling from her fingers. "Well, Percival's an arsehole." "No arguments from me," I agreed, "but you still can't work it. It's literally on your doorstep. Your garden is part of the crime scene. I didn't see anything. I'm not compromised." "Do you know who this is?" I asked, gesturing to the cooling corpse. She shook her head, rustling her perfect ringlets. "No," she said, but her tone made me think she wasn't sure of that. I raised an eyebrow and she huffed. "All right, he looks familiar, but I can't place where I've seen him. I think it was recent, but for all I know, it could be something as innocuous as him also liking the coffee at the Story House." Dryads, being magical creatures, didn't need to spend any time in the common realm to recharge their magical batteries. As such, it would be rare to see one at the Story House, the hall of the portal between the realms, and she knew it. "No," I said, resigned. "It's probably not that. Do you remember the murder at Louise Carnforth's?" "The dead dryad?" "Yes." She eyed Ash Aspin's body. "Well, they're not related, though, at least, I don't think so. That was a stabbing, right?" "Right, but this guy was there, as a witness, at the ball. You might well have seen him in the crowd as you worked the scene." "Maybe that was it." She shrugged. "Well, either way, I'm not emotionally compromised. He's not a friend or a colleague." "No, he's not, but he's the dead guy on your lawn." "But I see dead guys daily. The dead don't often upset me anymore. Honestly, I'm fine to work the scene. I'd prefer to work the scene." She glanced back towards the house. "Poor Troy is a bit shocked. He's not himself at all." "Finding a body will do that to a civilian. I'll need to talk to him in a bit." "That's fine. He's in the house with my sister Beth. She's trying to keep the dogs under control, but they're agitated as heck. I expect they feel our anxiety. Anyway, Beth and Troy already gave statements to Channing. I'll want to speak to them all the same." I smiled. "I'm looking forward to meeting your Troy properly, even under the circumstances." He's not my Troy, Kate said, but her smile was wistful. She wished he were. Not yet. I nudged her. Go inside. I'll be in when I'm done. A thought occurred to me. Oh, hey, there is one thing you can do. Can you quickly tell me about Aspen's aura? I doubt Crane can do that. Kate snorted. He cannot. She walked over to the body. Do you need gloves? I called out before she inadvertently compromised the scene. She crouched beside the body. Don't need contact, just proximity. She closed her eyes, and a beat later she frowned. Well, that's weird. What is? The overriding feeling I'm getting from the body is relief. My stomach sank, and I pressed my lips together. It wasn't weird considering Ash Aspen had been subsumed by a doppelganger for months. Death, in the end, had been a release. Poor guy. I pushed Kate into her house right about the time that Ed arrived, rock music blaring out of his windows. It cut off as he silenced the engine. Hey, Stacy, he called to me as he slid out of his van. Hey, Ed. What we got? Dead dryad. Punched to death. Not much evidence on scene that I've noticed. Channing's doing all the initial photographs. Appreciate it. The autumn chill had hardened the ground, and though the death had taken place on the lawn at the end of Kate's driveway, there were no visible footprints, though it was difficult to say so conclusively in the meagre light. Ed pulled out a floodlight, rectifying that particular issue. Even with light pouring over the area, I couldn't see much more in the way of evidence. The victim was armed, I confirmed. Switchblade, but it was beside him in the grass. I tested it with the potion in my briefcase. No blood. He frowned. It was close to him and he didn't use it to fight back? That doesn't make sense. I kept my mouth shut because it made sense to me. My paltry knowledge of doppelgangers was that they needed their current host to die at the hands of the next. A particularly cruel twist of fate. No doubt Jingo had used the blade to threaten his new host, whoever they might be, and scared them into killing Ash. But the doppelganger never used the blade because he didn't want to damage the new body he was about to inhabit. Now Jingo was successfully in a new body, and I had no idea what face he was wearing. It was beyond frustrating. I'd had Jingo in my sights for a few months, but despite my best efforts, I never got any of his cronies to roll on him. Though I wasn't sure whether that was because he inspired a cult-like devotion in his crew, or a bone-deep fear. Ed started laying out some evidence markers. "Saw a weird competition yesterday," he said as he worked. "You'll appreciate this. Yeah? So someone writes a bunch of objects on some paper, folds them up, puts them in a hat. Then, one by one, the competitors pull a slip of paper out of the hat, and whatever object is written on it is what they're sexy slow dancing with." He grinned. "The lady with the broom was my favourite, but the chap with the woolly gloves was very inventive." I chuckled. "Yeah, well, that sounds fun. What object would you pick?" He thought for a second. "An ironing board. I could spin that baby around, do a dramatic dip. You?" Without hesitation, a can of Dr. Pepper popped into my mind. "Oh, I don't know," I lied smoothly. I shrugged nonchalantly, then looked back at the body. Some people danced with brooms. Others ended up dead on a lawn. Life was unfair. I checked the time and turned to Channing, who'd finished photographing the scene to within an inch of its life. "Can you go door to door, see if anyone saw anything before it gets too late?" It was 8 p.m. The majority of people would be home, fed, and firing up their TVs. Maybe we'd catch a break and find ourselves a witness. "You got it." Channing moved off, all efficient, squeaky uniform, even after a long day on shift. We were due to clock off, but we caught this one in our 11th hour, so we'd work it until the scene was closed. I watched with mixed feelings as Emmy Percival Crane arrived. He drove a Porsche Boxster, no doubt his attempt at buying a personality. Crane was a misogynistic arsehole who dressed like he was a connection inspector, black suit, white shirt, badass attitude. The thing with Crane was that he had nothing to back it up. He was a level 1 wizard, which meant he could probably stir a cup of tea with the IR, and that was about it. He parked kilometers away from any other car, lest his car be inadvertently dinged, and revved the Porsche engine ridiculously on purpose. He had complained before about his precious car getting scratched a time or two, but I suspected none of those dings had been inadvertent. He was a man who inspired thoughts of criminal damage, even in me. As Crane walked towards me, I braced myself for the incoming twattery and promised not to punch him, no matter how much of a wanker he was. His shoes were polished, his smile was smug, and his cologne reached me before he did. "Hey, Wise," he started. "So, a woman is on a plane and it starts going down. She stands up and says, 'If I'm going to die, I want to feel like a woman first.' So one of the men takes off his shirt, throws it at her and says, 'Here, iron that.'" He burst into sniggers while I reminded myself that the disembowelment of a colleague was strictly frowned upon. "I've got a dead body," I said, ignoring his pathetic joke entirely. Across the last decade, I'd learnt that engaging with misogynists was a waste of time and energy. You could call them on their douchery all day and all night, and they call it feminist rage rather than correctly identifying it as simple human decency. "Yeah," Crane said. "I figured, since you called me." The duh in his tone was thick and rude. "What, Kate's too busy washing her hair or something?" "Or something," I agreed flatly. He didn't need to know why Kate was compromised. There was zero chance I was telling him where Kate lived. If she stayed inside her home, he'd never find out this was her residence. I certainly wouldn't want Crane knowing my home address. "What can you tell me?" I asked Crane. "Geez, Wise, I literally just arrived on scene. Give me a damn second, won't you?" "Stop cracking shit jokes and do your job then," I shot back, and pointed to the body. Crane walked over to it, ignoring Ed completely. Ed didn't seem bothered by that. If anything, he seemed quite happy to be ignored. I could relate. I wished Crane would ignore me. Another joke and I'd be too tempted to punch him. "Beaten to death," Crane announced a few minutes later. "Beaten by just a few truly powerful punches. We're looking at an other death here. No human could have punched hard enough to sever the spinal cord. I'd say you're looking at a male perpetrator. No woman could do this." With effort, I pushed down the urge to point out that a female ogre, griffin or dragon, would have precisely zero difficulty in doing just that. "Time of death?" I asked tightly. "Recent, very recent. Can't have been dead more than an hour and a half tops." "Blood spatter on the grass," Ed called over. "He was killed on sight." Crane ignored him again. "Your victim caught a couple of extremely strong punches by an other male. His spinal cord snapped, and that was the end of this particular dryad." His flippancy was infuriating, and he topped it off by winking at me. "I've basically sold the case for you, Inspector." "Aspen," I snapped. "The dryad's name was Ash Aspen." Crane shrugged like the victim's name didn't matter a damn. It mattered. It always mattered. But even more so in this case. Jude Jingo had controlled Ash Aspen, but I didn't know enough about doppelgangers to know whether Aspen himself had died at the point of subsumation, or now. The relief Kate had felt suggested the latter, and that just sucked. Regardless, the connection didn't have any record of anyone surviving a hostile takeover by a doppelganger. Once a doppelganger had your body, it was just a matter of time until you died. Somewhere, someone was a walking, ticking time bomb. And the prime suspects were in Kate's house. Chapter 2. I waited until Crane had loaded up the body and Ed had finished with the scene, and then Loki and I went in to see Kate and her beau. The first thing I noticed when I walked in was the noise. Kate's dogs were barking, and the sound only increased when they spotted my bird flying tauntingly out of reach. "Play nicely," I murmured to Loki, and he chortled back. Kate's poor sister was clearly flustered by the dog's non-stop barking. "If it's okay," Beth said to me over the din as I walked in, "I'll take the dogs out so you can actually speak to Kate. Otherwise you won't hear a thing." "Sure, sounds good." Beth started snapping on leads. They had 2 fluffy blonde Pekingese dogs and 2 miniature schnauzers. The fluffy blondes looked like adorable miniature teddy bears, though with their teeth bared at Loki, they resembled teddy bears who'd seen combat, enjoyed it, and we're ready to go another round. I followed Beth to the entrance hall and crouched down to give the dogs some attention, distracting them from my cocky Caladrius with cuddles. Evidently enjoying my strokes, they leapt onto my thighs like enthusiastic toddlers, but did not cease their relentless barking. "They're not usually like this," Beth hollered over their noise. "I think they can sense our agitation with it all." I looked at the fluffy things. The only thing they could sense would be dinner. "Just a few questions before you go," I said over the racket. "Did you see or hear anything unusual tonight?" Beth grinned. "Well, I saw my sister fussing over her hair and makeup. That's new. She was excited for her visit with Troy. I was planning on making myself scarce. I've got plans to go to a friend's house tonight. I told Jackie I'd be late though, because of the body." She looked at the dogs. Jackie's not really an animal person, but I'm sure she'll be okay with the dogs coming too, once she understands the circumstances. I made non-committal noises. I'd had a dog called Gus growing up, but I vividly remembered my Nana's disapproval should we ever dare to bring him over to her house. Nana was old school and believed dogs should be kept outside, not in the home. If ever we brought Gus with us, she would shove him into her garden, no matter the weather. "Did you know the deceased?" I pressed on, despite the racket. "Nope," Beth said. "Never seen the guy before. Sorry it can't be more help, but I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything, and I don't know the dead guy. I've honestly got nothing helpful to say." I surreptitiously checked her knuckles. No redness, nothing to indicate she'd thrown a punch recently. And though I was loath to agree with Crane regarding literally anything, he was right that she certainly didn't have the strength to sever a spinal column the way Ash's had been. "No problem," I said. "Have a nice night with Jackie. Kate's got my telephone number if you do remember anything pertinent." "Sure, nice to finally meet you, Stacey. Well, Kate's always talking about you." I straightened from stroking the dogs. "Nice to meet you too, and same. She talks often of you." "We should do drinks one time," she suggested. "I'm always trying to get Kate to do things that don't involve dead bodies." She eyed me. "I suspect you have the same penchant for dead things." "Oh, you could say that," I replied lightly. Standing for the dead was my job. Drinks sometimes sound good. I saw Beth and the 4 dogs out of the house, and the noise level diminished significantly. I joined Kate and Troy in the living room. They were sitting next to each other on the sofa, quietly murmuring. It was a cozy scene. In fact, the whole room was a cozy assault of warmth and softness. A red and white gingham pattern was liberally scattered across the cushions and the curtains. Small cushions were piled on the sofa in deliberate excess, throws were folded just so, and lamps cast a honey glow to highlight the overflowing bookshelves. The whole place felt lived in, loved and comforting, with sprinkles of the 2 sisters everywhere, in photo frames, knickknacks, and Disney-related paraphernalia scattered around. Loki circled overhead until he landed on a lamp. Troy watched my bird as he flew, eyes alight with curiosity, and I took the opportunity to check his knuckles unobserved. I felt utter relief when I saw unblemished skin. Not a hint of a cut, scrape, or red knuckle in sight. A third party must have been involved. Murs had access to the IR, but I'd never heard of a Mur that could heal. Even if Troy could heal, everyone knew you couldn't use the IR to self-heal. It was one of the absolute laws of the magic, just like you couldn't use the IR to bring back the dead, or create something from nothing. Out of completeness, I looked over Kate's hands too, but they were unmarked as well. Tension slid out of me. At least Kate wasn't a suspect. I wasn't sure if Jingo would ever take a woman's body as his next host. In all of the bodies I'd tracked of his so far, they'd all been male. But was that opportunity, preference, or an absolute? Did he always have to be in male form? I cleared my throat and focused on the not quite a couple sitting opposite me. "You have such a beautiful home," I told Kate, gently easing her into the interview. Channing might have spoken to them already, but there was no way I wasn't dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this one. She tucked a coil of hair behind her ear. "Well, thank you. I'm just sorry you're seeing it for the first time under these circumstances." "It can't be helped. I'm sure I'll be back on a more fun occasion." I turned my attention to Troy and offered him a warm smile. "Inspector Wise. Nice to meet you, Mr. Fairglass. Troy Fairglass. With effort, I kept the surprise off my face. The current king of the mer-people was a Fairglass. The man who sat so casually against the gingham pillows was a prince. I hadn't realised Kate had such fine taste. Seemed I wasn't the only one dating royalty. I got out a pen and my PMB. Can you talk to me about your movements today, Mr. Fairglass? Sure, I was in the sea until midday. Came to land around lunchtime. 1 p.m.-ish, perhaps. I went shopping. Bought a new shirt for tonight. Wanted to look my best. The shirt he wore was crisp and white, with faint creases from having been folded. Fresh out of the packet, yes. But he had not had the time or inclination to iron it. Troy looked at Kate and gave her a warm smile, which made her cheeks redden. I got a quick dinner in my flat and then I came here to meet Kate for our movie date. Next to him, Kate went still at the word date, and I had to work hard to keep the smile off my own face. I knew it. What time was the date planned for? I said I'd come for 7 p.m. I arrived a little early, maybe 6:45. Parked a couple of houses down and sat in my truck for 5 or 10 minutes. Father thinks being overly punctual is as rude as being late, he explained with a self-deprecating smile. Which house did you park outside? Number 14, I think. On the street, obviously, not on the drive. I nodded, noting the house number in my PMB. When I decided it wasn't too early, I climbed out the truck and walked to Kate's. He broke off, then cleared his throat. I saw his foot first. Thought he might be drunk or something. Started to go over to see if I could help, but then I saw the blood and his head, and it was at such a funny angle. I knew then that he was dead, I mean. Did you check the time when you realised he was dead? A faint frown creased his forehead as he thought. No, I don't think I did. I didn't think to, sorry. Did you touch him at all? No, I didn't want to disturb anything. I could tell straight away there was nothing I could do. His chest wasn't moving. His neck was... He paused, looking at Kate. Well, wasn't nice to see. I suppressed a smile at the idea that he was being modest with his description so he wouldn't distress his date. Kate was an M.E. She seen more death than he ever would. Did you notice anything near him? A weapon, maybe? His gaze turned inward, as if he were replaying the scene. Nothing stood out. I wasn't really looking for a weapon. I was just shocked, I guess. Did you hear or see anything before you saw him? Shouting? Movement? It was quiet. Well, I could hear the dogs once I got closer to the house. Could you smell the blood before you saw him? He hesitated for a fraction of a second. Yes, a bit. I think so. I'm not sure, sorry. I went straight to Kate's, knocked on the door and told her to call the connection. He did, Kate nodded. That's why I called you directly. I hope that's okay. Course. I reassured her instantly. A brown mackerel tabby cat padded into the room without haste, hopped onto the sofa, and wedged himself between Kate and Troy. He settled there with a low, satisfied huff, back to Troy, claiming the space like it had always been his. He sat with his spine pressed against Kate's leg, tail flicking once in quiet warning. He stared straight ahead, pointedly ignoring Troy's existence, as if a line had been drawn. Cats. Kate reached down and stroked the feline. He extended his head so she could scratch his neck for him. This is Harry, she introduced. Nice to meet you, Troy said with a wink. The cat flicked its tail in clear irritation. Oh, he's a rescue. He's not too fond of men, Kate explained apologetically. At least he didn't have to meet Crane, I joked. Kate grinned back at me. That would have been animal cruelty. Not a fan of the guy, huh? Troy asked. He's a complete arse-hat, Kate confirmed. Troy chuckled. Noted. He's good at his job, though, I had to admit. It was the sole thing Crane had going for him. Talking of which, just a few more questions so I can finish mine. While you were waiting in your truck, Troy, did you see anything? Hear anything? Troy reddened. Well, to be honest, I was listening to the radio and doing a bit of doom scrolling on my phone, just wasting the time away, you know? I was nervous. I just wanted tonight to go well. He sighed. We'll reschedule, right, Kate? Of course we will. After a moment's hesitation, she took his hand in her far smaller one. He smiled. eyes soft. I cleared my throat. And Kate, did you hear anything? She shook her head. I had music on while I was getting ready. The dogs started to go nuts, and Beth hollered at them to shut up. Did they? She laughed ruefully. No, they were as excited as they get at the postal hour. What were they barking at? Kate shrugged. I assumed Troy. They do that with strangers sometimes, though they'd met him before and been fine. But that was at the park, never at our house. I guess they're just feeling a bit territorial. How long were the dogs barking before Troy knocked? A minute? 2? Long enough for Beth to get annoyed. Thanks. I stood. I've taken enough of your time. Don't be silly, Kate fussed. You're welcome any time. I told Troy I might need to speak to him again, and then Kate saw me to the door. I'm sorry your date's been a bust, I murmured. Well, me too, but it's been a far worse night for that poor dryad. True. You'll reschedule your date? Yeah, I'm not feeling so amorous now. She sighed. I guess I'll watch that movie alone. Reassured, I nodded. Okay, call me if you think of anything. Otherwise, I'll get out of your hair. She waved me off and shut the front door behind me. As I stepped back into the night, I pulled my phone from my pocket and called Channing. Check the door cameras on numbers 12 through 16, I said. Now. Chapter 3. Annoyingly, at the 2 doors on the street with door cams, one was out of charge, and the other had been smashed a few nights ago by destructive kids trying to get their kicks. I could strangle the vandalizing teens. Without their idiocy, we might have captured the whole murder on camera. The location of the murder was a clear taunt too. Jingo had made sure the corpse was on Kate's property, and he knew full well I'd get called in to deal with it. Crane wasn't the only arsehole in my life. I called Reed, Jingo's second-in-command. Yeah? He answered laconically. You want to tell me which body Jingo's now in? There was a pause. No, not really. Well, tell me anyway. Reed laughed. I don't think so, Inspector. Then tell Jingo fuck you from me. He'll be delighted to get any message from you with fuck in it, Reed said mockingly. My teeth ground, and I hung up. Well, Channing said mildly, we wouldn't want it to be easy. I snorted. No, we wouldn't. What did you get from the door-to-door? Sweet F.A., Channing confirmed grumpily. No one saw or heard anything, though a witch who lives at number 14 said her anti-vampire runes flared at roughly the same time Troy Fairglass said he found the body. Interesting, I murmured. There were no signs of exsanguination. Blood was dried on Aspen's skin, his face. They have supernatural strength and speed, but if a vampire was responsible for Aspen's death, they've shown remarkable restraint in not licking up the blood. Unlike satyr blood, which is poisonous to vampires, dryad blood is known to be especially tasty. Channing grimaced at the thought. All right, I continued, musing aloud. We've got a vamp wandering around who may or may not have wandered too close to a ward. That's something to pull at. I checked the time and grimaced. We've been on the clock for 13 hours and we're both running on empty. Let's call it a day and pick it up tomorrow when we're fresh and have reports from Ed and Crane to dig into. Channing cracked a yawn. Sounds good. You want me to drop you at your mum's? Nah, I said lightly. We were close to Mum's house. I'll walk. Thanks for the offer, though. The steps would give me time to settle the murder into my head, to put it away before I joined my family for a cup of tea and maybe some warmed-up dinner if Mum had any leftovers. Sure thing. Night, boss. I watched Channing walk to his car and motor off. I picked up my father's old briefcase, full of potions and other useful things, and started to walk towards Mum's house. The autumn air was brisk, but not too cold, and as my muscles coiled and moved, I couldn't help but think of Jude Jingo and which poor bastard's body he had taken. I realized abruptly that I was walking the same path home I'd taken the day I was kidnapped. I froze mid-step, swallowing reflexively. Ah, okay, pig dog, Loki asked from a nearby lamppost. He'd been flitting from post to post, waiting for me to catch up before he flew on, but he too had frozen when he sensed my disquiet. I was taken here, kidnapped, not this precise spot, but on this road, tantalizingly close to home, tauntingly close to home. We take another route, he suggested softly. The suggestion was sensible, and it was hard to stay on this street, having realized its significance. I normally avoided this road for just that reason. I can't avoid this street forever, I replied. Even though my heart juddered, blood rushing in my veins, I shoved my shoulders back and continued walking. I couldn't help Jiho face his fears if I ran away from mine. I'd barely walked 50 yards when a prickle crept up my spine. It was the same feeling I'd had as a kid, walking home with my school bag biting into my shoulder, knowing someone was watching me before I saw them. I didn't let fear consume me as it had then. My pace didn't change. My posture didn't either. Predators notice that sort of thing. I should know. I was one of them now. Paranoia, I told myself. Yet my gut refused to still. Not paranoia, it insisted. Awareness. I reached out to Loki, still fluttering high above me, trying to hide my jitters. But I could tell he felt them instantly because he dive-bombed straight towards me. Okay, pig dog. Perhaps just echoes of bad memories, I murmured. Perhaps more. Can you see anyone following me? No. I wasn't looking back. His little voice was full of chagrin. Don't worry, it's probably nothing. I look now. After a beat, he confirmed. I see nothing. No one. Never mind. Let's keep going. He flew on to the next lamppost. I adjusted my grip on my father's briefcase, fingers brushing the familiar weight of cold metal. Streetlights cast long shadows, the pools of yellow light broken by dark gaps between parked cars and hedges that had grown wild with neglect. Too many places to hide. I crossed the road for no reason other than that creep along my spine that I refused to ignore. With my ears straining, I didn't miss the faintest scuff of a footstep, as something crossed behind me, too. My magic flooded me, ready to lash out with a burst of hard air that would knock even a monolith down. My heart pounded, knocking against my ribs. But I wasn't afraid. Refused to be. I didn't turn. Turning too soon would be a mistake. I kept walking, counted my breaths, keeping them even and calm. I flicked my eyes to the reflections in the darkened windows I passed. Someone was behind me. Tall. Broad. A male, but only one assailant. I could handle one. I assessed my new shadow in quick side glances at the windows, keeping my head straight forward. Just a lady calmly walking home. He was walking casually, hands in pockets like he belonged there, or because the pockets contained a weapon. I raised an air shield around me, thick enough to stop bullets, and kept walking, kept stealing glances. My stalker was attractive, obscenely so. Almost certainly a vampire then. Inspector Wise, a smooth voice finally called from behind me. Cultured and amused. You walk like someone who expects trouble. Damn. I thought I'd been playing coy so well. Funny, I said evenly. I was thinking the same about you. I spun fast, moving closer to a streetlight. Vampires could phase in and out of the shadows, but if I were showered in light, it would rob him of that particular power. I steadied myself to use another blast of IR, not just to keep the shield around me, but also to light up the night sky. I was in a residential area, but the other realm would protect itself from the common realmers, whispering that the weird surge of light was a flare or firework. As long as the brightness wasn't too protracted, it would be fine. If the light lasted too long, even the verdict would have trouble explaining it away. I turned to face my attacker, and he slid out of the remaining shadows with lazy grace, not attempting to get closer to me. A predator, toying with its prey. Fool. I'd show him I was no meek mouse. I catalogued his appearance. Dark hair, pale skin, eyes a shade too bright. He wore an expensive coat and the kind of cold smile that had been practiced in mirrors for decades. Definitely a vampire. Could it be Jude? Could this be his next body? It seemed coincidental that I just left his crime scene and here I was, about to be attacked. But then Jingo had yet to attack me. His interest seemed more of the carnal type. The vampire's eyes flicked down to my briefcase, then back up, interest sharpening. You shouldn't walk alone at night, little girl. Little girl. Jingo didn't call me that. He called me Inspector, the same way Robbie did. Not Jingo then, just a vampire with a chip on his shoulder. One I was happy to rip off. I smiled. I'm not a little girl, and you shouldn't approach armed inspectors at night in dark streets. I reached out to Loki. We have some vampiric company. Stay back while I deal with him. I won't be long. I felt Loki's grumpy assent, but his lack of fear for me was gratifying. The vampire laughed, low and warm, and vanished, shifting into the shadows. He was trying to unnerve me while he waited to pounce. He'd need more than shadows to freak me out. I kept my nerve and set the briefcase down to free my hands. I cricked my neck and dropped the air shield. I was in the mood to scrap and prove to myself I wasn't that scared little girl anymore. The briefcase held nothing of real value, only potions and the like. Mainly I carried it for sentimental value, but I wondered if it would distract him, if he would try to seize it. I'd let him, I decided, and take it from his unconscious body later. I stared into the darkness, eyes straining to detect any hint of movement before he dived at me. "I'm behind you," Loki warned, giving me a split-second warning that was everything, and felt a smidge like cheating. All the same, I took the advantage and spun to face my attacker in the nick of time, giving him a roundhouse kick for his efforts. Groaning, he phased away, disappearing into the shadows again, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. I jumped up and down lightly on the spot to keep myself limber, ready. One moment he was in front of me, and the next he was at the edge of the streetlight, flying towards me with unnatural vampiric speed, fingers reaching for my throat. I twisted and slammed my elbow back into empty air as he blurred past me again, boots skidding on tarmac as I pivoted to keep him in sight. He didn't stop moving. "You won't get a clean shot, Inspector," he taunted, circling, never stopping. "I'm too fast, and you're too human. Your end is certain. Do give in with good grace." "I don't think I will." I deliberately put on a more laboured breath to trick him into thinking I was growing slower, tiring after a long day. He lunged at me. I let the IR fade. I wasn't in the mood to use light or wind. I was in the mood to use my fists and my rage. And maybe the switchblade Robbie had insisted I carry following our engagement. I ducked under the vampire's swipe, came up with steel in my hand, and tried to drive it hard into his ribs. He parried the strike in the main, but I still scraped the blade along his skin. He hissed, more surprised than hurt, and backhanded me across the face, hard enough to spin me. Pain flared, sharp and bright. All right, maybe I should have used the IR, but Jingo's stunt had me simmering in a foul mood, and grappling with this arsehole would sort me right out. "Fucking bitch," he spat. "It was just orders before, but now I'll enjoy gutting you." I rolled my shoulders. Orders, huh? He wasn't here to deliver a message then, but death. Fine with me. A fight for my life was just what I needed to get the blood pumping. He came in low and I slashed at his knee with the blade. He snarled, the pretty veneer cracking, fangs flashing as he leapt back. "That's rude," he snapped. "You started it," I pointed out mildly. He rushed me again, too fast for me to track, but I planted my feet. When he reached for me this time, I let him come closer, right into my web. As his hands reached for my neck, I jammed the steel blade into his chest, into his heart, and drove it home with everything I had. He froze, just for a second, long enough for his eyes to widen in shock, for his mouth to open on a breath he didn't need. His body convulsed, skin graying and cracking like old parchment. He collapsed in on himself, disintegrating into ash, his remains scattering across the pavement in a silent plume. God damn it. I grimaced as I watched the ash catch on the night breeze and scatter away, leaving nothing behind but the acrid scent of burnt chicken. I let my emotions get the best of me. I should have blasted him over and contained him. Despite dropping his fangs, he hadn't once tried to rip into me. Wizard's blood was hugely addictive to vampires and made them lose their minds. turning him into nothing more than a feral animal. Though he'd wanted my death, he hadn't wanted to risk a drop of my blood on his fangs. Fuck, I shouldn't have killed him. Now I had nothing. No body, no face, no evidence. I stood there for a long moment, heart hammering, the switchblade clenched in my hand. To my disappointment, I didn't believe the vampire had contained Jingo. I'd felt no attempt at taking control of my body. Though perhaps I wouldn't have, I mused. As a secret unregistered subterfuge wizard, my mental shields were far stronger than the average wizard's. Maybe Jingo had tried to grapple with me, to subsume me, but failed. No, I'd felt nothing. It was too much to hope that Jingo was dead, just like that. The vampire's death had been easy. I hadn't even needed to use my dad's pocket watch to access the third and slow the vampire down. I chewed on my lip. Had it been too easy? I looked back the way I'd come, then toward Mum's house, very aware of how exposed the road felt. Enough. Time to get home. The wind had already blown the crime scene away, so I flipped the blade closed and marched the remainder of the distance to Mum's. Chapter 4. Mum was happy to see me, even though I was late. Long shift? She asked, kissing me on the cheek. Very. Oh, sorry I'm late. I caught one just before my shift ended. Haven't had dinner yet. I confessed as she hustled me in. It's 9 p.m. She frowned at me. Stacey, you must keep yourself fed and looked after, or you won't be able to catch the bad guys. I thought of my attacker, now dust and ash. I still do okay. Ah, Polly, my cheeky Galadrius called out to my mum piteously. Ah, Loki's starving. He flew to Mum's shoulder. Wasting away. Ah. Mum stroked his white plumage, careful to hide her smile. We can't have that. How do you feel about some beef? My avian friend gave an enthusiastic trill, leaning into Mum and nuzzling her neck. Oh, please. Loki and I had agreed not to mention the attack, and I was pleased I was still steady on my feet. My hands weren't shaking from the adrenaline dump yet, but they probably would soon, now that I was safe. You got any Dr. P? I asked. The sugary drink would starve off the shakes, or at least give me something to hold on to disguise them. What do you take me for? She clucked. Course I have your Dr. Pepper. She bustled into the kitchen with Loki, and I went to join the others for Sunday dinner. Julian and Grant had called the family get-together, insisting it had been too long since we'd all been together. A stab of disappointment hit when I saw that Robbie wasn't here yet either. The two of us didn't exactly keep regular hours. I pulled out my phone and texted him to let him know I was there, and asked if he would be coming. I found myself longing for his warmth, his arms around me. I didn't need him to fight my battles for me, but it was nice to have him by my side all the same. Hey, Stacey, Ava said brightly. She was sitting next to Rupert, her hands entangled with his. Her nails were salon fresh, wine red with gold crackle, and her outfit matched them so completely that it was clear she'd gone to some effort. How anyone, why anyone, would spend so much time and energy on looking so perfect was beyond me. Hey, Ava, you okay? I'm great, thank you. You? I let my vague smile be my answer. No need to get into dead bodies and vampire attacks at the dinner table. Mum would be cross. The men gave me nods in greeting, all three looking as tired as I felt. We all pulled long shifts, Grant and Julian as medical professionals, and Rupert and I on the side of the law, though Rupert's side of lawyering was clearly the poor relation to the superior job of law enforcement. Just got off shift? I asked Grant and Julian broadly. Yeah, we both had 6 6s, which ended up running over, Jules said. Grant rubbed his eyes. I didn't get done till 8 p.m. But we were not going to miss this for anything, Julian said, taking Grant's hand. The two of them exchanged a private smile. You'll both stay tonight, too, Mum said firmly to Grant and Julian, as she came in with a plate laden with food for me. You'll be in no fit state to drive. She's right. I threw my weight in for whatever it counted for. Julian and Grant exchanged looks. Thanks, Jules finally said. We'd love to stay. That means we can have a drink or two. Wonderful, Mum beamed. Red wine? Please. Thanks, Mum, I said as she set the huge plate of food in front of me, with a can of Dr. Pepper. You're the best. She looked at me, frowning as she touched my jaw lightly. You've got some redness here and it's starting to bruise. Did you get hit today? Her lips were pinched, her disapproval and concern showing in equal measure. I gave her my best reassuring smile. Yeah, but it's no biggie. You want me to heal you? Grant offered. I shook my head at my brother-in-law. Thanks, but I can see you're dead on your feet. It's no big deal. I've got some healing paste at home. I'll sort it later. I buried myself into Mum's roast beef, throwing it down my gullet with relish as I realised how hungry I was. You're supposed to chew your food, Stace, Rupert sniggered. Christ, you're like a penguin, chowing down a whole fish at once. I showed him 2 fingers and continued eating at the same rapid pace. Mum poured Julia and Grant generous glasses of wine each. Is Robbie coming over? Grant asked with a deceptively casual air as he sipped at the large glass. I checked my phone and saw my text had a thumbs up in response. Yeah, I think so. I paused. Why? It'll be nice to see him, Julian said evasively. That's all. He's been busy since your engagement. I know Mum is dying to talk about venues and dates. Well, who isn't? Ava exclaimed. Robbie has such good taste. I can't wait to see where he picks. Where we pick, I corrected. She flashed me a perfect smile. Sure, it's going to be huge. Ogre weddings are a big deal, and he'll need to invite all the movers and shakers too. I suppressed a grimace. I didn't want all the movers and shakers. I wanted him and me. And yeah, Mum and the 3 Stooges too, I guessed. And Ava, even though she probably showed me up on my own wedding day. It was clear that Rupert was beyond enamoured with Ava, and I bet a month's salary that Rupert was currently saving up his salary to buy Ava a rock to propose with. I was halfway through dessert when Robbie walked in. He looked unfairly good. God, he was the kind of man who could ruin your focus without trying. Dark hair, dark shirt, calm expression that suggested he'd assessed the room and knew there was no danger here. When his silver gaze met mine, the edge I'd been carrying since the attack eased. Just as quickly, his eyes narrowed. In 3 large strides, he crossed the room. His fingers were gentle as he lifted my face to admire the blossoming bruise painted across my face. There was nothing gentle in his voice as he ground out, Who did this to you? I shrugged like it didn't matter a damn. A dead man. I ignored Mum's gasp of shock, focusing on the behemoth man in front of me who was vibrating with tension. He's dead? Yup. I deliberately took a noisy slurp from my can. 1 minute, Robbie said. He turned on his heel and marched out. Do we need to alibi you? Rupert asked into the silence. No, I'll report it in the morning. It was a straight vampire, self-defense. No evidence, no witnesses. No big deal. She's so badass, Grant murmured to his husband. Yeah. The pride in Julian's voice warmed me. Robbie returned with his duffel bag in tow. He slung it onto the table and rifled through it. Here. He took out a jar of something. Amber Delia brewed it. Because I could still see the tension I'd injected into his frame, I took the jar without complaint. I paused. Rube, can you take some photos of my face, for the record? You got it. All hints of jocular charm were gone, as he took various photos from various angles and distances. Rupert knew how to prepare evidence. I'll send them to you. Once my injuries were all neatly documented, I opened the jar and swiped the cool paste across my face. The relief was instant. I hadn't been aware of the low-lying hum of pain until it was gone. Thanks, I told Robbie as I screwed the lid back on. Since when have you taken to carrying potions around with you? Ogres didn't believe in healing potions, runes, or healing wizardry. Mactor said that carrying their pain was an odd pride thing, but Hanlon had confessed that with their fast healing, there was no point in paying through the nose for 24 hours of discomfort. Since my fiancé is human, Robbie replied, looking me over. I'm all right, Robbie. He moved closer, large hands cupping my face. He kept his voice whisper soft, for my ears alone. I still see the traces of fear in your eyes, Inspector. So don't play it down. Not to me. My throat tightened despite myself. It wasn't the attack that put the fear there. I was walking on the same road I was kidnapped from. It called back some demons, but I stomped on them. I was just putting it to bed when I got attacked. I knew the attack itself was nothing I couldn't handle, I said firmly, but it called back old memories. Old memories that still brought up visceral fear in me. The fear was how I'd felt then, and no matter how strong I was now, that fear lingered in my memories, my nightmares. My Astra, so strong, he said reverently, so fierce. My husband. It was faintly weird for him to call me mother in any context, but Mother of War wasn't a maternal title, but an honorary one, a reverential one. The announcement of my new title, given and accepted, had shocked the ogres, but no one had challenged me yet, as Robbie had feared, and the number of challenges he faced had died down completely. Finally, he was giving them a mate, a human one, but a mate all the same, a queen to his king. It still felt unreal. We just needed to set a date. Robbie, Mum said, drawing his eyes to hers, do you need anything? Food? Drink? I've eaten, thank you, Mrs. Wise. Polly, she said sharply. Or Mum, if you'd like. He stilled utterly. Mum, I said, wincing in embarrassed consternation. Oh, Robbie, you don't have to. Robbie crossed the distance to Mum and pulled her into a giant hug, lifting her off her feet as he held her closely. I would like that, he said, voice muffled against her. It may take me time to be able to say it, but I would like that. One day. She wrapped her arms around him. No pressure, Robbie. Whenever you're ready. She squeezed him. I always wanted more children. Her eyes found Grant's and Ava's, her other potential in-law children. And I'm truly blessed in the new ones coming to me now. My children have excellent taste. Grant and Julian exchanged glances, and as Robbie set Mum down, Grant cleared his throat. Talking of children, Julian and I have an announcement we'd like to make. He pulled out his phone. Let me get my parents on a call too. He video called his parents in Australia. Good morning, Grant, his mum sang as the phone connected. Oh, well, I guess it's evening for you, isn't it? Being from the future is so hard. Her tone was teasingly warm. She started to chatter about her choir group before his dad interrupted. Hush and let the boy speak, Mary, Darius rumbled. He's at Polly's house. He's calling for a reason. That's right, we have news, Grant said quickly. We want to tell you all together, all at once. He absolutely beamed. Jules leaned in, and together they blurted, We've passed! Grant continued, We've been approved by the panel to become adopters. The room exploded into excited congratulations. Hugs were tossed around like confetti. Through it all, my heart warmed. They waited until Robbie had arrived to share the good news with us all. Chapter 5. The celebration of Grant and Julian's new status went on far later than our usual Sunday night dinners. Robbie and I rolled home at 1 a.m. and bundled straight into bed. I'd had a few too many glasses of wine, and I tossed and turned all night long. When my alarm blared me awake, I wanted to throw it across the room. I tugged on a dressing gown and mooched into the open space of the flat. Robbie took one look at me and turned the kettle on. He made a cup of tea for me while he started his day with coffee. Black. What do you want for breakfast? He asked, looking into my depressingly bare cupboards. I'm fine, I said on a yawn. I don't need anything. A banana rose up from the fruit bowl and hovered pointedly in front of me. Ghost and I agree, Robbie said, arms crossed. You need something. He eyed the banana. I don't think that's going to cut it, Bob. I'll run out. Don't go anywhere. Bob, I said with a laugh. Well, it's rude to keep calling him Ghost. He could be a Bob. Bob's your uncle. He has uncle energy. He cares. More than Robbie's own uncle had done. Yeah, I always thought the energy was female. Maternal, you know. She clucks over me. Bobette, maybe. Robbie looked toward the still hovering banana. Raise a banana if you're a man. Set it down if you're a woman. The banana rose up. I guess she wasn't poor murdered Barbara Quinn after all. She was a he. There you have it. After a moment's thought, he asked, You okay with us calling you Bob? Up for yes, down for no. The banana bobbed up. Bob it is. Robbie pressed a kiss to my forehead, and headed for the door to get us some breakfast rations. "Robbie," I protested, "you really don't need to go to any trouble. I'm fine with a banana." He hesitated, his back still to me. "You got attacked yesterday, Stacey, and I need to take care of you. Every urge in me is telling me to stick to you like glue and pile you under bodyguards, but I know you'd hate that. So I'm stifling that instinct, but I need to do something. Let me feed you, Inspector. Please." Yeah, sure, whatever you need to do," I said weakly. He nodded and walked out the door. This relationship stuff was tricky. The banana still hovered in front of me, and my resident ghost, the newly named Bob, pointedly pushed it towards me. "Right," I muttered. "I still need to start my day right." Dad had always said that. Start the day as you mean to go on. I took the damn banana. I'd taken a headache potion, and I was dressed in my uniform, with hair and teeth brushed, by the time Robbie returned, carrying the biggest stack of pastry boxes I'd ever seen in my life. "Robbie," I said, half laughing, "I can't eat all of that." "I know," he replied, a shade sheepishly. "I couldn't help myself. Any you don't want you can take to work with you. I just wanted to make sure you had your favourite." "Did you get one of everything from the bakery?" I asked, half joking. He simply nodded. I tried not to gape at him. "Well, thank you." He set the boxes down and pulled back the lid so I could examine the array of buttery goods he brought me. The pastries were a smorgasbord of icing sugar-dusted perfection, each item looking as golden and perfect as the next. My eyes zeroed in on one treat. "For future reference," I said, as I picked up the custard slice, "this is my favourite." I bit into the slice and hastily caught some of the custard as it oozed out of the side. Layers of thick puff pastry, topped with thick vanilla custard and fancy fondant. Was there anything better? Robbie watched me, indulgent and smiling, as I valiantly battled my way through the slice. "It's messy," he rumbled when I was done. He caught one of my fingers and licked off the dab of custard lingering there. "It is," I agreed, a shade breathlessly. "Messy, but worth the clean-up." His eyes heated, and I could tell he was thinking fun thoughts. "Hold that thought," I commanded. "I'm dressed, ready to go to work." My smile faded. "And we need to talk about my latest case." Robbie sat and stacked an apple turnover for himself. "All right. Tell me." "The case I was called to yesterday evening? It was Ash Aspen." My ogre paused mid-bite. "Why, that little fucker." "Yeah, Jingo's jumped ship, and I don't know who to. He orchestrated the death of Ash Aspen, and now he's in another host." "Do you want me to shake up Reed? He'll talk by the time I'm done with him." It was tempting. That alone told me the answer to his offer. I was a by-the-book girl. I had to be. If I joined the ranks of the corrupt, then I didn't deserve my badge. I appreciate the offer, but no. I need to do this by the book. "You and that bloody book," he muttered. "Sometimes I almost get jealous of it." I cupped my hands around his beautiful face. "Well, don't. I'm marrying you, not the book. Which reminds me, you and Mum were talking venues last night, weren't you? Did you narrow it down?" "Yes, we're down to 2 places that your mother and I both like." He pulled out his phone and showed me the picture of a ridiculously stunning country mansion. "This is Cape Thorne Hall. It's an 18th century Jacobean-style country house." "You can't call that place a house. It's a huge, sprawling mansion." "Yes, it's big and would certainly have the capacity we need. We'll need space not just for key ogre families here, but some foreign ones as well." I blinked. "Right. It'll cost an arm and a leg." "Well, it's actually very reasonable." He shrugged. "Even with exclusive use." "Okay, and the other?" He pulled up another image. "Peckforton Castle, built in the 19th century, but with a deliberately Gothic feel." I gaped at it. A castle. I could marry Robbie in a freaking castle. I looked at my fiancé. It suited him, a castle, not just because he was a warrior king, but because he deserved to relax on his wedding day, and with key ogres placed around the battlements, he could let his guard down in this beautiful fortress. "The castle," I blurted. "Let's do it there." He lifted an eyebrow. "Yeah?" "Yeah." I leaned across the table and kissed him. "I've got to get going or I'll be late." "You're the boss." he pointed out. You can be as late as you want. What I want, I said primly, is not to be late. Looking amused, he started packing up the pastry boxes. We don't want that then, do we? I'll drop you in the boxes off, Inspector. We may as well start your team's day with a sugar high. You better not be bribing them with pastries. He batted his eyelashes at me. Who? Me? I burst out laughing, loving this man all the more. Chapter 6. I had come to like my small box of an office on the 3rd floor of number 1 Bridge Street. Though we'd only been in the building for a couple of weeks, it already felt cozier than my other office ever did. The uneven floor and low ceiling gave it charm. After leaving the many boxes of pastries in the break room, I sent a Unit 13-wide email, informing them to go and stuff their faces, courtesy of the Ogre King. Loki napped while I spent the morning impatiently awaiting Ed and Crane's reports. In the meantime, I filed one of my own regarding the vampire attack. I contacted Amber Delia and requested that she attend the office to scry an image of the vampire from my head, so I could look into the matter. At lunch, I popped into the break room and was truly impressed with the dent everyone had made in the pastries. I picked through the remains and found myself a chocolate twist. Yum. With my lunchtime treat secured, I headed back to my office. I'd barely sat down at my desk when my door opened without so much as a knock. DSU Thackeray filled the doorway, his expression set to carefully neutral. His shock of white hair was trimmed into a sensible crew cut, and his uniform was pressed neat, not a button missing, not an inch of shoe unpolished. His piercing blue eyes took in the small confines of my office in one sharp sweep before pinning me. Wise, he said gruffly. Without hesitation, Loki turned himself invisible. He wasn't a fan of authority figures. I didn't blame him. From the look on Thackeray's face, this wasn't going to be a pleasant chat. I didn't have a visit or an inspection or whatever the fuck this was in my diary. I set my chocolate pastry down and surged to my feet. Sir. He waved me down. Sit. Then he stepped inside, shut the door behind him, strode forward, and pointedly tapped 2 fingers against the side of my desk. The privacy runes flared a bright gold, then settled. Thinking of whispered conversations with Elvira about the Domini, I said dryly, would have been helpful to know those runes were there. They need to know, and you didn't need to know. Now I do I? Now we need privacy. My stomach twisted. Thackeray didn't waste runes unless the conversation was about to get unpleasant, political, or both. You've been busy, he said. Talk to me about the vampire attack. I kept my face neutral. It was a quiet Sunday night. Presumably the criminals wanted to get a jump on the week. His gaze flicked to my cheek. The bruising had faded completely thanks to Amber's paste, but evidently he'd seen the photos I'd attached to my report. Who saw to you? Your brother? I had some healing paste on hand, I said smoothly. Wasn't a big deal. Thackeray made a low sound in his throat. You were deliberately attacked. Don't insult my intelligence. I didn't flinch. I wouldn't dare. It's your best feature. The quip had slipped out of my mouth before I could call it back. One corner of his mouth twitched. Not a smile, but not a reprimand either. Still, he stayed standing, a position of power over me, and I wasn't oblivious to the undertones. Run it down for me, he ordered. I exhaled quietly, then gave him the bones of it. After we concluded the scene at the ME's residence, Detective Channing offered to drive me to my mother's home. I declined. I was in the mood to walk off some frustration. As I walked in the correct direction, I noticed someone tailing me. A vampire. He attacked, made some comments about gutting me. Thackeray's eyes narrowed. And? I didn't let him. I shrugged. He got in a good hit across my face, but in the scuffle, I terminated him. I held his gaze. He's true dead, sir. It was wholly self-defense. Thackeray's gaze was sharp. You didn't call it. I intended to. I lied smoothly, but given the late hour, I decided it could wait until morning. There were no other parties or witnesses to question or lose. The golden hour had started and ended with his death. There was no case to solve. I knew full well who had killed him. Me. Wise, he growled. You're not a rookie. You know better. You report the crime contemporaneously. I kept my voice even. I also know what happens when you call in unknown vampire turned to ash one too many times with no evidence. Rumors spring up, and someone somewhere decides I've shuffled from the asset column to the liability column. His eyes bored into mine. Are you a liability, Wise? The question rankled, and hurt more than the punch the vampire had landed. I bit out my answer between clenched teeth. No, sir. Good, he said flatly, because all eyes are on you, Wise. All eyes are on Unit 13, and if you fuck up, I'll have you out of the field so fast you'll think you've been wiped by Witterhall. Unit 13 is my baby, and I won't have you fuck it up for everyone else. Anger surged, hot and bubbling. It took effort not to let it show. I worked hard to get to where I was, to build a sterling reputation for myself, and it was deserved. Coming down on me like this was absolute BS. My record was spotless, above reproach, and it felt like this dressing down had more to it than meets the eye. As my anger fell away and cool rationale returned, I realized that if Thackeray truly wanted me kicked to the curb, this conversation wouldn't be happening here. He wouldn't be warning me. He would have already taken me off rota and out of Unit 13. Now, he continued, about Ash Aspen. There it was. The reason he come to my office and not summon me upstairs to his mahogany desk like a headmaster with a detention slip. This was quieter, more discreet. Political, then, I decided. I sat back in my chair, careful to keep my posture relaxed. What about him? Thackeray still didn't sit, but he moved a step closer, hands clasped behind his back, eyes hard. You're going to close the file. My stomach dropped, but my voice stayed steady. I haven't solved it yet, sir. No, you have not, and you will not. But you'll close it all the same. No, I argued instantly. I won't. His eyebrows shot up, and he ground out, Excuse me? Sir, I need to know who killed Aspen. I need to know who Jingo is currently wearing. I leaned forward. Aspen was murdered on Kate Potter's lawn, our ME. She deserves closure. And there's a dangerous doppelganger out there wearing someone else's face. And you want me to close the file because it's, what, inconvenient? The air in the room tightened. Thackeray growled, Watch your tone, Inspector. Respectfully, sir, that order is bullshit. And I suspect you know that too. Thackeray stared at me for a long beat. Then, very slowly, he let out a breath. Respectfully, huh? He looked faintly amused. Resigned. You're too bloody stubborn for your own good, Wise, he muttered. Just like your father. Thank you, I said sweetly. I try. His gaze flicked to the notes and case file on my desk, and then back to me. Wise, he began, lowering his voice. You're high enough in rank to know there are rules in place. Not just the ones written down, but the unspoken ones. Ones people kill to keep secret. Thackeray stepped closer still, his thighs pressing against the edge of my desk. Despite the privacy rules in place, he kept his voice low enough that it felt like a confession. The unofficial stance within the connection is that doppelgangers aren't pursued criminally, he said. As such, justice cannot and will not be adequately served here. My skin went cold. Explain. He hesitated like he disliked saying it out loud. A doppelganger's very existence requires murder, he said. They can't stay living without it. Same as the Griffins. Like the Griffins, they can't reform or better themselves. They can't be rehabilitated. You can't cage them long term without a tribunal deciding you're wasting resources. And if you put one on trial... He paused. You give the entire other realm a front row seat to the fact we have a creature amongst us that survives by hopping bodies like it's changing coats. He cleared his throat. Think of it like this. It's just like the way we don't pursue the imps for criminal damage. It would be punishing their very nature. This decision was made at the inception of the connection some 80 years ago, and it's been in place, unofficially, ever since. It's not just a policy decision, but a safety one. Think about it, Stacey. Any inspector who comes up against a doppelganger and kills them, well, that doppelganger can take over their body. And then we have a real fucking problem. We have a doppelganger in our midst, infiltrating our ranks, so we've agreed to a truce. We won't arrest them for the murders their existence dictates if they agree to never infiltrate the connection. I stared at him. So we let the doppelgangers get away with murder, taking whoever's body they choose, killing our citizens? No, he snapped. And there was anger there, Real anger. We don't just let them, we handle them. Quietly. When we can. When it won't start a panic. They know the rules too. People are not allowed to take. And they're not supposed to take more than one body a year. Jingo's taken 2 this year. Aspen and whoever he's in now. I'm well aware, but I'm telling you, this case needs to be officially closed. So it won't embarrass the wrong people, I said cynically. Yes. He bit out, because the other doesn't run on justice, Wise. It runs on power. And you well know that. And power hates looking weak. Something hot and fierce rose in my chest. What am I meant to do, sir? Pretend Ash Aspen tripped on his shoelaces, fell, and snapped his own neck? Thackeray's lips pressed into a thin line. You're meant to do your job in a way that doesn't get you shut down. I need you heading Unit 13, not getting shuffled off to manage traffic violations for the rest of your life because you don't know when to toe the line. I held his gaze. My job is to stop killers, not toe the line. Your job, he corrected, is to stop killers and stay alive long enough to do it again tomorrow. The words landed like a punch. Was he implying the vampire attack had been connection sanctioned? Because I had kept a doppelganger case open. The vampire had said he was working on orders. The attack last night, I voiced. Was it a sanctioned hit? I don't know, he said. I don't think so. I got told to tell you to close the case only this morning. I don't think the connection would have escalated the situation this fast, but the timing is troubling. I want you to watch your back, Wise, and close the damn doppelganger case. Despite myself, I couldn't back down. This isn't some random doppelganger, sir. This is Jude fucking Jingo. The grimace across Thackeray's face told me he was as pissed off with our marching orders as I was. Even so, he said. Sir! I tried one last time. Aspen was subsumed by Jingo. The body was dumped on Kate Potter's property like a fucking calling card. And a vampire tried to kill me on my way home the same night Kate's neighbour's vampire ward flared. That's not a coincidence. If the connection didn't sanction a vampire hit on me... Thackeray's gaze sharpened. Assessing. Recalculating. You think Jingo ordered the vampire? Or Reed did, I said. Either way, someone wants me dead. Thackeray's jaw worked. His eyes stayed hard, but something in his posture shifted. Listen carefully, he said. Officially, you are closing the Aspen file. My heartbeat thudded. Unofficially, he continued, between us, you're going to keep digging. Off the books. Thackeray held up a hand as I opened my mouth. But you're going to do it smart. You're not going to go charging around shouting doppelganger like it's karaoke night at Wraithmore. You're not going to put anything in writing. You're not going to ask for resources through normal channels. You're going to do what you do best. I raised an eyebrow. You're going to find the killer and report to me. When we know which body Jingo is inhabiting, we can decide our next steps. No fucking maverick calls, Wise, you hear me? You work it out, you come to me. If I couldn't do anything through proper channels, then arresting Jingo wasn't an option. Only killing him. With a doppelganger, that came with inherent danger. My pulse steadied. To be clear, you're telling me to lie and officially close the case. I'm telling you, he said, voice low, to survive the politics long enough to do the right thing. I sat back, slowly. What's the official story, then? Thackeray's expression remained as inscrutable as granite. Ash Aspen was killed in an altercation with an unknown assailant. No further credible leads. File closed pending new information. Kate will hate that, I muttered. Kate will live, he said. Will you? My throat tightened a fraction. I will, I said firmly. Good, he grunted, because if Jingo is involved, this will escalate. Quickly. I drew a slow breath. All right, I'll close it on paper. Thackeray's eyes stayed on mine. And? I'll keep digging off the books. I paused. But I want something. Course you do. I want access into Wraithmore. He blinked, the most shocked I'd ever seen him. I couldn't tell him why. Couldn't tell him I wanted to speak to Amber's father, the only Dominie I knew who was still alive. Couldn't because Thackeray was here pressing me to close an open case because of politics and power. That meant he could well be in the Dominie's pocket. But I'd seen the flashes of concern, real concern in his eyes, and hoped to hell he wasn't. Thackeray put his hands into his pockets before saying, I cannot authorize or expedite that. Fuck. I held my expression steady. He added, very quietly, but I can fail to notice if you manage to get in and clear the records up afterwards. I exhaled. Thank you. Don't thank me, he said gruffly. Just don't get caught. And don't get dead. I tilted my head. Is that an order, sir? Yes, he snapped. If this goes wrong, he warned quietly, if you get too close to something delicate and someone decides you're a problem, they won't necessarily come at you head on. They'll come after those you love. My stomach tightened. Images flashed uninvited. Mum and Ava washing dishes in the kitchen. Rupert's grin as he said something stupid. Grant and Julian beaming at being officially ready to adopt. And Robbie. Robbie could handle himself, of that I had no doubt. But the thought of harm coming to him because of me caused a physical stab of pain in my heart. I forced my voice to stay level. Understood. Thackeray's eyes held mine for a moment longer, and in them I saw something I didn't see often from him. Not something as strong as fear, but definitely concern. Then it was gone, shuttered behind his usual austere authority. Close the file, he said, back to business. And Wise, sir? I think you need a couple of days off after that vicious attack. Go home. You're off the clock for the next 48. His gaze flicked, once more to my cheek. And next time someone hits you, report it. I want the name. I blinked. So you can write them a strongly worded reprimand? His mouth twitched. So I can decide whether they need to be caged or killed. There it was. The reason Thackeray had lasted as long as he had, in a job that ate good people alive. He cared, somewhere deep, deep down. And he was fierce as hell. Yes, sir, I said softly. Sir, before you go, do we know how many doppelgangers there are in the world? 1? 1,000? He shook his head. We have no idea, but 1 is more than enough. He'd get no arguments from me on that score. Thackeray opened my office door, stepped out, then paused without turning. Inspector? Sir? Stay safe, he grunted. Then he was gone, leaving me alone with a file to prematurely close, and the faint glow of rooms that promised privacy, but no longer safety. Oh, fuck, what a mess. I stared at the Aspen folder for a long moment. Then I turned to my computer and towed the line. For now. Chapter 7. What do you mean? Channing asked, brow furrowed, closed. Well, exactly that. Crane's report didn't turn up anything helpful, nor did Ed's. We're dead in the water. The brass want it closed and for us to have a more visible street presence. You and Frost are to take to the streets together. I cleared my throat. And I'll be off for the next 2 days. You're on rota, he noted. Is everything okay? Seeing genuine concern, I admitted, I was attacked walking to my mother's home yesterday, and as such I've been instructed to take 48 off. Shit, sir. Channing was aghast, guilt swimming in his eyes. I should have insisted that I give you a lift. Nonsense, it was one vamp and I handled it. He's true dead, I'm just taking some downtime. He frowned. You never take downtime. The frown lifted and his voice dropped. You're pursuing the Aspen case solo, in your own time. Damn, give the rookie a gold star. Maybe he wasn't such a rookie these days after all. But thinking about Thackeray's warning about the powers that would be coming after those I love, I looked him in the eye and lied. I'm honestly taking a break. After a beat, I added, I will, of course, be logging in remotely, and if there are any issues, you can always contact me. In the meantime, I'm in charge, Elvira hollered as she swanned into my poky office. She sounded delighted at the prospect. Thackeray came to see me. While you're off, I'm acting head of Unit 13. I have every confidence in you, I said, as I rose from my desk. Try to make sure no one falls down the stairs in my absence. Elvira grinned. I make no promises. I sighed and shook my head. Of course she didn't. Just don't burn the place down. She mock saluted. Ah, you want me to poop on her shoulder?
Loki asked. No, I replied. Let's save it for a particularly sassy day. This is Elvira behaving. He snorted. My thoughts exactly. I texted Amber, asking her to meet me at home rather than at the office as originally planned. Despite Channing's numerous offers, I walked home. I wasn't letting one incident make me feel like I couldn't walk the streets. And honestly, I felt surprisingly fine about it. The attack hadn't even been that big of a deal. It was just the location that had given me the heebie-jeebies. Annoyingly, I couldn't protest too hard. Couldn't say I was absolutely fine because otherwise that would blow the smokescreen Thackeray had given me to hide behind. It galled, though, letting people think I was so affected by the attack that I had to run home and have a duvet day. Mrs. Abernathy was making her way out of the building as I made my way in. Today, she was wearing a bright pink neck scarf that matched her luminous pink trousers. She wore an orange top and was a veritable riot of colour. Mrs. Abernathy's commitment to her signature accessory was like a lighthouse's commitment to its beam. Regardless of the conditions outside, scarves were a constant and defining part of her attire. She wore them even in the height of summer, though I could admit it would be handy in the current autumn chill. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Abernathy," I greeted my neighbour. "How are you?" "Oh, wonderful, dear, thank you." She turned to admire the surrounding trees. "Have you noticed we have a whole murder of crows living nearby?" "Robbie's crows." I guess they like it here," I said lamely. "Oh, it's an awfully small tree for them all to sit in. There must be nearly 100 crammed in that small tree at times." She shrugged. "I've been feeding them nuts. They do seem to enjoy it." "Oh, well, no wonder they stick around then." She smiled. "Yes, they bring me the loveliest little gifts. Several bottle tops." "Right." I ran my eyes pointedly over her outfit and changed the subject. "Well, you look lovely. Are you going to do anything nice?" "I'm going to feed the ducks," she said, holding her purse aloft, which presumably contained birdseed. "I wouldn't want the ducks to think the crows have all my love." Stifling a smile, I commented instead, "You're a bit dressed up for the ducks." "It's more for Mr. Jones than the ducks." She winked. "He's a fine specimen of a man, even at 70. It's our third date, and you know what that means." I found myself grinning. "Please don't shag by the ducks." She let out a surprisingly girlish giggle and didn't promise anything. She gave me a jaunty wave and set off with the vigour of a woman 10 years younger. I walked up the stairs to my flat, opened the door, and gaped a bit to see Amber and Bastian already in situ. "I have locks," I protested, "and wards." The deadly Griffin assassin sent me an amused look. "Do you think either of those could keep me out?" I huffed. "Apparently not." Amber's gaze slid back to me, sharp and assessing. "What's the emergency?" "I was attacked last night." "You think it's the Domini?" Amber asked. I blinked. Hadn't crossed my mind for even a minute that the attack could have stemmed from them. No, I hadn't thought that. It was a vampire." I tapped my lip in thought, though he did say he had orders to kill me. To be honest, I was considering that the orders might have come from the connection. She didn't so much as balk at the idea that our lawmaker, police, and my actual fucking employer might be gunning for me. Why would they do that? Jude Jingo killed Ash Aspin. He's in a new body. I've been told to close the case, but timing's off. I was told to close the case this afternoon, and officially, I have done so, complying with my orders. The attack was last night before I was given any orders to close the case. "Officially you've done so?" Bastian queried. Trust the assassin not to miss a trick. "Unofficially, I'm still digging. That's one of the reasons you're here. The other potential cause of the vampire attack might be that Jingo ordered it, so I need your help. I need you to scry my attacker from my mind, then I can dig into his identity." "True dead?" Bastian asked evenly. "Indeed." He nodded approvingly. "I can scry the vampire's image from your mind," Amber said, "but remember this is going to hurt like a son of a bitch, and no amount of headache potions will help. Scry headaches are immune to magical healing." Yeah, I know. I'm officially signed off for the next 48, so I guess it doesn't matter if I spend a couple of hours whimpering. It'll be more than a couple. the witch warned. Loki flew down and landed on Amber's shoulder. Her expression softened. "Hello, beautiful," she murmured, assessing him. "You're looking well. How's the wing?" Loki spread his white wings as if to show her he was healed, but I detected a hint of show-off energy. "Magnificent," she declared solemnly, and he preened. Cheeky little fuzzball. Then he took to the wing, flying high, circling the ceiling light. Amber watched him with an indulgent smile. Who knew she liked birds? "You'll need a clean bowl for the scry, right?" I checked. "Ceramic, if you have one," she said briskly, eyes on me, "and fill with clean water." I grabbed a bowl from under the sink, cleaned it, and filled it with fresh water. Then I carefully carried it over to my dining room table. Amber snapped on purple gloves and opened a jar of potion. She dipped her paintbrush into the dark gloop and turned to me. "Close your eyes and imagine a moment from the attack. One screenshot, if you will. If you think of the attack as a whole, the image will be blurry. Focus instead on one singular moment." It wasn't hard to pick. I recalled the moment his mask dropped. Fury had snapped his fangs down and his nose had wrinkled in a soundless snarl. He hadn't looked so pretty then. I closed my eyes and focused on that one snapshot. "I'm painting now," Amber warned. "Stay still." I suppressed a gasp as cold gloop was painted onto the warm skin of my forehead. I kept my focus on the image of my attacker, trying to think of nothing else but him. "Try not to throw up on me," Amber said briskly. "Your concern is overwhelming," I said dryly. "I'm ready. Bastian, you'll take a photo of the image that arises in the water." "I've got my phone out," he assured me. Amber's magic ran through the runes she painted on me, and then my skull started to throb in a dull ache. Totally manageable, I thought. "There," Amber breathed. I opened my eyes as the water in the bowl rippled violently, then stilled. A face rose from its surface, exactly as I'd remembered him. Bastian moved instantly. Click, click. His phone let out an old-school camera shutter sound as he took the photos. He'd taken 2 snaps before the image shattered, and pain detonated behind my eyes. Fuck. Not manageable. I cried out, clutching my head as the room pitched violently sideways. It felt like a spike had been driven straight through my skull and twisted for good measure. Amber wiped the potion from my skin with what felt like a cool baby wipe. "All done. It won't get worse," she assured me. "This is as bad as it gets." "Ow," I whimpered. "I did warn you," she replied, but I thought I detected an iota of sympathy somewhere. I folded forward, nausea surging, vision greying. Ugh, I'd forgotten how truly awful a scry was. Loki screeched at my pain. He dive-bombed from his position at the top of the ceiling and landed on my shoulder, pressing his small, warm body against my neck. His wings stroked my skin, feather soft and grounding. "Ah, easy, pig dog," he crooned, voice deep and steady. "Breathe. Ah, I'll help." Something warm spread through me. The pain didn't vanish entirely, but it dulled, shifted from a screaming agony to a brutal, grinding ache. Still, it was enough that I could breathe again, enough that I didn't faint embarrassingly in front of Bastian. I sagged back into the chair, shaking. Amber crouched in front of me, green eyes dark with concern. "Are you all right, Inspector?" "Define all right," I rasped. "Well, I suspect you've got a migraine to deal with, and then some." "I'd agree with that assessment," I ground out with effort, skull pounding like a Scottish drum. I closed my eyes against the light and battled the rising nausea. "Potions won't touch it," she warned. "Your brain's overstimulated, mundane and magical. Time for a lie down, Inspector." I didn't argue. I couldn't. I was no good to anyone like this. Strong and surprisingly gentle arms led me to my room, pulled off my jacket and shoes, and gently pressed me into bed. "I'll lock up as we leave," Bastian promised, "and I'll start digging on the vampire." "Thanks," I mumbled. I closed my eyes and let the rest of the day dissolve into darkness, while Loki perched protectively on my pillow.
doing his best to chase away the worst of the pain.
Chapter 8.
When I woke a couple of hours later, the headache had settled into something deep and relentless, like a vice clamped around my skull. Warm arms encircled me, and I recognized the scent around me instantly. Robbie. I relaxed against him and kept my eyes closed. "Hey," I said. He pressed a gentle kiss to my temple. "Hey, Loki summoned me. Apparently you're nursing one hell of a headache." "Yeah, I've got Amber to scry the vampire's image from my mind, and now I regret my choices." "I've got some common medicine. It helps more than potions, or so I'm told." He reached out to his duffel bag, grabbed some tablets, and passed them to me along with some water. I took them. At this point, I'd eat a spider if someone told me it would help the grinding agony in my head. Loki trilled and pressed his head to my hand. Again, the agony loosened. "Thanks, buddy," I murmured. "That helps." He hopped to the cushion next to me and closed his eyes, too. Helping me was tiring him. I stayed in the dark and quiet for another hour. The medicine, and Loki, definitely helped, and I was left with a more manageable headache. I was contemplating getting into my jammies and settling in for the night, regardless of the time, when my phone burst to life. Kate Potter calling. Panic thrummed. She didn't usually call me outside of work, though perhaps she didn't know I was off work. I swiped to answer. "Hey, Kate, you okay?" "No," she said, voice full of panic. "I kicked Beth out with the dogs and I had told Troy to come round for dinner for us to try this date thing again. I panicked and said I would cook. Oh, now there's suddenly all this pressure and I'm freaking out. And I thought, what would make this less pressured? If this was a double date. Will you and Robbie come? I made enough lasagna for an army. I'm totally losing it. I'm not ready for any physical stuff. Up until yesterday, I thought my yearning was unrequited. I haven't had time to adjust. What if he comes expecting to, sleep over?" I bit back a sigh. "When is he due around?" "In an hour. At 8. Can you come?" She sounded desperate. "Sure," I said. "We'll be there. See you soon." She gave a scream of relief, making me wince. "Oh my goodness, you're the best! Thank you!" I hung up and let out a low groan. "What did you do?" Robbie asked, amused. "Oh, I agreed for us to go on a double date." "When?" "In an hour." It was his turn to groan. "Oh, Stacy, you're in pain." "I'm fine." I pushed myself up from the covers. "But I definitely need a shower to make myself presentable. You've got spare clothes in that duffel bag of yours, right?" "Yeah, but not dinner out suitable." "Well, it's dinner in at Kate's house. You'll be fine." I stood out of the bed, pounding head and all, and padded to the shower. An hour later, we were idling outside of Kate's house. We were 5 minutes early. No sign of Troy's truck yet. "Let's go in," I decided. "Give it 5 minutes to settle. See if we can do anything." "Sure." We got out of the car. Loki had stayed at home, too tired to come with us, which made me feel more than a little guilty. Even with the distance between us, his quiet affection rose through the bond, softly scolding me for my guilt. We rang the doorbell and Kate answered, looking like she was half a minute away from hyperventilating. "Okay," I said, "let's get you a glass of bubbles." Robbie brought a bottle. As always, Robbie dominated the space, even in the spacious kitchen we hovered in. He held out the bottle of Bollinger to Kate, and a smile broke out across her features. "Oh, how lovely! Oh, thank you so much." With a new task to do, Kate settled a little. She popped the cork and poured us each a flute of champagne. She took a big gulp of hers and asked, "How do I look?" "Beautiful," I said. And she did. Her riotous curls were piled up on top of her head in an updo I would never be able to accomplish in a million years, but she made it look effortless. Her lips were painted a bright red, and her diamante-studded glasses brought the bling. She also wore a beautiful green dress that hugged her figure in all the right ways. "I'm nervous," she confessed. "You shouldn't be," Robbie said. "You look great."
She beamed at him and with a warm laugh said, "You can visit again." The doorbell chimed, and I winced at the sound. My head was still throbbing, but for Kate, I gripped my teeth and bare it. She went to answer the door, and I heard her breathless explanation that Robbie and I had dropped by, and she'd invited us to stay for dinner. If Troy was bothered by that explanation, he didn't show it, a warm smile on his face as he walked in. He touched his hand to his chest and gave Robbie a decent bow.
"My honour to meet you, High King Krieg."
Robbie raised an eyebrow.
"We've met before. At one of your father's events."
Troy's smile didn't falter.
"Of course, but only briefly. It'll be wonderful to get to know you more."
Then he turned to me and gave me a similar bow.
"Inspector, good to see you."
"Call me Stacy, please." The last thing Kate wanted was an air of formality for the whole dinner.
"Sure, I'll do my best. Something smells wonderful,"
Troy commented to Kate. "I made lasagna," Kate admitted with a shy smile. "I hope you like Italian food."
"Oh, I love it,"
Troy confirmed.
"Can I help you serve?"
"Oh, no, you three go and sit down. I'll bring plates through in a minute." She gestured us into the dining room, and we sat around the modern glass table. Her cat, Harry, twined around my ankles, purring softly before going on to Robbie and doing the same, greeting all the interlopers. He went to Troy and hissed, a full-bodied, furious sound, hair on end, spine arched.
"Cats don't tend to like me,"
Troy confessed.
"It's a Mer thing."
The cat stalked out of the room, gone to complain to Kate of the new person in his house that he patently did not like. "So," I said, as I took another sip of my bubbles, "I know you work for your father, but what is it you actually do?"
"Whatever he wants me to do,"
he said with a laugh.
"It can vary a lot. I'm a jack of all trades, really, fitting in wherever father needs me."
Kate came in carrying 2 plates piled high with lasagna and garlic bread. She set them down in front of the men, and then returned with 2 other plates, more modest in serving. From the smells, I could tell I would have preferred a man-sized helping. Oh, I adored lasagna. "I'm sorry," Kate suddenly said. "I didn't check anyone's dietary requirements."
"None for me,"
I assured her.
"Nor me,"
Robbie said.
"I'm easy,"
Troy confirmed.
"As long as it has meat in it, I'm sold."
"Meat or fish," Kate corrected. "You said you like fish."
"Oh, yes, of course, I meant fish too."
"I was going to cook fish today," she admitted, "since it's your favourite, but Beth usually cooks our fish because I tend to overcook it. No one wants dry fish."
"I'm sure you cook it to perfection,"
Troy murmured smoothly. "This will be wonderful," I said. And it was. We dug in with gusto, making small talk as we all shoveled food in. My head still throbbed, but I was definitely feeling better for eating. "Kate," I said as I sat back, full with an empty plate before me, "you're a domestic goddess. That was amazing." "Hardly," she laughed. "Sticking with the Italian theme, I made tiramisu for dessert." Troy let out a low groan and said,
"Marry me now."
Kate gave an awkward chuckle and disappeared into the kitchen to bring out the dessert. She'd done a magnificent job of balancing the flavours, and the tiramisu had just the right edge of coffee. I devoured my portion and went in for seconds. After dessert, we retired to the sitting room. I looked at Kate and pointedly at the door. Did she want us to leave? She shook her head minutely, so I settled on the sofa for some after-dinner conversation. "Are you okay, Stacey?" Kate asked listlessly. "I've seen you wince a time or two." "I have a headache," I admitted. She half rose. "Oh no, let me get you a potion." "Oh, I'm fine," I said. "It's from Scrying. A potion won't touch the sides, unfortunately. But it's been a few hours and I'm honestly feeling much better." I was, but that's only because I started utterly miserable and had progressed to pitifully sulky. "Scrying?" Kate asked in concern. "What happened?" "Oh, no big deal. I got attacked by a vampire." Troy let out a whistle.
"How's the vampire?"
"True dead." I gave an apologetic shrug. "Sorry, it's not really appropriate evening talk, is it?"
"He had it coming, I'd say,"
Troy said admiringly.
"Only a fool would come swinging at you, Inspector."
Something in his tone set off alarm bells, whether it was the tone of his inspector or the note of familiarity. I started to wonder. Let's not talk of such things, I said instead. Troy, let's talk about you. I was actually talking to a friend of mine about you, Jack Hansen. He said you two are friendly. You play football together? Troy's smile didn't falter. That's right. How is Jack? I smiled even as my gut clenched. He's good. He's recovered well from the accident. Right. Terrible business. Robbie changed the subject away from mangling accidents, and we chatted quietly for another hour until Kate started to yawn. We should go, I said. It's late. Troy, we'll walk you to your car. Troy blinked. There's no need. Of course there is. There was a murder on Kate's lawn just yesterday. Please, the inspector and me won't let you walk alone. Robbie and I will see you to your car. My tone made it clear I'd brook no argument. How kind of you. He stood fluidly and turned to Kate. It's been a wonderful evening. Taking her hand, he bowed low over it and kissed the back of it gently. I'd love to do it again sometime. Kate's smile was relaxed and open, nerves having settled hours ago. Me too, I'd love that. We took our leave and walked Troy to his car. Then we watched him motor off. We have a problem, I said to Robbie. I know. That's not Troy Fairglass. Chapter 9. What clued you in? I asked, as we stood on Kate's street. A few things, but the way he greeted me gave me instant concern. We've met on a number of occasions. There's no way he would have forgotten that, not if he was the real Troy. And the cat thing. Cats love mer people. The mer eat a lot of fish and they have a residual fishy smell. Just a hint. But normally cats roll all over mer people. They love them as much as catnip. I've never seen one hiss at a mer like that. And what tipped you off? Harry was a red flag for sure. And then Troy forgot fish was his favourite food. Not to mention he kept calling me Inspector like Jingo does. I remember when I asked about a friend. Jack Hansen. Yeah, Jack was made up. Total BS on my part. And he agreed right away. Right. I rubbed my head. I would have done a deep dive on Troy using my sub-powers to confirm his identity, but my head was hurting so much that I couldn't risk fucking it up. Still, I'm all but sure we had a lovely dinner with Jude Jingo. This is a fucking mess, and a dangerous one at that. I thought of Kate, and I struggled to push down my panic for her. We had to tread lightly. We couldn't afford to tip Jingo off, but at the same time, Kate's safety was paramount. Agreed, Robbie said. Did we tell Kate? I chewed on that, agonized over it. Finally, I shook my head. I don't think so. Not yet. She'll change the way she acts around him. She can't help but do so, and then he'll know. Right now, he thinks he's flying under the radar, and we have to keep it that way. It's the only advantage we have. I tapped my lip in thought. Have you ever heard of a doppelganger being ousted from a body without the current host dying? Robbie shook his head. I sighed. Oh, me neither. That doesn't mean it's not possible. If anyone knows about an option, it's Amber Delia. It was too late to call her. You're right. I'll give her a call in the morning, and I'll get G-Ho to dig into Troy Fairglass as well. Fairglass or Jingo seemed genuinely surprised about the vampire attack. He did, I agreed. But he's a doppelganger. He's used to acting. It might not mean anything. It might mean something, Robbie disagreed. Oh, this is a mess. I rubbed my forehead. I should have looked at Troy harder, but I ignored my instincts because there was no physical evidence. I let that reassure me because I didn't want Jingo to be in him for Kate's sake. As you said, there's no record of a doppelganger being ousted and the host surviving. Kate will be crushed. I don't want that for her. I rubbed a hand over my face. I let my feelings get in the way of the job. Don't beat yourself up, Stacey. We all want to think the best sometimes. It's not my job to think the best. It's my job to think the truth. I climbed into the car. Let's go. I need sleep. Hopefully tomorrow I'll wake up clear-headed and without this bloody headache. Robbie drove me home and babied me, giving me more medicine and insisting I drink more water. I let him coddle me. It was surprisingly nice to be taken care of. When I tumbled into sleep, he was beside me, but he couldn't guard me there. My arms were pulled taut behind my back, making the sockets hurt. The magic-cancelling cuffs I was bound with were tight, cold metal biting into my wrists. My fear was high. I was panting with it. I told myself Dad would find me soon. He had to know I was missing, had to be frantically searching. Maybe someone had seen me get snatched off the streets. Maybe they had the car's license plate. Maybe they didn't. Tears swam in my eyes and I whimpered. I was so fucking scared. The door opened and the man who walked in smiled at me. Your daddy doesn't know how to take a bribe, little girl. We're going to teach him, aren't we? He pulled some garden shears from his belt, and I started to plead. Stacy, wake up. Wake up, Caresta. Robbie's voice, sharp and urgent, filtered into my consciousness. His arms were around me, rocking me back and forth. It's all right. You're safe, he told me. Just a bad dream. Just a dream, love. It was more than a bad dream. It was a memory. But I nodded against his shoulder. My face was wet with tears, and my throat was sore. I must have been screaming. Sorry, I choked out. Don't you fucking apologize, Stacy. Not ever. Not for that. I started to pull away to wipe my cheeks. Just let me hold you, he entreated, voice rough. Let me hold you a damn minute more, Kaliki. Please. I stopped shoving him away and sank into his arms. He wrapped himself around me, warm and solid. His hand stroked up and down my back as if he couldn't stop. I couldn't wake you, he said. You screamed and screamed and I couldn't wake you. Loki's mind touched mine, full of distress. It was worse than Rude Jingo, he said, subdued. I'm sorry, pig dog. Rawr. It's over now. Rawr. Yes, he agreed, but his upset still swirled through me, hating that I had suffered that. He had seen the echoes in my nightmares. I hated that I'd suffered that too. It was one of the reasons I wore the uniform, to stop others from suffering the way I had. The pain I had suffered as a teen defined me in more ways than one. Even now, I wouldn't let it break me. Somehow I fell back to sleep after the nightmare. Rarely did the dreams come for me now. I wondered if it was because of the pain of the scry, that my mind had pulled up echoes of other pain too. Robbie stayed the whole night, as he had been doing with increasing frequency. But despite my surprising return to sleep, I awoke with gritty eyes and a hollow chest, the remembered fear still choking me. It's over, I told myself. Put it away. I had other things I needed to focus on. Important things, life and death things. Jude Jingo was in Troy Fairglass. I was all but sure of it. In the bathroom, the shower turned on, and a towel was placed on the heated towel rail for me. Robbie was in the kitchen, so I suppose this was Bob's way of telling me it was time to shower. It was odd having the ghost in my bedroom. Knowing Bob was a guy, I'd always assumed the ghost was female, that she was taking care of me, making me eat breakfast, turning the kettle on for a brew, and now making me shower. I'd always thought the ghost's energy was maternal. I'll shower, I told my friendly shade. But you go and hang out with Robbie, won't you? Give me some privacy. Bob pointedly shut the bedroom door behind him as he went. Alone, I stepped into the hot spray, grateful for the heat that helped wash away old memories. Without a shift to get ready for, I indulged in a lengthier shower, luxuriating in the warmth and firmly lodging myself in the here and now, focusing on my breath, on the feel of the cloth on my skin. I was fine. I had survived. Put it away. While Robbie banged around in the kitchen, hopefully making us something delicious for breakfast. The ghost wasn't the only one with the need to take care of me. I dried and dressed and sat on the edge of the bed, trying to order my thoughts. I had a vampire attacker to identify and a doppelganger to rouse out of Troy's body. Both of those things required a conversation with the crone. I checked that it was a civil hour, 7:45 a.m., so just barely, and then called Amber. How are you feeling? She asked as she answered the phone. Her voice lilting with surprising concern. Oh, much better, thank you. I went straight into it. Have you heard of Jude Jingo? She snorted. Obviously. Her knowledge of him wasn't surprising. A cornerstone of Jingo's business was making sure everyone knew who he was, and that he wasn't someone to be messed with. His name was synonymous with intimidation. Until I come up against him as Ash Aspin, I hadn't known what he looked like. Presumably that was because he changed bodies like I got pedicures. Right, I continued. Well, what's not common knowledge is that he's a doppelganger. There was a pregnant pause. That's not ideal. No, I agreed dryly. It gets worse. The body he was subsuming until recently has been found dead. And now he's loose and you have no idea where he is. No, I know where he is, I said with satisfaction. I'm pretty sure anyway. Coggy Prick acted like he found his own body. But the thing is, the new body he's in, well, he's ostensibly dating a friend of mine. I went round to see her at her house last night and we did the double dating thing. All my alarm bells went off. I'm all but certain Jingo is in Troy Fairglass. She whistled. Mer royalty. Exactly so. Another reason to get Jingo out and leave Troy alive. The last thing we need is Matthias Fairglass coming after us for failing to save his son. I need to work out a way to get Jingo out of Fairglass in a scenario where Fairglass gets to live. Have you ever heard of such a thing? No, Amber admitted. From what limited lore I've read, a doppelganger's host always dies. Right, but here's the thing. My medical examiner, Kate Potter, is a witch, a sensitive, and she got a reading from Aspin's body. Relief. I think that means the dryad was alive the whole time, stuck in his body while Jingo controlled it. If that's right, surely there has to be a way to get Jingo out and leave Fairglass alive. Maybe, she said non-committally. Let me look into it. I've got resources, people I can speak to. Let me see what I can dig up. Relief flooded me. She could use resources I couldn't, especially since I needed to fly under the radar on this one. Thanks, Amber. I appreciate your help. Any luck on the vampire's image? Not yet. Bastion's on it, though. He'll get results for you soon. Pride and affection shone through her voice. Of that I have no doubt. Can you ask him to send the image to me? Of course, I'll do that now. Amber? Yes? Thanks so much for all your help. I really appreciate it. You're welcome, she said, sounding gratified. It's certainly nice to be appreciated. She hung up, and I moved on to the next part of my plan. I rang Ji-Ho. Hey, Shirley Lock, he greeted. Are you okay? His voice was laced with concern. I heard you got attacked on your way home. Do you need anything? Actually, I hesitated. I didn't want to use him, to risk getting him into trouble. But what choice did I have? I needed to use every resource at my disposal, and that included the clever, technologically skilled Naiad. Yes, I do. Can you swing by today before work? Maybe with your computer. I'm going to stay off today, have a day's rest. Uh-huh. His tone made it clear he didn't believe a word I was saying. Rest. Sure, you're famous for resting. Well, I'm owed some flexi time, he said. I'll be at yours in 20, and I won't leave until I'm done. You're the best. Just as I hung up, there was a knock at the door. Robbie, I hollered from my bedroom. Can you grab that? There was no way it could be Ji-Ho already. Robbie must have got the door, because moments later, I heard murmuring. I went out and stopped dead when I saw Channing. The detective wore jeans, a t-shirt, and a stubborn expression. Channing, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at work in 10 and you're not dressed for it. He looked at me flatly. I'm sick. He coughed half-heartedly into his hand. So I can see, I deadpanned, but a smile pulled at my lips. Loki gave the detective a welcoming trill and flew around my aide before settling on his shoulder and nuzzling him. Channing seemed pleased by the warm reception. I brought you Dr. Pepper. He had a pack of 6 cans in his hand. In case you needed to bribe your way into my apartment? I asked in amusement. Exactly, he confirmed unashamedly.
I laughed. Come on in, then. I can't turn down Dr. Pepper.
Robbie took the cans from Channing and put them in the fridge to cool.
You want some breakfast, Detective? I'm making waffles.
Channing eyed the mess in my kitchen and inhaled the delicious aroma wafting from it.
Well, if it's not too much trouble, I'd love some. Not at all. You talk amongst yourselves.
My huge ogre mate went back to making us waffles, acted like he wasn't listening at all, while I knew every word was being engraved into his memory. I told Channing about our suspicions that Jingo was in Troy. We were discussing what to do about Kate, when another knock sounded at the door. I frowned. With the best will in the world, there was still no way it was Ji-ho yet. What was going on this morning? Felt like Lime Street Station in here. I moved to answer it, gathering my intention ready as I went, just in case. I opened the door to find Elvira, dressed in her usual sex-kitten version of the inspector's uniform, complete with eyeliner and tumbling hair that was unfairly bouncy. "What are you doing here?" I said, as I stared at her. She brushed past me into the apartment. "I had an optician's appointment. Turns out my eyesight's fine, but my tolerance for bullshit is worsening. Talking of which," she grinned at Channing, "how's that bug going, Detective? You sounded really sick on the phone." His cheeks reddened, and he offered another faux cough, making her laugh. Her smile faded. "Listen, I'm not stopping long. I have to be on parade soon. I just wanted you to know. Faraday came by to check you closed the file. I showed him you'd covered everything off, but only after I'd already found him in your office." A chill ran down my spine. "My office?" "Yeah. Your office."
"Ah, maybe I won't poop on her," Loki said into the confines of my mind.
He flew from Channing's shoulder to go and rest on hers. "Hey, fuzzball," she said brusquely to my bird, but her fingers were whisper soft, and she stroked Loki's chest. She dropped her hand and looked at me. "Stacy, you need to watch yourself with this one." "Understood," I murmured. And I did. She had dropped by with a warning. She hadn't texted, hadn't called. She wanted zero evidence of this chat. Because she thought, sooner or later, someone would come looking for it. Yeah, I understood all right. Elvira's eyes were dark and serious on mine. "All right, I've got to get going in case anyone figures out that my optician's appointment is as bogus as Channing's cough. I'll keep one ear to the ground at the station, but you keep yourself safe. Let me know if you need anything, on or off record." She looked over at Robbie. "You keep her safe too." He looked amused at that.
"Have you ever tried to get Stacy to do something she doesn't want to do?"
Elvira grinned. "I said keep her safe. I didn't say with her permission." "Hey," I objected. "I keep myself safe at all times." "Yeah," Elvira said, "but I have a bad feeling all the same." She bit her lip. "Maybe you should close the Aspen case." "It is closed," I insisted. She snorted. "Yeah, sure." She opened the door, and this time Ji-ho was standing there, a hand raised as if about to knock. "I did not see you here," Elvira told Ji-ho, and then she hustled past him and away. Ji-ho's lips were curled up.
"Looks like we've got a real conspiracy cooking here."
"Something like that," I sighed. "Come in, shut the door. We've got rules to break." He grinned and shut the door. Chapter 10. I had told Ji-ho to bring his computer, and being the overachiever he was, he'd brought 3. He sat down at my small dining room table, pulled one out, and fired it up.
"What do you need?"
he asked, looking up at me, fingers hovering over the keyboard. "First, I want a financial check on Troy Fairglass. I want full financial records of his spending for the past week. And please flag anything on the day Aspen died and anything since."
"You got it."
Ji-ho started typing rapidly. After a minute, he set the computer aside and pushed it back across the table.
"That's running. What else do you need?"
"A deep dive on Jude Jingo. Laura started a file before, but that only has official data. I want the unofficial data."
The good stuff.
Bouncing in his chair, he started typing on the second computer.
Now we're talking. You want some waffles?
Robbie offered the naiad.
No, thanks, man. Though I would say no to some coffee.
He asked, but he eyed the instant coffee grounds by the kettle dubiously. Rightly so. I was about to apologize for my paltry coffee offerings when Robbie lifted a small coffee machine from my cupboard, set it on the counter, and started it percolating. At my gaping, he winked, mercury eyes warm and amused. Apparently, he'd bought me a new coffee machine. He and Ji-ho were cut from the same coffee-loving cloth, and my instant grounds weren't up to the task. I thought his coffee this morning had smelled too good. I didn't mind that Robbie had bought himself a coffee machine to live at my flat. If anything, I liked it. Still, we should probably talk about how much time he was spending at my flat and where we'd live when we eventually got married, but those conversations often fell away in the face of the long, hard days we both had. The last thing either of us wanted to do after work was discuss logistics. I shuffled such things into my one-day-soon to-do list. Not urgent, not immediate, but soon. The problem with such a plan was that the items rarely moved from the soon category to the now list. Instead, they mostly lingered in task limbo, but I could feel the weight of it all growing. I couldn't ignore the heavy conversations forever. Robbie gave Ji-ho a coffee, then handed me and Channing waffles, overflowing with butter and golden syrup. I felt like I'd died and gone to heaven. With his hands full, Robbie had left my tea on the kitchen counter, so Bob helpfully floated it over. Thanks, Bob, I murmured. Channing frowned. Who's Bob? He looked around before eyeing me. You used the IR to float that tea over, right? No, I said absently. That's just Bob, my resident ghost. Channing paled. Ghosts are real? Officially, no. I lifted my fork. Unofficially, I definitely have one in my flat. But his main job seems to be taking care of me, and he's most insistent that I have a good breakfast. He's harmless. Channing's eyes were wild. But where is he? Wherever he wants to be, I suppose. I don't think he's here all the time. Maybe he visits the other flats too. I cut into my waffle. He's a good guy. Don't sweat it. Ji-ho's hands paused on his computer. I thought ghosts weren't real. Well, they're not supposed to be, but what else would you call Bob? We all looked at the floating cup of tea hanging in mid-air. I reached out and took it. I've got it, thanks, I said, and the weight fell into my hand as Bob released it. I took a casual sip. It's no big deal. Setting the mug down, I dived pointedly into my waffles. It's a bit of a big deal, Ji-ho muttered, staring unblinkingly at where the mug had been. After a moment, he cleared his throat and turned back to his computer. I didn't want Bob to feel bad. If Bob was the only ghost in the world, and not just the only ghost in the world I and Channing and Ji-ho had ever dealt with, I didn't want to ram it down his throat. Channing walked around to the other laptop and pulled it towards him to work on Troy's financials. He scanned the screen intently, and after a few moments, he jabbed it in excitement. We've got something, he said in triumph. On the day of the murder, Troy spent a cool 100 quid at a florist's. I thought of the bouquet of flowers found dead next to Aspen and murmured, the dead flowers on scene. Yeah, Channing agreed. I'll call the florist to confirm that Troy bought them. He looked at me, eyes gleaming. If he did buy those flowers and they match the description of the ones found dead at the scene, then we know Troy's story of finding Aspen dead is bogus. The narrative changes. Troy bought healthy flowers, met Aspen while he was still alive, and then Aspen, well, Jingo, I guess, used the dryad's powers to affect the flowers, making them shrivel and die. And that couldn't happen if the dryad was already dead. You're right, and though it's certainly persuasive, it's all circumstantial. It's not the nail in the coffin we need. And we can't assume anything. Maybe Troy bought some other flowers for his mum. Still, I couldn't deny this rang true for me. A dryad's powers were capable of interacting with plants, and it was completely up Jingo Street to use such powers to cause the flowers to wither and die. Jingo once said his handle on his dryad powers wasn't great, I commented. turning it over in my mind. That at least meant he had some dryad powers at his fingertips.
He doesn't need a good handle on it to shrivel a few flowers,
Channing said. He was almost certainly right. All right, run it down.
I'll call the florist.
He walked off and did so. I could hear him introducing himself, rattling off his badge number and confirming what Troy Fairglass had bought on the day in question. I cut into my waffles and chewed quietly. The room remained silent, all eyes on the detective, while we waited for some evidence to fall into place.
Zinnias,
Channing repeated, grinning.
Thanks for your help.
Channing gave a fist pump as he hung up.
We've got him, sir. Troy bought the bouquet of zinnias, the exact same type found dead on the scene. This proves it. Jingo used Aspen's powers to kill the flowers, and I'm betting he goaded Troy into killing him. Since he was found on Kate's lawn, it's not a stretch to assume that Jingo threatened Kate and Fairglass put an end to it. Permanently.
I nodded. I agree that's the likeliest scenario, but we need more evidence.
It's a solid start. Keep looking. That deep background search on Jude Jingo is running, Jiho said. What else do you need?
It would be rude not to use all 3 computers. I winked. I need to know about doppelgangers, specifically if anyone has ever survived one of their hostile takeovers.
Jiho bobbed his head in thought. That's a specific set of circumstances, all right. Leave it with me. This one might take a while.
He looked at the time, then at Channing.
Jiho coughed. You know, he said, I'm not feeling so well either. I better call in sick. There's a horrible bug going around the office.
Channing agreed solemnly.
The tech whiz smirked. What a shame. I've got something, Channing said a while later. On the day of the murder, Fairglass dropped some cash in Citygate.
Citygate was a menswear shop on Bridge Street.
Channing stood. I'll go and speak to the employees, see if I can find out what he bought. Might not be anything, but it's better to be thorough.
He was quoting me, I realized with a pleased smile.
You can't go, Channing, Robbie asserted. You're supposed to be sick, and Citygate is right by your office. If Thackeray or Faraday see you, you'll be facing a disciplinary. The chance of them seeing me is small, Channing argued, looking faintly nervous. I'll go, Robbie insisted. You're not with the connection, Channing protested. They won't speak to you. You poor, sweet summer child, Jiho said. Krieg doesn't need a badge to make people speak to him.
I winced. That was depressingly true. And Robbie was right. I didn't want Channing getting into trouble on my behalf. You go. I nodded to Robbie. But ask nicely. No broken skin or bones.
You never let me have any fun,
he pouted, eyes sparkling with mischief. But they hardened as he looked at Jiho and Channing.
A vampire attacked her. You keep her safe in my absence.
Because he knew me, he fixed his eyes on me too.
And you keep yourself safe.
I glared at him flatly. I will. Now scoot. And come back with answers. He sent me a mock salute that was entirely too reminiscent of Elvira's sass. Why did no one respect my authority? He hadn't been gone long when there was a knock at the door. Frowning, I opened it, and Laura bustled in. Hey, boss, she said casually as she shut the door behind her, and turned to Jiho. I bought the file, just like you asked. She strode over and handed him a bulky folder. I found my voice. What the hell is this? Why are you here? Oh, I brought Jude Jingo's folder over, the official one. That's why I'm late to the party. It took me and Elvira ages to photocopy the whole thing. She was particular about not letting the real file leave the office. Jiho opened the mammoth manila folder and scanned it, eyes narrowing to slits as he read at an insane pace, hands blurring. When he finished, he looked pale.
Jude Jingo is not someone to mess with.
Channing snorted. We all knew that.
Yeah.
Jiho shifted in his seat, looking at me.
But did you know you're continuing a campaign your father started?
A chill rushed over me. What do you mean?
There were numerous arrests in his file. No charges, but a lot of arrests.
Jiho placed his hand over the thick folder, his dark eyes concerned.
Stacy, all of them were by your father. Marcus Wise.
Chapter 11. My mind was reeling. Dad had gone up against Jingo too? Was there more to Jingo's fascination with me than I'd thought? A vendetta? Unease stirred. What did that mean for the evidence he'd given me? Oh, fuck. I was more sure than ever that Jingo was playing me. I just didn't know what the game was. I chewed on my lip and looked at Laura. Jiho texted you?
Don't worry, Jiho said. I've already deleted all evidence from her phone, my phone, and our respective networks. There's zero evidence I ever asked her to bring the file here, not even in the cloud-based backup servers. Zero evidence. Zilch. Tension slid out of my shoulders, and I blew out of breath. Okay. I'm glad you're on our side. I'd better get back, Laura said. I'm on my lunch break. It's 10:30 a.m. I took it early. Hope you feel better soon, Elliot, she said to Channing, using finger quotes. I blinked. I wasn't sure I'd known that Channing's first name was Elliot. Made me think of E.T. Thanks for coming, Laura, I said. I appreciate it. She looked at me fiercely. I've got your back, boss. We all do. She gave me a one-armed hug with surprising strength and marched out. Ah, you are loved, Loki murmured. Not loved, I corrected. Respected. He blew a raspberry in my head. Ah, silly pig dog. Can't see past her nose. Uh-huh. Nice chatting to you, I said dryly. Channing and I divided Jingo's paper file between us and settled in to wade through the nefarious past of Jude Jingo. When Robbie returned, he looked triumphant. What have you got? I asked. He shot me a look. Inspector, let me have my moment. I was an undercover cop working for the Connection secretly. His eyes glimmered with mischief. It was a lot of fun. I doubt the shop assistant bought it for a moment. Maybe not, but I enjoyed myself all the same. And I got you your information. He pulled out his phone. This is what he bought. He showed me an image of a simple, crisp, pale blue shirt. I said. He bought it on the day of his date with Kate, but that wasn't what he was wearing when I saw him later that night. I drew up a copy of his statement on Spell. In his statement to me, he said he bought the new shirt that day specifically for the date later on that evening, but he was wearing a white shirt, still starched in harsh lines like it had been pulled out of the packet. Not that blue one. Did he buy a white shirt there too? No. It might not mean anything. Maybe he changed his mind about wearing blue. Maybe it was nothing. Yet my gut said maybe it was something. Maybe he'd worn that blue shirt and taken it off because of blood splatter. Yeah. My gut liked that. And if he had swapped shirts, maybe we could find the blood-stained discarded one in his dirty laundry basket. I'd found blood-stained clothes at another of Jingo's residences once. When you hurt people every day, blood-stained clothes become the norm. You didn't need to panic and burn them like most innocent people did. No, you chucked them in the hamper for the maid to launder. A trip to Troy's home was in order. Still, if Troy was Jingo, and I was certain that he was, I wanted to keep Loki off his radar. Way off. Jingo had imprisoned Loki before, and I'd be damned if I gave him an opportunity to do the same again. I'm heading out, I told my bonded bird. Can you stay here and supervise things at home? Tell me if the team here have any breakthroughs. His little chest puffed out. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, buddy. I looked at Robbie. You up for some breaking and entering with me? He winked. Always. Fairglass lived in an apartment in the Royal Albert Dock, red-bricked and sun-drenched. It looked cozy and inviting. The docks were busy, with people wrapped in coats and persevering in getting the most out of the autumn sun. The location was busy, but its proximity to water made it convenient for a merman. I'd expected Troy to live on the ground floor, but the seventh son of the Mer King resided in the penthouse suite. Of course he did. The apartment was so fancy they even had a greeter at the door, who confirmed Troy had just left the building, which meant we had the all clear to go snooping. I flashed my badge, and the building manager took us into a sleek lift and up to the penthouse. No questions asked. Thank you can go now, I said to the manager, once he'd unlocked the door for us. Pull the door closed when you leave, he grunted. It'll lock automatically. Don't do it by accident, or I won't let you in a second time. My eyes went flinty. You'll open the damn door for me as many times as I need. He swallowed. Right. Sure. He left, and I watched him walk back to the chrome lift and step into it and away. When I was sure we didn't have an audience, I pulled on purple disposable gloves and handed a pair to Robbie, who snapped them on with a flourish. You're enjoying this, I muttered. I'm enjoying watching you, he corrected, voice warm with amusement. My cheeks heated despite myself. So romantic. It is, actually. We're bonding over criminal activities. He winked. I rolled my eyes. They let us in, Robbie. I hate to tell you this, but this doesn't constitute a crime. We're here with permission. Not the owner's permission, he argued. Now hush, and let me enjoy breaking into someone's home with my police officer fiancé. I laughed a little and pushed the door open wide so we could see what we were dealing with. A wave of cool air washed over us, scented with sea salt and something expensive and sharp. I recognized the scent from dinner, Troy's cologne. For it to be lingering in the air, he must have sprayed it recently. I wondered at the coolness. Did Myrrh need a cooler temperature to feel comfortable since they were used to the freezing plunges of the sea? The lightning was bright, and floor-to-ceiling curved windows stretched the entire length of the outer wall, showing off as much of Liverpool as they could fit into one view. It did a good job, too. Outside, the Albert Dock glittered with sunset reflections, people hustling and boats bobbing lazily. I drew my gaze back inward. The suite was different from what I'd expected. It was luxurious, yes, but carefully curated. Not too flashy, no gold taps, no marble lions. The penthouse was all clean lines and ocean colours. Deep navy cushions, pale driftwood furniture, steel and glass edges. Everything was sleek, but the textures softened it. Wool throws folded over the back of a sofa the size of a small yacht. A rug that looked hand-woven in muted blues and stormy greys. A huge piece of art dominated the far wall. Abstract. Swirls of ink and water, dark shapes twisting through lighter ones. There was an edge to the piece, like someone had painted a deadly riptide. Nice, Robbie commented, following my gaze. Yeah, I guess so. You like your art, your pottery? There's a ton at the Ogre's Den. He hesitated before he confessed. The pottery is mine. What do you mean, yours? I make it, he admitted, but his frame was tense. He'd gone from relaxing and strolling around with me to looking like a man bracing for execution. It's amazing, I said honestly. Why does telling me that make you look as tense as you did when we were at the den blessing? He pressed his lips together. Father didn't approve of my artistic pursuits. He thought them womanly. I gaped at him. Are you serious? Art isn't gendered. Fuck, nothing should be gendered. Do what makes you happy. If that's making pottery, painting, or dressing up in a tutu, I couldn't give less of a fuck. Were you nervous to tell me that? Robbie, I love you. I want you to be happy. And I'm on board with anything that does that. I paused. Well, not anything. I'd have issues if you wanted to torture and kill people to get your rocks off. But art? Pottery? I snorted. Fill your boots. He crossed the distance between us and crushed me to him in a fierce hug that told me precisely how nervous he had been to confess his secret clay habit. It spoke of how much I loved him that I let him hug me at a potential crime scene. I squeezed back just as tightly, and when he pulled back, his eyes were gleaming suspiciously. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet your dad, I began. I know he raised you alone and with love, and he probably did his best, but why'd hit him upside the head for making you feel like you had to hide your hobbies? Robbie held my face. You would have too, he said admiringly. So fierce, my Carista. He pressed his lips to mine in a gentle kiss. Oh, I adore you, Stacy. For some reason, that undid me more than his declarations of love had done. I didn't think I'd ever been adored before. Work now, I said, clearing my throat. Of course, Inspector, but later we'll make time for play. He winked.
and my insides warmed. I took a step away from him. It sounds good to me. I turned away from my fiancé and looked at the room. Hopefully it would tell me more about Troy Fairglass, and, if we were lucky, perhaps a thing or two about Jude Jingo. The greeter said Troy hadn't long left, so that meant Jingo had definitely come here to scope out the residence. Whether he'd used it as such and we'd find some dirty laundry, or whether he'd come here to snoop on Troy, I didn't know. The living area flowed into a kitchen without walls. Only a shift in flooring from warm wood to slate showed its shift in purpose. The kitchen counters were pale stone and spotless, with a bowl of fruit arranged so perfectly, I suspected the whole thing was fake. A closer examination confirmed the fruit was indeed ceramic. Who did that? What was the point of fake fruit? There was a wine rack built into the wall, and every bottle looked like it cost more than my weekly grocery shop. The Mer Prince was a man with fine taste, but the apartment felt cold, and that had to do with more than running the air conditioning. A single glass sat on the counter, upended and bone dry. No other dishes, no clutter. No evidence of the man who lived here or the imposter who had swept through. No helpful posters setting up Jingo's evil 6-point plan, which I hadn't expected but would have welcomed all the same. The property reminded me of a hotel suite, the kind you slept in but didn't live in. There were no books, no knickknacks from travelling. Everything was sterile. Top of the line, but sterile. I walked slowly, eyes scanning. No shoes by the door. No jacket thrown over a chair. No evidence of any letters. No spam mail. Perhaps he had a mail slot downstairs. I'd have to check at the reception desk. It's nicely done, but it's not very lived in, Robbie commented. No, it's not, I agreed. For all Robbie had fine things at the den, it was anything but cold. Everything was layered texture and inviting. The den. I couldn't stop picturing it in my mind and comparing this place to that. The den is nice, I blurted. Are we expected to live there? Apparently, the topic had been hovering in the to be discussed soon column for too long, and my brain had shoved it firmly into now. Robbie licked his lips, and I appreciated his show of nerves, because the king of the ogres had a poker face that could see him win the World Poker Tour if he were so inclined. So he was letting me see his nerves, just like the pottery-related tension earlier. I'd asked him to let me in, and he was. Truly. Perhaps the pottery revelation had made me see him more clearly too. I've been planning to raise that issue, he admitted, shifting his weight. I would like us to live together, yes. In ogre culture that doesn't happen until marriage, which is why I've been making sure to spend 1 or 2 nights at the den, lest I be accused of an infraction. But an ogre king must reside in a den for his protection, and to offer protection too. The most vulnerable reside on den property. Older ogres and children, as such. There must be warriors there at all times. Okay. I'll let that settle in. I hadn't seen anyone old or especially young at the den's blessing. Had they been deliberately absent? The vulnerable hidden away while the rest put on a show of strength? The ogre king must live in a den. So that's that then. So we have no choice. I tried to keep the emotion out of my voice as I stated the obvious. He snorted. There are always choices, Inspector. You know that. You just have to find them. You just said that the Ogre King must reside at a den. Yes, but we could start our own den. A far smaller one, or... He paused. We could change my status. My heart pounded. I needed to be 100% clear on this. What do you mean? What are you suggesting, Robbie? He shrugged like it was no big deal. Like we weren't talking about him abdicating for me. I arranged for someone to challenge me for leadership. Not a to-the-death challenge, but perhaps unconsciousness. I let them win. I walk away as another ordinary ogre, and you and I live wherever the fuck we want. However the fuck we want. That was a lot to unpack. For a beat, it was tempting. Really tempting. But he'd never once asked me to give up my role for him. And I would never dream of asking him to do that for me. For both of us, our jobs weren't just employment. They defined us. Asking him to give up his crown would fracture something within him. I'd never want that for him. I shook my head before my brain had fully processed his words, but the instinctual reaction didn't feel wrong. I could picture him storming into Quintos's ball like an avenging angel, rage and power rolling off him. If he removed his crown for me, if he lessened himself for me, or because I didn't want to live in a commune, he'd resent me. Not right away, but surely one day. Because he was a good king. A good man. He deserved to lead. And I found I wasn't so against the idea of living in the den as I might have been months ago. It was a big step and a little intimidating, but I'd never been one to shy away from a challenge. I'll move into the den with you, I said. The current one, not a fake little one that will cause more political problems for you. He closed his eyes, and the tension drained out of him in a rush. His shoulders slumped and he whispered, "Thank you. Of course, but you should know. I only love you for your crown," I teased. "I can't have you giving it away for me or the attraction will surely fade." He opened those stunning mercury eyes and seemed to see right to the heart of me. "Bullshit," he said. "You'd love me if I was nothing. Had nothing. You love me despite my wealth and power. Not because of it." "Yeah," I admitted, and looped my arms around his neck. "Look at us, knowing each other inside and out." "Indeed. It's almost like we're fated mates," he replied dryly. I laughed and leaned in close, letting my breath tickle the shell of his ear. "Since you know me so well, you'll know how I desperately need to finish scouring the scene." He barked a laugh as my hands fell away from him. "Yes, I do know that. Do your thing, Inspector. And later, I'll do mine." "Deal." It took effort to shake myself and my brain back to the case, but Kate needed me to be focused. Hell, Troy needed me to be focused. So I looked around the penthouse suite and tried to be analytical. The living space hadn't given me much of an insight into the Mer's mind. Frankly, from what I'd seen of his home so far, it was presentable, neat, and utterly soulless. Still, some people like clean, sleek, modern lines. Maybe it was unfair of me to call it soulless. Decluttering was a thing for a reason, but I found myself missing all the homely touches that punctuated my home and the home I'd been raised in. Each to their own, I supposed. I headed towards the hallway that branched off from the main living space. The lighting shifted again, with subtle recessed LEDs along the baseboards giving the corridor a soft glow. The walls here were decorated with framed photographs, and I paused to look at them. They weren't of family or friends, but various pictures of water. One was a black and white shot of waves smashing against cliffs, violent and glorious. Another showed an underwater scene with sunlight spearing down in pale beams, illuminating something that might have been coral, but it was hard to tell without the vibrancy of colour. The photos were stunning, but the whole place felt professionally put together. I continued down the hall. The master bedroom door was ajar, and I entered it. The bed was sizable, a king size at least, immaculate, and dressed in slate grey sheets with a navy duvet folded back. No signs of sleep. Jingo might have been here, but he hadn't slept here. He'd risk going somewhere else to put his head down for the night. I pulled my phone out and dialed Ji-Ho. "Yo, Shirley Locke, you got anything helpful?" "Not yet, but it's clear Jingo didn't stay the night here. Everything is creepily neat and tidy. So I need you to dig deeper into Jingo's financials. I need to know what property he has. He must have a way to access his money and properties no matter whose body he's in." "I've been looking into it," Ji-Ho said, "but so far I've found plenty of money buried under his name, Jude Jingo, or under various aliases I've found that he's repeated over the years, but no property so far. And that's unusual for someone with a portfolio his size." "How much is he worth?" I asked out of curiosity. "Around 100 million that I found so far. No doubt there's more." I whistled. Whoever said crime doesn't pay. "All right, thanks, Ji-Ho." A thought struck me. Dive into his second-in-command, Reed. Maybe he holds property on Jingo's behalf. "I can do that," he said, and in my mind's eye I pictured him in his new office at Bridge Street, bobbing his head in thought, even though I knew full well he was at my flat. "Is Reed his first name or second?" he asked. "No idea, but he'll be listed under known associates." "Give me a second." Ji-Ho hummed a K-pop song as he scanned data for me.
Here we go. Django Reed.
Django, I said in surprise. Jude Jingo and Django. Well, that's not suspicious at all. Is Django his real name?
According to his birth certificate, I can see it's real, Jiho said. But we both know those things can be faked for a price.
Anything can be faked for a price, I muttered, as my brain whirred. Look into the properties in Reed's name, okay?
On it.
We hung up, and I turned my attention back to the too-neat bedroom. I walked towards the wardrobe. The doors were glossy and seamless, and I could see my own reflection distorted in them like I was underwater. It was quite a cool trick. Someone had designed this place with care, and with a merman in mind. I pulled open the wardrobe, and it was organized with the same kind of precision that said either OCD or serial killer. Shirts hung in a row, perfectly spaced, all color-coordinated in line with the rainbow. I took myself to the blue section, but while there were some lighter shades, none of them matched the shirt I'd seen on Robbie's phone. There was very little in the way of casual clothes. One pair of jeans, some plain t-shirts, but that was it. No hoodies, no cargo trousers, nothing that said relaxed and chilling at home. I scanned the lower shelves. He had shoes lined up like soldiers. Smart leather, polished, once again color-coordinated through these, without exception, were in ranges of brown, grey and black. Suffice it to say, Troy wasn't adventurous with his footwear. "Robbie," I called, "come in here. I want to double-check that shade of blue on your phone." He walked in, phone out and ready. I looked at the screen and rummaged through the blue shirts again. And no, not a single one was the right shade or cut. I checked the dirty laundry basket in the marble white bathroom. Depressingly empty. I had nothing. Chapter 12. I rang Kate while Robbie drove us across the Mersey and back to my far more modest flat in Chester. "Hey, Stacey," Kate answered warmly. "Thanks so much for coming for dinner, even with your scry headache. I really appreciate it." "You're welcome. It was a lovely evening." I hesitated, unsure of how to broach my reason for calling. I decided to go with blunt honesty whilst holding back the more deadly elements. "Look, Kate, I found out Troy is doing some dangerous deals, and I need you to keep away from him for me, just while those go down. Something's going on with the Mer people, and you need to stay away from him for a bit. It's too dangerous for you." "Dangerous?" she asked, alarmed. "Well, dangerous how? I can't go into it, but I need you to take me at my word." "But what's changed since last night?" "Nothing but the fact that I know more. I'm sorry. I know this will be hard for you, but trust me, you have to stay away from Troy, just for now. Not forever, hopefully." Is he in trouble?" "Troy isn't in any trouble," I assured her. Though Troy surely was in a difficult situation, it was Jingo who was in trouble. But Troy is mixed up with some dangerous people, and I don't want you to get caught in the crosshairs. Look, I'll tell you everything I can when it's safer, but promise me you won't meet up with him. Just fob him off with being too busy at work or something. For me, please?" After a heavy pause, she said, "Okay. I won't meet up with him, but when you can give it, I'd really like to hear that proper explanation. I promise I'll give it when I can. Just stay on your guard, Kate. Stick with Beth in public spaces." Her voice was shaky as she said, "Stacey, you're scaring me. How much trouble is he in?" "The worst kind," I thought, but I didn't say it. "I'm working hard at resolving it," I said instead. "Leave it with me. Everything is going to be okay. I like him, Stacey." "I know you do, Kate, but for now, if you see him, run like hell in the other direction. I promise I'm going to sort this out for you. You have my word." I hung up before she could ask more, and as I pocketed my phone, Robbie reached out with his free hand to lace his fingers through mine.
"This situation might not resolve in an okay way, Stacey," he warned softly. "The odds are not in his favor."
"I know," I admitted, "but I can't give up on someone ousting Jingo from his body and freeing him, you know?"
"I know. You're a good person."
"Thanks, but it's not my morals here. It's my professionalism. This case, it started out as who killed Ash Aspin. Well, we're all but certain the answer is Troy Fairglass. I'll see what he says when we can speak to him as opposed to Jingo, and I'm certain we will. But as judge, jury, and executioner, I'm betting he did it in defense of a third party. He did it to save Kate from whatever horrors Aspin spewed at him. Troy hasn't got a single ding on his record. Now that could be his daddy dearest bribing people to wipe things clean. But his penthouse suite didn't show any weird perversions. No weapons. No unusual wads of cash. No red flags besides the fact that the place is a little cold. You clear him of killing Aspin? Yeah, I would. I'll speak to him first, but if it falls out the way I expect it to, yeah, I would. So the heart of the case shifts because we know who did it and almost certainly why. Now, the case is trying to save Troy from Jingo. And if I can't get Jingo out and have Troy breathing at the end, then I've failed. And I really hate that. It might happen, Robbie said grimly. You have to brace yourself for that. You can't win them all. No, I can't, and there are open cases and cold cases that prove that. My dad's murder, for one, but... I shook my head. Kate wouldn't get over it if we failed. She'd blame me, I think. And our friendship would be over before it got a chance to start. Robbie squeezed my hand. I think you underestimate her and your budding relationship, but I understand your fears. I'm just not sure we can save Troy. I let out a sigh. That was the crux of the issue. Could he be saved? Or was hosting a doppelganger always a death sentence? When I entered my flat, the tension was so high it was like slamming into a wall. I looked between Ji-ho and Channing. Hey, what's going on? Channing looked down at the table, jaw working. Ji-ho? I asked. My friend was unnaturally still. He wasn't bopping or bouncing, but frozen. His face a rictus of misery so intense that I closed the distance between us and pulled him into a hug. It's okay, I murmured. Whatever it is, it's okay. I was surprised when I felt him shake, when tears started to fall. When he pulled back from me, eyes haunted, my gut clenched. You were so fucking young, Stacy, to go through that. Ji-ho's voice was barely a whisper. Robbie came up behind me and rested a hand on the small of my back, offering silent support. With effort, I kept my voice brisk and businesslike. You found my file. It was a statement, not a question. I knew that horror. I remembered it in my mum's eyes when she saw what had been done to me. Yes, Ji-ho admitted. I found a lead. A small one. An addendum buried in a footnote in a file stated that someone claimed not to have been responsible for his actions. He claimed to have been controlled by a doppelganger. I dug into it and, well, none of the usual procedural steps were taken. He was shuffled into Wraithmore without a trial. I went cold. Everyone who went to Wraithmore got a trial. That was the deal. The inspectors were judge, jury, and executioner. When the kill order came in, we followed it. But some deserve to suffer. Deserve the humiliation of a trial and the constraint of imprisonment. There was no rehabilitation program at Wraithmore. No parole for good behavior. There was just a damned and locked up, with little or no hope of freedom ever again. In some ways, it was the crueler fate for the very worst of us. For some, death was too easy. But everyone there was supposed to get a trial. That's why we compiled evidence so thoroughly. For those few we can find and chucked away the key. I swallowed hard, because I was no idiot. There was a reason Ji-ho had brought up my case first. Who? I asked tightly. Who claimed they were controlled by a doppelganger? Vance Broadlake. My ears rang as the name of my childhood kidnapper dropped from Ji-ho's lips. Chapter 13. Robbie's soft touch on my back had become a firm hold around me, his arms all but holding me up. I tried to fight my racing heart, the ringing in my ears, the tunneling of my vision. The living space tilted like the floor had decided straight lines were optional. The air felt too thick in my lungs, and my fingers went cold and clumsy at my sides. I fixed my gaze on a single point on the wall and forced myself to breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth, the way my therapist had drilled into me until it became muscle memory. I'd been braced for that name to fall from Jiho's lips, yet the visceral rip of pure fear hearing it left me wanting to vomit. Loki screeched a sound of pure upset and agony, and then he was there, a light weight on my shoulder and a press of soft feathers against the skin of my neck. His talons pricked gently through my shirt, grounding me. Loki smelled faintly of paper and warm dust, like old books left in sunlight. It was ridiculous, but the scent made my throat burn. I had the tiniest support animal in the world, yet he packed a huge punch. "I'm okay," I lied weakly to my bird. He didn't reply, just sent me a wave of affection and support so strong it bolstered me. My vision cleared, and the sickness receded. When I joined the connection, my file had been sealed. Only the very highest level clearance could access the sordid details about what Vance Broadlake had done to me. But Jiho had got through the seal. Of course he had. And he'd showed Channing, who still couldn't look at me. His face had gone that washed-out, sickly colour people get right before they either vomited or cried. A notebook was open on his lap. He was using that rather than his trusty spell app, since this was off the books. But his hands were clenched so tightly around it that the pages bowed. He looked like he wanted to say something, anything, but he didn't know what to say. Torture wasn't something seen every day, and some things you couldn't unsee. I was sorry that some of my trauma had been used to scrape more green off him. I took a steadying breath and gently disentangled myself from Robbie. I was grateful for his support, but I needed to stand on my own 2 feet, if only to prove to myself that I could. I planted my feet shoulder-width apart, like I was squaring up to an invisible opponent. My hands shook, so I curled them into fists and pretended it was from anger instead of remembered fear. Robbie let me move away without a fight, his hand trailing a soft caress over my back as I stepped away. A back he knew was riddled with scars from Vance Broadlake. My skin jumped beneath his touch. Nerves misfiring. My body remembering things my mind would rather forget. I pushed it all away. Far away. It's over. I survived. "All right," I said, into the uncomfortable silence. "If a doppelganger took over Vance Broadlake, then looks like I'm going to Wraithmore sooner than I thought." "The fuck you are!" Robbie exploded. His voice hit the walls like he'd tossed a brick at them. Jiho flinched, shoulders jumping, and Loki's feathers puffed along his neck. Robbie's jaw flexed hard enough that I heard his teeth click. I was suddenly reminded that he was the king of the ogres, vital and strong. A warrior, a killer. And he did not look happy. "By hell, Stacy," he continued, "you are not going to visit your kidnapper. I forbid it." I forgave him the words spoken in fury, but barely. I raised my chin. "You're not going to stop me, Robbie. I'll go even if I have to use Ava to siren song past all the guards." She could do it too. I dug into Ava Gray when she started dating Rupert. Her song was strong, level 5 strong. Robbie breathed heavily through his nose, hands opening and closing into fists. "You get her into trouble." "She's rich, white and beautiful." I shrugged with a casualness I didn't feel. I didn't want to use Ava, but I needed to get into Wraithmore, and I'd do it however I could. "She'll be fine. Besides, Daddy runs one of the biggest law firms in the UK. He'll get her out of any trouble I get her in." "Maybe," Robbie conceded. "But do you think Rupert will forgive you for endangering her, for using her like that?" He had a point, and no, Rupert wouldn't be so quick to forgive me for putting the love of his life in danger. And I got that. I'd kill him if he put Robbie at risk. That was assuming, of course, Ava could or would even help me. I have to do this, I said. I have to meet him, to look him in the eye and see if he's telling the truth. I met Robbie's hard, mercury gaze. It'll give me closure. Closure I always should have had. But more. There surely must be more doppelgangers out there, but I only know of Jingo. He's always been obsessed with me. How long has the obsession gone on for? When did it start? Chest heaving, Robbie started to pace. His voice, when it came out, was a low growl that sounded like it had been scraped along gravel.
You think it might have been Jingo who cut you?
Maybe. If Broadlake is telling the truth.
I'll tear Troy apart with my bare hands, he rumbled. Rip his insides out and barbecue them.
Robbie, I chastised. We like Troy, remember?
I didn't like him that much. And I want Jingo dead.
If you kill Jingo while he's in Troy, then you'll be his next host and we'll be fucked all over again. Calm down, get your shit together, and let's work out a motherfucking plan. We need to get rid of Jingo once and for all. Robbie huffed and dragged a hand through his hair, carefully running over one side of his tusks and then the other. Jaw working, he shook his head at himself and looked at me. Resigned.
I can get us into Wraithmore. I've done it before.
Of course he could get me into a top-secret, high-security paranormal prison without issue. Don't tell me, I said, in an attempt at levity. You know of a secret tunnel?
The dwarves did build it, so that's a possibility, he said. But no, my methods are far more prosaic.
I sighed. Bribes. In the other realm, that felt like the answer half the time, and I hated it. Loki shifted on my shoulder, feathers brushing my jaw, and his weight steadied me again. Robbie nodded darkly.
Bribes and calling in favors with the right people. Leave it with me. One way or another. If you need to look Broadlake in the eye for closure, I'll get it for you. I'll get you into Wraithmore.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. You haven't been there. It's a vile place.
Yes, but it's a place that holds my kidnapper. But it also holds Amber's father. Robbie grimaced.
Stacy, you're dealing with enough without adding the Dominie into the mix.
That's the thing, I'm not adding the Dominie into the mix. Jingo is. He's the one who gave me the evidence on my father's case, the necklace in his hand.
Jingo's trying to muddy the waters and distract you,
Robbie argued. Maybe, but I'm not letting this case make me lose my focus. The Dominie are lurking, and they need to be dealt with too.
Can we focus on one impossibility at a time?
Robbie asked. No, get me in to see Broadlake. And then I want to see Sean Bolton. 2 birds, 1 horrifying prison.
You don't ask for much, do you?
My fiancé groused. Shoot for the moon, I said, and land in the stars. Robbie, get me in to see those arseholes.
Your wish is my command.
Chapter 14. Robbie headed off to grease palms and pull in favours, leaving me alone with a still visibly upset Ji-Ho and a shaken Channing. The room felt different without Robbie in it, like the removal of his powerful presence had left a vacuum in his place. God, I was pathetic, missing him the instant he left. Channing was still crushing the notebook he held, and Ji-Ho sat too still, staring into the computer screen, frozen like a gargoyle caught in the sun. Neither of them looked at me. All right, I said. Let's do this fast because we're only doing it once. My stomach rolled. I hated this part. Hated the way saying it out loud made it more real, more immediate. I'd have nightmares again tonight. I cleared my throat. The fact that I got kidnapped when I was a teenager does not define me. I'm still the same person you knew yesterday when you didn't have that knowledge. I looked at Ji-Ho, or the images of that knowledge.
You weren't just kidnapped,
Channing said. His voice twisted with horror.
Stacy, you were tortured.
The word hit the room with a sickening weight. Tortured. Not a word ever used lightly. My scars itched, my awareness of them drawn to the forefront of my mind, and I clenched my fist tightly to stop myself from scrabbling at my skin like I was due to go into the common, as I would be shortly. My nails bit into my palms. Pain I could handle. I'd done it before. I could do it again. Feelings, though? Vulnerability? Especially with co-workers. That was a whole different beast. I thrust my shoulders back and owned it. I was tortured, yes. It was the worst experience of my life. I've had nightmares and I've got scars, but I came out of that and I rebuilt myself. I am who I am because of everything that came before. And that's important to me. It's an important facet of my history. I didn't look at either of them while I spoke, focusing instead on the kitchen, where my ghost was agitatedly switching the kettle on and off, on and off. It was better to watch that flicker than to look at my comrades. If I looked at them, I might see pity. I didn't want pity. Not from them. Not from anyone. Immediately afterwards was a very black period in my life. I continued in an even voice that didn't betray the pit of depression I'd struggled with. But I pulled myself out of it with a psychologist's help, and now I'm a good cop, because I know what it is to be a victim. I know that fear, that horror. I lived with it. And I joined the force because I wanted to stop others from experiencing the same pain. I drew in a breath. I was a beat cop for a while, but I always responded with a shade too much force. In the end, Thackeray hooked me into the major incidents team. Ji-Ho's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and Channing looked impressed that Thackeray had hand-selected me. He figured I wouldn't get as many complaints against me if the victims were already dead. He was wrong. A rueful smile tugged at my lips. But homicide was one of the first places I fitted in, where I could do good things. I know the darkness killers live in, and I'm damn proud of putting an end to their nefarious acts one way or another. I've seen more killers added to Wraithmore than any other inspector in history because I don't believe death is always the right answer. Some think that's because I'm soft, but it's not. It's because I'm hard. Death is swift. Easy. Wraithmore isn't. Let the fuckers suffer. The words came out sharp and clean and vicious. And I meant them. Channing looked at me with unfiltered awe. You're amazing. You've always been my idol, but this cements it. I half laughed uncomfortably. Channing, don't put me on a fucking pedestal. I jabbed a finger at him in emphasis, then stuffed my hands back into my pockets because they were shaking, and I'd rather die than let Channing notice that particular detail. I'll only fall, but I do appreciate the vote of confidence. What I went through, Ji-Ho began, is nothing compared to what you went through. His voice cracked on the last word, and he stared hard at the table, like the wood grain might contain the answers to life's greatest mysteries. Fuck that, I said sharply. We are not doing that. Your experience was awful, and your pain is valid. Just because I went through something bad, it does not in any way diminish or negate what you went through. Not for a second. You lived through your worst fears. You survived them. You are brave. You are strong. And this will not break you. But do not for 1 second minimize your trauma. The words came out harder than I'd intended. Not because I was angry with him, but because I needed him to believe me. I held his gaze and dared him to argue. Ji-Ho took in a shaky breath. His hands were wrapped tightly around his cold coffee mug. Okay, he said. Okay, I'm a fucking mess. Those pictures. His voice hitched, and he swallowed hard like the words tasted bitter. He closed his eyes. I wasn't braced to see that. And I just need to say that I am so fucking sorry for it all. Wasn't your fault, I said. Put it away. I kept my tone blunt on purpose. Comfort was one thing. Letting him spiral into guilt and anguish was another. He opened his eyes and looked at me. I'm going to see a psychologist. I've decided. My heart lifted. Good for you, Ji-Ho. I know that's hard for you, but it's the right thing to do. And I'm proud of you for doing it. You want another coffee? God, yes, please.
I moved toward the kitchen before Ji-ho could change his mind, grateful for something to do with my hands. I hoped my new coffee machine was simple. It transpired that it was pretty idiot-proof, and I set the coffee to percolating. Channing, tea? Dr. Pepper? Coffee? Vodka? He joked. His smile too quick. Too bright. His knee bounced under the table, jerking up and down like his nerves needed an outlet or he'd explode. None of that, I'm afraid. I do have some whiskey, though. And we're done here, so you can have 2 fingers and then the 2 of you can clear out. We'll reconvene tomorrow back at Bridge Street. I thought Thackeray said 48 hours absence. Channing objected, doing the maths. Unless you're planning on coming in during the afternoon. I will have had 40-ish hours off already. That's enough. I'll be in at 9 a.m. I need to make sure my precinct is still standing after Elvira's been in charge for 2 days. Routine was my safety blanket. If I kept moving, I didn't have to sit still long enough to feel anything too deeply. Didn't need to give my ghosts power over me. I wouldn't worry about the office, Channing said. We've practically all been here with you. How much trouble can Inspector Garcia get into? I groaned. Oh, don't ask.
Chapter 15. The faint scent of whiskey hung in the air. Needing my wits about me, I hadn't joined Channing and Ji-ho with the smoky malt. For all I'd sent the men home, I was far from done for the day. I fed Loki some ham and made myself a quick toastie. I gaped when I opened one cupboard and found it overflowing with food. The fridge was the same. At some point, Robbie had gone shopping for me. Either that or I had a grocery fairy. I ate the gooey cheese toastie with some mayonnaise to dip it in because I wasn't a monster. And then I comfort ate half a pack of Pringles and downed a can of Dr. Pepper. Filled with salt and sugar, I felt better, calmer, which meant I was on an even keel when my phone lit up. The screen glowed too brightly in the dim kitchen. Loki clicked his beak once, watching the phone like it might bite. With good reason. The screen said, Death Calling. My nickname for Bastian. In the past, when the assassin had wrung me out of the blue, someone had been dead or bleeding. Here's hoping this call ended with a tale of puppies and flowers or something equally nice. Answers. I swiped to speak to the Griffin. Bastian, how are you? I put the call on speaker and set the phone down beside the sink. My fingers found my PNB by reflex, flipping it open to a fresh page, then grabbing a pen. There was a long beat of silence. People don't ask me that, he said finally. Well, I do. How are you? I'm... well? Pause. Are you? I began to doodle on the blank page. I'm okay. We're trying to get into Wraithmore, which doesn't make me excited, but it's necessary. Let me know if you get in. I'll come with you if I can. You might need my skills. All right. Having a Griffin along could only be a good thing. At the very least, he was excellent at intimidation. Have you found any information on the vampire that attacked me? Yes. I have 2 pieces of news, and neither of them is good. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I'm braced. Hit me. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, he began. No, you don't, I objected. You're an assassin. You're the bearer of bad news all the time. The deaths aren't bad news to the people who hired me to kill them, he pointed out. That's good news. Contract fulfillment. Besides, I hardly ever kill people for money now. Amber gets weird about it. Now you just kill evil witches instead, I muttered. Right, exactly. Now, do you want your news, or do you want to philosophize on the morality of my situation? I winced. Griffins had to kill to survive. If they quashed the homicidal urges for too long, they exploded, killing everything in sight in a horrific massacre that took generations to recover from. Therefore, the connection, in their wisdom, had formed an assassin's guild, deciding that the Griffins taking the occasional contract kill was a far better solution than them murdering vast numbers of innocents, particularly since the connection got a cheaper rate. Right, sorry. You're right. I didn't mean to preach. What have you got for me? I've got the name of your vampire attacker. Jasper Cathill. For a second, my brain refused to translate the syllables into meaning. Then it did, all at once, and heat rushed up my neck. My fingers tightened around the pen until it bit into the pad of my thumb. Loki went still again, feathers subtly lifting. Oh, fuck. I sat heavily on my dining room chair. The chair scraped the floor with a harsh squeal that set my teeth on edge. Indeed, he said dryly. Jasper Cathill was the son of Lord Cathill, the recently true-dead lord of the Cathill clan, who used to be the Vampire Symposium member. He died recently, following a literal deal with a demon that granted him extra powers, but ultimately led to his dramatic demise. My pen moved faster, scrawling Cathill's name twice. Once for him, once for his father. Voldras had stepped into the power vacuum in the symposium, becoming the new vampire member. But word on the street was that Jasper Cathill had been preparing to formally take over his father's clan. Having all of eternity, vampires move slowly with such things, and as such the Manchester clan was currently leaderless. But Jasper had been widely touted as the next leader. And I killed him. Why the hell had Jasper Cathill, the bloody Lord Apparent, attacked me? I stood and paced to the window, phone still on speaker. Outside, the street looked normal, wet tarmac reflecting a street lamp, a neighbour's telly flickering through curtains. I pressed my forehead to the cold glass and forced myself to think like a cop, cool and emotionless. I hadn't known Cathill, so the attack hadn't been personal. Wizard blood made vampires go absolutely bananas. It made them feral and it was attractive. So the attack hadn't been because he was feeling snackish either. He'd said he had orders, but who could order the heir apparent to a clan lordship to do anything? Whoever it was, they would almost certainly be at the top of the food chain. Voldras could have given the order, theoretically, but there was no love lost between the Liverpool and Manchester clans. I could easily imagine Jasper telling Voldras to take a long walk off a short pier if the symposium member had tried to order him to do anything he didn't want to do. If not Voldras, and I wasn't ruling him out, then who was pulling the strings here? I thought of Ambrose Beeks. He'd been Domini. Domini collected powerful people like others collected stamps. Jasper Cathill, soon to be a leader of one of the biggest vampire clans, was powerful, all right. And his body had turned to ash before I could check him over for any interesting tattoos. Did you ever get anything on Ambrose Beeks? I asked Bastian. The line went quiet except for the faintest crackle. Somewhere on Bastian's end, I heard a soft shift of movement, like he'd adjusted his grip on the phone. My skin tightened, bracing before my brain could. That's the second piece of bad news. You didn't get anything? Oh, I got something, but you're not going to like it. I did some digging. A decade or so ago, Beeks used to run with Jude Jingo. Fuck. Did that mean Jingo was Domini? Why then had he given me the damn picture with their symbol on it? My thoughts were sprinting, and I needed them to slow down and line up. I took another sip of cold Dr. Pepper and rubbed my forehead with newly cooled fingertips. This was a clusterfuck. Loki hopped down onto the table with a soft thump, claws skittering on the wooden table as he walked closer to me, offering support as he felt my turmoil. Bloody hell, I said aloud. This is a mess. I gently stroked the Caladrius. Just a small action soothed me a little more. You're not wrong, Bastian said grimly. Beeks was Domini, at least he was when he died. Is Jingo? I haven't ascertained that, but I found out that Beeks acquired his new tattoo in the last 5 years. Before that, no mark on the shoulder. Social media? I asked. I flipped the page in my PMB, and the paper rasped loudly in the quiet. My handwriting had turned into lawyer scrawl, ugly, barely legible, and scribbled, the way it did when adrenaline took over. Another reason to appreciate the spell app. Notes typed in it were legible, though that wasn't an option when we were operating off the books. Yeah, he had a couple of accounts. I looked through a lot of holiday photos. The man was a narcissist. My brain thanks you for doing that so I didn't have to. All right, so Beeks may have been a relatively new recruit. He may have been, or he may have been slow to inevitably tattoo an organization's symbol on his body, he said dryly. Yeah, true. What are you planning to do with this information, Inspector? I don't know, I said. You're certain it was Jasper Cathill?
Yes. Not only does he match the description and photos perfectly, but he's unexpectedly missing.
I grimaced. All right, I'll have to update my report.
Don't be so hasty. Another vampire went missing the same night. A female from Clan Halen. Word is, they run off together, having a sordid affair. No one's looking too hard for Cathill yet. Don't update the report yet. Stay off the radar a while longer. Let people think Cathill's run away with the other vamp.
But we know that's not true. Jasper was too true dead to have run away with anyone. I ran my hands through my hair. Lady Halen of the Cheshire clan didn't like the connection or the police. Rumour had it that she and Faraday had once had a tempestuous affair that ended badly. When we had issues with the Cheshire vamps, Faraday always handled them himself, but... Do you have the name of the Halen vamp that's missing? I asked Bastian.
Sarah Greengrass. She was relatively new, only 60 years old or so. Has a wife who denies she'd ever run away.
Wife's name? I was making notes in my PMB.
Leanne Greengrass.
He gave me their address, and I went cold. It was only a dozen houses down from Kate. I stared at the address on the page until the ink blurred. She went missing on the same night I killed Jasper Cathill. My mind snapped the information together, and I didn't like the picture it painted. Aspen dead. Jasper Ash. Sarah missing. 3 separate threads, all on one day. I tapped the pen against the page once, sharply.
Yeah.
Bastian confirmed. It was too much to be a coincidence. Sarah went missing on the same night Aspen and Jasper died. No one had been around when Jasper died. No witnesses. And if there had been, I sure as hell hadn't called them. That meant her disappearance was more likely related to Aspen's death, especially given her home address. I couldn't be certain, but I'd bet my bottom dollar that she had seen something she shouldn't have, and someone had cleaned up house. Jingo had never been shy about collateral damage. Chapter 16. When Robbie walked into my flat without knocking, I smiled. He treated my place like it was becoming a home, but I liked that. I wondered if I'd ever feel as comfortable at the den. Then my welcoming smile faded as I realized he was armed to the teeth. After him came Ivan, Mactel, and Hanlon, all similarly armed. I raised an eyebrow. All right? Robbie nodded tightly.
We can get into Wraithmore, but it must be tonight. We need to leave now.
North of Liverpool, Wraithmore Prison was a 15-minute drive away, on a good day. It was already 8 p.m, and the edges of tiredness were clawing at me. But I was grateful I hadn't indulged in a whiskey with Channing and Ji-Ho. They won't let you in armed like that. I gestured to their many weapons.
I know, said Robbie. It's a statement.
It sure is that, I agreed. Give me a second, I need to change. I was dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, and a hoodie Rupert had given me which said, "Your ambition outweighs your skills." Despite the insult, the maroon jumper was one of my favourites, but it wasn't quite prison suitable. I hustled into my bedroom to change, and Loki flew in after me, sneaking in before I closed the door. "I'm coming with you," he said firmly in my head. His emotions were so high that he'd switched into verbal speech mode. "I'm not leaving you to face him on own. Nothing you say change mind." "Okay," I said. "I help. Wait, what? I come?" "Of course. In invisibility mode, but yeah. I'd like to have you with me." It was hard to admit, but I meant it. There was something about the occasionally snarky bird that settled me, and I'd take any and all comfort I could get while I literally confronted my nightmares made flesh. Loki trilled in triumph, doing a victory lap around my ceiling. I opened my wardrobe and stared into it, thinking about what image I wanted to project. I hesitated to select my connection uniform. The middle triangle on my forehead marked me as part of the connection, come what may, but all the same, this wasn't a formal visit. It wasn't authorized, so the black suit was out. After a beat, I selected a light grey trouser suit instead, with a standard white shirt. It was formal, official, but it wasn't my uniform. I slung it on and brushed my hair. No makeup. Meeting your kidnapper and torturer wasn't an occasion to dress up for. I pulled on flat black boots and wished they'd let me take my weapons in with me, but I already knew they wouldn't. The risk that an inmate might snatch it off me was too high. I walked out. I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Mactel gave me a small nod as I came closer, discreet as always. Hanlon slugged me on the shoulder, but he pulled it so much that it was barely more than a nudge. I shot him a glare and gave him a far harder reciprocal punch, making him grin. Ivan jerked his chin up in acknowledgement. We were all one big, happy family. We left the flat. As I shut the door, I heard the kettle switch on and off again. Bob was freaking out. You and me both, Bob. I didn't want to go to Wraithmore, didn't want to meet up with Vance Broadleg or look at his hands, knowing what he'd once done to my flesh. My stomach was churning so badly I felt like everyone could sense it. But I kept my face blank as I made my way down to the 3 identical black SUVs parked outside my apartment building. The tree outside was black with crows. I sent them a pulse of friendship, and they burst into raucous caws in response. Despite his tensions, Robbie's expression warmed.
They like you.
Yeah, I like them too, so it's all good. 10 crows peeled away from the tree and thrust their bodies into the air. Ignoring the crows' antics, Ivan strode to the front car and climbed in. Robbie and I took the middle vehicle, and Hanlon and Mactel brought up the rear. Apparently we were riding in convoy today with a Corvid escort. I texted Bastian our estimated time of arrival at Wraithmore. I didn't receive a response. Whether he would join us or not was anyone's guess. He was the ultimate man of mystery. The atmosphere in the car was tense as we moved off.
Are you okay, Stacy?
Robbie asked. I'm fine, I said tersely.
You're not,
he shot back, hands tightening on the steering wheel.
You've got a poker face on, Inspector, and you only wear it when you have something to hide.
I grimaced. I'll have to work on that.
Don't. I like seeing your emotions. Don't hide them from me.
I'm not hiding them from you, I said. I'm hiding them from me. His left hand left the steering wheel to rest lightly on my knee. A silent support. He was good at that, offering support. Loki better, the bird muttered in the recesses of my mind, and my poker face relaxed. The rest of the journey passed in heavy silence, each of us in our own heads. Wraithmore's walls loomed up out of the land, red brick and austere. Lit all around by floodlights, it was painted with more runes than I'd ever seen in my entire life. Even at this time of night, a pair of witches were up ladders, painting on more runes. I assumed it was a job akin to painting the Golden Gate Bridge. When you were done, it was time to start all over again. And there was no job more important than keeping the occupants of Wraithmore in. The dull, cloudy day had rolled into a dull, cloudy night, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Tonight suddenly did not feel like a good time to venture from home. It was a night for a glass of wine, a movie and a fire. And I wished I were doing exactly that. Hell, I'd rather be doing anything other than heading into the highest security prison that had ever been made for the other's denizens. As we came closer, an eerie screech penetrated the air, and the whomp-whomp of huge wings flapped right by us. Bastian, I said. Robbie toggled on the radio handset and barked, He's with us, no action. Roger. Roger. I probably should have mentioned that I'd messaged Bastian, but without a reply from him, I'd assumed he wasn't free to join us at the drop of a hat. I was annoyed with myself. My motto was, never assume, and I'd done just that. For all I knew, my heavily armed escorts had been seconds away from shooting Bastian out of the sky. We pulled into a gatehouse and turned our engines off. Bastian hit the ground with such force that the pavement shook. A beat later, he shifted into human form and walked over to join Ivan, who was out of the car and doing the hard work of presenting various wads of paper to the guards and gesturing to each car. Invisibility mode, I murmured to my bird, and Loki shimmered out of sight, taking his place on my shoulder and pressing himself against my neck in silent support. The guards inspected each vehicle thoroughly, but said nothing about the ogre's armed state. I guess that was someone else's job. Bastian must have got the all clear too, because he strolled over to our car and climbed into the passenger side.
Your Excellence,
he greeted my mate.
Bastian, nice of you to come along.
Bastian flashed white teeth in tan skin.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Once the gatekeeper was satisfied we were who we said we were, he pressed a button and the metal gates clanged open, granting us entrance into hell. My gut felt like a herd of unicorns were running through it with their sharp, piercing claws. I squinted into the darkness at the prison. It was a huge compound, and even from outside, I got the sense that once you stepped inside, you could be swallowed up and never find your way out again. It wasn't a comforting thought. The engines caught, and we rolled forward into the prison's maw. Chapter 17. Robbie had greased palms and called in favours, but that only got us so far. Signing in at reception took over 20 minutes whilst our IDs were double-checked and verified.
Remove your weapons, please,
one of the prison guards ordered. The please was tacked on belatedly after he'd eyed Robbie's horns, like he'd remembered we weren't prisoners, and manners were required. Personally, I thought manners were always required, no matter who you spoke to, but even I had to admit such etiquette slipped in life and death moments. Hanlon, Mactel, and Robbie removed their weapons in short order.
Ivan,
Robbie said.
Your turn. All of them.
Ivan grimaced, but didn't argue. He stepped forward and divested himself of his weapons with the quiet competence of a man who did this as part of his daily routine. He reached inside his jacket, drew out a handgun, and set it on the counter with careful precision. The guard blinked at the gun, then slid it into a plastic tray. Ivan produced a second gun, then a third. Then he removed a long knife from the small of his back, followed by another blade strapped to his forearm. He set them all down carefully like he was laying out silver service cutlery for a fine dining experience. The guard looked taken aback.
Christ, mate, that's enough for a small army.
Ivan lifted his eyebrows, as if offended by the implication that he might be finished. He leaned to the left and unbuckled a holster I hadn't noticed, withdrawing another pistol and placing it down. Robbie exhaled through his nose, slow and controlled. His patience was on a timer. He wanted to get me through this as fast as possible, then get me safely back home, where I could fall apart in peace. Where Robbie was impatient, Hanlon was living his best life. He made a low choking sound beside me, half-heartedly attempting to muffle his laughter with a faux cough. Ivan, I said, out of pure curiosity, how many weapons do you have? Ivan glanced at me, expression neutral, and said like I'd asked something ridiculous. More? He rolled his shoulders, reached under the hem of his shirt, and pulled free a blade strapped diagonally across his ribs. The guard's eyes widened.
Are you kidding me?
Ignoring him, Ivan crouched, then tugged up his trouser leg and produced a thin, wicked-looking knife strapped against his calf. Then, he did the same with the other leg. The tray looked like the weapons display at an illegal market stall. The guard stared at it, then stared at Ivan, trying to work out what the ogre was playing at. After a beat, the guard got out a second tray, since the first was threatening to create a dangerous weapons-based avalanche.
Why does anyone need that many weapons?
The guard groused. Ivan shrugged.
I like being prepared.
Prepared for what? I muttered. The apocalypse. Ivan's mouth twitched.
You never know.
He reached into his sleeve and slid out a narrow metal spike the length of my hand. He placed it into the new tray, then produced another. The guard leaned forward, irritation sharpening his voice.
Those look like
shivs, Hanlon supplied.
Improvised, homemade, family tradition.
Mactel elbowed him. I found my lips twitching despite myself. I was grateful for some levity before I faced my own personal demons. Ivan continued with the same solemn efficiency, pulling a garrote wire from inside his collar and placing it down as if it were a tie clip he decided he didn't fancy wearing tonight. The guard recoiled.
Jesus.
Definitely not him, I said. He was in the forgiveness industry, not the garrote them club. The guard shot me a look, unimpressed with my sass. I was nervous and I hated that, so I shot back a full glare. Ivan reached into his pocket and set down a small cylindrical object. The guard's hand snapped out to stop it from rolling. He lifted it carefully like it might explode, and honestly, it might.
What is this?
Flashbang. The guard was aghast.
You're absolutely not taking that in.
Obviously, that's why I'm giving it to you, Ivan said, tone mild. The guard stared at him before placing the flashbang in the second tray with the reverence and care of a man handling a deadly venomous spider.
Anything else?
The guard asked, and you could see he was praying for the answer to be no. Ivan paused. For the first time since he'd started, he seemed to consider the question. He patted his jacket, then the back of his belt, then the pockets in his trousers. I relaxed. Maybe we were done. Ivan's eyes narrowed as if remembering something. He reached under the collar of his shirt and produced a tiny knife no bigger than my index finger. He set it down. The guard made a sound of pure defeat. Oh, mate. Ivan's gaze remained calm.
You asked.
Robbie's jaw ticked, and he said, voice low and controlled,
Ivan, we need to get through reception before the universe ends. Stop dramatizing the disarmament and hurry the fuck up.
Ivan looked faintly affronted.
This is not dramatized, Your Excellence. I need to ensure I don't miss one. This is efficient.
It's a fucking circus, Hanlon muttered. Ivan turned his head to glare at Hanlon.
Do you want the High King to be less safe?
The loaded question made it clear that Ivan would consider an affirmative answer treasonous. Wisely, Hanlon clamped his mouth shut. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. We're all feeling very safe, Ivan, very safe. We're in the highest security prison possibly in the entire world. We couldn't be safer if we were wrapped in bubble wrap.
Pocket,
Maxwell grunted to Ivan. Ivan didn't respond. He was already pulling open the aforesaid pocket. A thin throwing blade emerged. Then another. And another. The guard stared at the growing collection and looked about 2 seconds from calling in a priest or a firing squad. He pointed, trembling with frustration.
Right, that's it, right? It's going to take all night to log all these. Then I'll have to bloody well log them all back out again. Do you want me unarmed?
Ivan shot back. Or not?
Unarmed,
Robbie growled.
Those are the terms of our agreement with the warden. You're holding us up, Ivan.
Ivan's chin lifted.
I dislike being unarmed in hostile territory.
It's not hostile territory, the guard snapped. It's reception. Ivan stared at him, unimpressed.
Of a prison?
The guard looked to me for support. I offered him my best sympathetic look, which probably wasn't much. Robbie's lip curled, hinting at something feral beneath the polish.
Ivan,
he said quietly, the word carrying enough warning to tighten the air.
Remove the last weapon so we can enter.
Ivan's eyes narrowed. Then, with the wounded dignity of a man being forced to part with his favourite child, he reached into his boot, produced something small and sharp, and placed it on the tray. The guard blinked at it. Is that a
ceramic blade,
Ivan confirmed with pride.
Metal detectors miss it.
The guard's face went slack. Course it is. Robbie's gaze didn't soften.
Done.
Ivan straightened, his hands finally empty. The guard pushed the tray away like it might bite him.
Right, thank you. Finally.
Ivan nodded once, as if he'd done the guard a great personal kindness. He looked at Bastian.
Your turn.
The assassin smiled.
I have no weapons on me. I don't need toys to be deadly.
Ivan spluttered at that, and I hurried between the two men ostensibly so the guard could check me over. But truly, my motivation was to stop any pissing contest before it could begin. I placed my badge and ID down and kept my hands visible, calm and cooperative. We all got patted down, but nothing further was turned up. Unlike Ivan, I didn't have 17 knives and a flashbang hidden in my bra. Though, right now, I kind of wished I did. Chapter 18. The now very grumpy guard remained in reception, logging in the many weapons for the few hours we'd be here. "Inspector Wise!" an excited voice called. I turned to see a young prison guard coming towards me. His uniform looked like it had been pressed fresh only hours ago, and the bounce in his step suggested he was newly on shift. Or perhaps he was just new, full stop. "Such an honour to meet you, ma'am. I can hardly believe it when they say our most prolific inspector was coming here. Such a joy, such an honour." He held a hand to his heart and bowed so low he almost tipped off his feet. "And you are Officer Pritchard, Sam Pritchard."
"You related to the warden?"
Robbie grunted. Officer Pritchard's cheeks reddened. "I'm his son." "Ah, Nepo baby. Just what a prison needed." "Nice to meet you, Pritchard," I said briskly. "We're here to see a prisoner, Vance Broadlake." "Yes, sir, I'm aware. Prisoner number 3871 is in interview 1, awaiting you." My stomach clenched, but I nodded. "Thank you." "You're welcome." For the first time, he looked at the ogres and Bastian. "Oh, you can't all come in. Inspector Wise is allowed because, of the badge. Oh, but she's coming in alone. You'll have to wait here." Robbie shifted, and it felt like the whole room was filled with his power. "You will let me in with her, or I will rip you in two and find a guard who will let me in. I do not care who you are related to." Pritchard blanched. This is fun," Bastian said. "I'm glad I came." Ignoring Bastian, I said, "Krieg is with me." "Right, okay." He chewed on his bottom lip. "It's against regulations to let someone else who's not from the connection in, but Dad said, I know, I'll turn the camera off. No evidence, then?" He paused, turning to me in consternation. "Do you need evidence, sir?" "Not for this," I said. "Go ahead and ensure it doesn't record." "Right, I'll see you to the room and then I'll go turn it off. This way." He led Robbie and me to a metal door marked Interview Room 1. He unlocked it and opened the door an inch. "Give me 1 minute to get to the recording room before you enter." He scurried off. I wanted to complain about how easy it had been to make him flout the rules, but in this case, I shoved the urge down. "You wouldn't really have ripped him in two, would you?" I asked, eyeing my fiancé. He smiled and didn't answer, which was answer enough. "Could you, though?" I persisted. "With your bare hands?" "You've seen my muscles, Inspector. What do you think?" I reckon he could tear Pritchard in half like a magician pulling off a cheap trick. "Sometimes, my love, you're a scary man." He shrugged. "He made the right choice. Rarely do I have to follow through with my threats." "Rarely," I huffed. That was little consolation. Out of abundance of caution, we gave Pritchard a full 2 minutes. "Ready?" Robbie murmured, his hand soft on my back. I nodded, but I really fucking wasn't. I braced myself as best I could and pasted on the most neutral expression I could manage. Robbie made a sharp clicking sound with his mouth, and Ivan and Mactor flanked us at the door. They might not be coming in for questioning, but they were ready to storm in should shit hit the fan. Bastian and Hanlon lounged in the waiting room chairs, but despite their languid body language, I didn't doubt for 1 second they were just as ready as Ivan and Mactor. I took a deep, steadying breath and opened the metal door wide. It took an almighty strength of will to force myself to walk through the doorway. Vance Broadlake sat at a metal table, secured by chains looped through its center. He looked older, wearier, and with longer hair and a beard. But I recognized those eyes anywhere. They'd haunted my nightmares for a decade and a half. Cold, hard terror washed through me, freezing me for a beat. He looked up at me. Recognition sparked in his eyes, and he shoved back from the table into the chair. If not for his cuffed wrists being secured to the table, he would have toppled backward. As it was, all of his weight strained on his wrists as he looked at me with pure, undisguised horror. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. I'm sorry. It wasn't me. It was my hands, but it wasn't me." He was almost hysterical. Then his eyes flicked to the hulking ogre next to me, and his shoulders dropped. His voice became eerily calm. "You've come to kill me, and I don't blame you. It'll be a welcome relief, truth be told. I thought your father was going to kill me. He said he was going to, but he didn't.
I told him the truth, told him all of it, and I thought he believed me, but he didn't come back like he promised. Didn't come back. Left me here to rot. I don't blame him. I might not have believed me either."
The words spewed from him, voice hoarse. From screaming or disuse, I wasn't sure. He didn't sound the same. Somehow that helped. Back then, his voice had been a smooth drawl that I could still hear. But now he didn't sound like my nightmares. It was enough to unstick my feet from the floor. I walked to the sole seat positioned opposite him. Loki's claws dug into my shoulder, and that helped too. I sat. Robbie stood behind me. A sentinel. A threat. Then he began to hum, the sound soft and barely audible. He was piping Broadlake, but was he making him talk or making him tell the truth? Questions for when we were alone. Broadlake swallowed hard. "An ogre like you could kill me with his bare hands." His tongue flicked out to lick dry lips. "Not just that, he could tear you in two with his bare hands," I said, matter-of-factly. "But he won't. Not today, anyway. I'm Inspector Wise of the Connection." The creases around his eyes softened. "You followed in your father's footsteps, Stacy. He must be very proud of you." "He's dead," I said. "I presume that's why he never returned to meet with you again. I need you to tell me everything you told him." "Dead?" His mouth hung open in shock. Or maybe he did believe me after all. "All this time, I thought, but perhaps." "When did he die?" 3 years after you kidnapped me," I said brittlely. "I was 17 when he died." Broadlake rocked back and forth in the chair. "Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. My hands, but not me. My hands, but not me. My hands." "We get it," I snapped. "If not you, then who?" He looked at me. "You won't believe me. No one believes me." He laughed, a hard noise with no humour in it. "That's why old Vancy is here." He looked at me. "I did plenty of bad things," he admitted. "I stole, I fought, I lied. But I would never hurt no kid. Never hurt a girl. No. I would never do that." His horror was so visceral that I trusted he believed his muttered ravings. I dealt with raving criminals plenty of times, and oddly, that settled me a bit more. He was a prisoner, a criminal. And I knew them well. "I'm not interested in your history of petty thievery. If you didn't hurt me, who did?" He wrung his hands. "I was just a passenger. I could see, but I couldn't do. Couldn't speak, couldn't act. Oh, it was horrible." His eyes pleaded with me to believe. "I could never hurt anyone like that. It was him." "Give me a name," I pressed. A doppelganger called Jude Jingo." Ice filled my lungs, and I froze. My brain stuttered, refusing to accept what my ears had heard. Jude Jingo. All this time I knew he was a monster. I just hadn't known he was my monster. Chapter 19. Broadlake could be lying about Jude Jingo possessing him. I didn't discount that. Yet somehow, against all odds, I found I believed this shell of a man. And, according to him, my father had believed him too. If Vance Broadlake was telling the truth, then he'd survived possession by a doppelganger. That meant there was a chance Troy could too. Just needed to find out how. I couldn't lead with that. Couldn't let him know the import of what he was telling me, so I began with something else. I licked parched lips. "Convince me you hosted Jingo. Tell me things about Jingo that I can verify." He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. He calls people by their titles," he said. "You think it's him showing respect, but it's not. It's because he has already lived so many lives that he always needs to remind himself what you are to him." His hands twitched against the chains. "He doesn't eat in front of people. He'll order food, push it around, and drink instead. Oh, he watches everyone all the time. He loves to collect rumours, hearsay, gossip. He likes to blackmail, likes to have powerful people do his bidding. Through means fair or foul. He doesn't care which. Oh, it's all about power. Control. My stomach dropped. He was right. He was absolutely right. Jingo did collect information about others. He told me so himself. But if I knew that about Jingo, others surely did too. Tell me more, I demanded. When he tells a lie that matters, he touches his throat once. Just once, a brush of his thumb across his Adam's apple, like he's steadying his words, the lie, before he speaks it. That's not proof, I said, but I racked my brains, trying to remember if Troy had touched his throat at dinner. It might not be proof, but if true, it could be invaluable to know. A tell in every body. Broadlake leaned forward. I know more. I can tell you more. Jingo always has a second. Someone who holds the boring parts of his life for him. Properties, bills, keys, bank accounts, because he can't keep anything in his own name for long. He sheds identities like a snake sheds skins. His eyes were bright with the need for me to believe him. The second he had when he possessed me had served him longer than most. Jingo recruited him when he was a young lad. Django Reed, that's the name you can verify. Pull his finances. You'll see rents on places no one lives. Utility bills that spike and then go flat. Cars bought and sold and bought again. Reed keeps the assets safe while Jingo steals bodies. He hesitated, and then decided to divulge something else. Something darker that gave him pause. He started the Kelmore War. He killed a Centaur diplomat and staged it to look like a rival clan did it. I know it's a wild claim, but it's true. I swear it. I studied the man as dispassionately as I could. Why would he start it? Because they denied him, refused to work with him, and because chaos is always a win for him. While people watch the fires burn, that's when he steals from them. He likes watching people burn and calling it politics, calling it power. He doesn't care about collateral damage. That hummed. I remembered a conversation with him when he called a young dryad he killed with a pair of scissors collateral damage. God damn it, I believed the prisoner. I fucking believed him. Broadlake continued. There's a file you can find. A date. A name. A groom gave a statement and vanished 2 days later. Joshua Green. Jingo was in him then. He killed the centaur. His gaze locked onto mine, pleading and raw. I leaned forward. What more can you tell me? What more did you see? I didn't see it all, couldn't access his memories the way he could access mine, but whatever he thought, I could hear. Gods, oh, how I wished I couldn't. He shuddered and started to shake. He doesn't care, doesn't feel, just wants more. More money, more success, more praise, more power. Power is the one thing that drives him beyond anything else. He was helpless once and it moulded him. I let it all sit and thought of Troy. He could access your memories. Yes, to a degree. I could fight him on it, make it harder for him to access in a split second. But he threatened my ma when I did it, so couldn't make it harder for him after that. Why does he change hosts? The bodies, if he stays in them for longer than a decade, they start to degrade, but, well, he always wants to leave sooner than that anyway. He likes bodies in their prime. He'll take over others if he must, but if they're ugly or weak, he'll discard them quickly. Like he did me. My heart was hammering. We'd reached the crux of the issue. Keeping my voice friendly and light, I asked, That's right. He left your body, but tell me, how did you survive, Vance? He picked at his nails. I'm not sure. He was lying. I hardened my voice. Yes, you are. Tell me. He chewed on the stubby remains of his fingernails. He attacked his next host. I knew it was coming. I didn't want to die, he whimpered. I wasn't ready to die. Jingo has the leap. to leave the body just before death. Too soon he'll get pulled back in and risk being stuck in the body at the moment of death. He must leap at the last breath, and it must be timed perfectly or he perishes too. It's why there are so few doppelgangers. He doesn't need a prepared host, though, Broadlake said hoarsely. Not if he's desperate. He can latch onto the nearest soul with enough life in it. A passerby, a stranger, anyone breathing. They don't need even to be other, though he prefers it. Given how long he seemed to have lived, I'd say Jingo had his extraction down to a fine art. How many doppelgangers are there? He knows of 2 others in the whole world. I kept the shock off my face and leaned back. I'd expected more. Far more. How do they reproduce? I don't know. He doesn't care about kids. He can live forever, swapping bodies for eternity. What use has he for a child? I swallowed that tidbit, imagining the monster who tortured me living forever. I struggled to reboot my brain and focus on the here and now. How old is Jingo? He shook his head. Old. Older than time. His memory is broken, faulty. He can't remember all that has gone before. Another reason for a second. One who can remember where the gold is buried. I leaned forward. You've told me how he behaves. You've told me what he's done. Now I need you to tell me what matters. I let the silence stretch uncomfortably. How did you survive, Broadlake? He licked his lips. I was desperate. I knew what he was going to do. Knew he was going to kill another wizard to take over. Wizards are his favourite. He gets the power of the body he's inhabiting, and he's always loved the IR. Vance, I pressed. How? I used the IR. I gathered the intention to... He dropped his voice to a whisper. To sever my soul from my body. It doesn't kill you right away, he whispered, eyes wide. Not instantly. You've still got momentum. Minutes sometimes. But you start to fade. But I've heard souls can cling if they die with purpose. My gut dropped like I was on a roller coaster ride. Only I didn't have my hands in the air and I wasn't saying, whee! I did feel nauseous, though. When he leapt for me, I leapt too. He goaded the wizard into strangling me to death, and that was it. I was dying. I was sure of it. But as I took my last breath, Jingo leapt into the wizard, and a human came around the corner. He shouted at Jingo and ran to me. Turns out he was an ambulance driver. He did CPR, got me breathing, and I dived right back into my body. When I woke, I got arrested, slung into Wraithmore for your abduction and torture. And you better believe I've wished every day since that I died that day. I'm sorry that happened to you, I said. And it wasn't hard to put empathy into my voice because I was. I knew what it was like to have someone else do something to your body that you didn't want. Albeit my trauma had involved being sliced to pieces rather than possession. Sliced to pieces by fucking Jude Jingo. I still couldn't believe it. I was numb now. Had to be. Had to keep my cool. But later I would rage and scream, or perhaps cry. Where would he run to? Who would he run to? I asked. Give me a place. A person. Anything else you heard that he thought was private. Broadlake flinched. He had a place he went to when he needed to breathe. A house. By the sea. Not his. Not in his name. Reed's. He shook his head hard. I never saw it. I just felt it in his thoughts when he longed to go. Salt air. Cold stone. The waves. The sea is important to him. He was born aquatic. Jingo had told me he fell on the creature side of things, but I'd had no idea he'd been born in the water. How on earth had he ended up on land? He possessed a mermaid, I realised. Or a merman. Used their legs to get onto land and start a life of possession and theft. Was there more to his subsumation of Troy than I knew? More than showing 2 fingers to me and Kate? More than power or money? Was an ancient revenge still driving him? I'd have to tell Ji-Ho to focus on a coastal bolt hole. I tapped my fingers on the metal table. Tell me more about what it's like being controlled by him.
When he's inside someone, can the host hear? See? Do they know what he's doing, or are you focused inwards on his thoughts? Broadlake's expression crumpled. You're awake. His voice broke on the second word. You're trapped. You're watching yourself ruin your life, and there's nothing you can do. Sometimes he talked to me inside my own head, just to remind me he could. He swallowed hard. He liked that. He liked knowing I was there to witness my own destruction. That made my skin crawl. Can the host feel pain? I asked. If Jingo breaks a hand, if he takes a beating, does it hurt the person underneath? Broadlake nodded, eyes bright with tears. Yes, God, yes. You feel it all, but you can't react. Can't stop it happening. You can't protect yourself. You just endure. He sucked in a shaky breath. I could relate to that. I, too, had to simply endure. I pushed the memories away with effort. Did Jingo feel it? The pain? He shook his head. Not directly. That's one of his strengths. He doesn't feel a damn thing. Only the echoes from us, if that. That's why he doesn't eat in front of people. He despises it. He doesn't get the pleasure of eating, the pleasure of touching, but nor does he get the pain. The host feels it all. He wiped his nose. Jingo's connection is with the host's soul, not with the body. My head was beginning to pound after a long-ass day. Explain it simply, I snapped, and forced my voice steady. Give me the 3 most important rules. Tell it to me straight. Broadlake nodded fast, grateful for the instruction. Right. Rule 1. If he's inside you, you're awake. You can see. You can hear. You can feel. You just can't move. He swallowed. Rule 2. He can't leap whenever he wants. He has to do it at the last breath. Too soon, and he gets yanked back in. Too late, and he dies with the body. His eyes flicked up to mine. Rule 3. When he leaps, he drags the host's soul out with him. That's why the body dies empty. That's why the host never survives. Bloody hell. Broadlake continued, disregarding the keep it simple rule. He goads someone into killing the body he's in, and just before the moment of death, he leaps from his current body and he drags the current host's soul out too. But when he bonds with a new soul, the other one returns to its body, but it's too late. The body is already dead. How'd you find out all of this? From him, from his thoughts. They're loud in your head, shouting over yours. So say the body dies. What happens to the untethered soul that Jingo rips out when he leaps? I don't know. Jingo assumes they die, just like the body does, but I didn't die because I severed my soul from his before he made the leap and returned to my own body. Then, by a miracle, someone saved my life. They use CPR to the tune of Nellie the Elephant. Oh, I still love that song. He absent-mindedly started to hum it, rocking in his chair, chains clattering on the table in an awful accompaniment. Focus, I snapped. Right. He stopped humming. All I'm saying is, it's a miracle I lived. He paused. Or a curse. I chewed on everything he had told me, mind whirring at 100 kilometers an hour. With effort, I forced it to stop and think. What other information did I need to glean from him? Weaknesses. Jingo's weaknesses. If Jingo doesn't feel pain, I started. What gives him pause? What is he afraid of? Being trapped, being contained or controlled. Oh, he hates cages. His lips trembled. And fire. Oh, he hates fire. I questioned him for half an hour, pushing and rehashing old ground, hoping he'd rephrase something and give me more. But it was clear he pushed a lot of things down and wasn't willing to lift them up and look at them. I really couldn't blame him. I'd repressed a lot from that period of my life, too. All right, I said, even though a dreadful suspicion was creeping through me. You've given me enough to start pulling threads. I stared at him until he met my eyes. But if you're lying to me, Vance, if you're using Jingo's name to buy sympathy or freedom, I will make Wraithmore feel like a spa break. Broadlake flinched. I'm not lying, he whispered. I swear it. Robbie stopped humming and confirmed. He's not. He told you the truth. I made sure of it. Oh, you're a piper, Broadlake gaped.
I looked at the poor prisoner who had already suffered a great deal, and with regret, I slid into his mind and inflicted more. I removed Vance's memory of Robbie humming, of his revelation. Robbie had risked himself on my behalf by piping Broadlake, and it was only right that I could return the favour. No one could discover that the king of the ogres could pipe, or he'd be a dead man walking. So, for the man I loved, I used my sub-powers, breaking my own rules, again. Chapter 20. I promised that I would see what I could do about reopening Broadlake's case, and then Robbie and I left, slamming the cold metal door behind us. Macto and Ivan stood tense at the doors, but gave no hint that they'd seen or heard anything unusual. Sprawled in reception, Bastian and Hanlon had swapped chairs, but still looked relaxed. Pritchard was there too, and had resumed his bouncing. I hope that interview helped you, Inspector Wise. God, had I ever been so eager? I didn't think so. Yes, thank you. I need to see Sean Bolton next. Pritchard gaped at me. Inspector, you requested to see one prisoner. I can't bring Bolton to interview. He's in isolation, for good reason. Well, then you can take me to isolation. His jaw dropped, like I had suggested he snort cocaine off my shoes. Quickly, Pritchard, I snapped. I haven't got all day. Used to orders, he straightened to attention. I'll speak to my father. One moment. He stalked off and returned 5 minutes later. You're clear for ingress, Inspector. Follow me. He turned to another officer loitering by the reception area. Freddie, return prisoner 3871 to his cell. Freddie looked grumpy at having to do some work, but he nodded and started towards interview room 1, while we followed Pritchard. As the ogres and Bastian fell into step, Pritchard screeched to a halt. Oh, you can't come. I can get you and him in. He jabbed a finger at Robbie. Just about, but no way in hell can I get you lot in as well. You'll have to wait here. You little puny Ivan. Robbie's voice cracked like a whip. Ivan grimaced. Your Excellence, I cannot protect you if I... You do not need to protect me here. I'm in a high-security prison. What can go wrong? Hanlon let out a long groan. Now he's done it. We're going to get attacked by a basilisk or the phoenix or a herd of unicorns or... Hanlon, Mactel snapped. That's enough. We'll wait you here, Your Excellence. He pulled the other two ogres forcefully to the waiting room. Wincing, Bastian joined them. I reached out to Loki. You stay here, buddy. I don't want you to set off some detection in the prison. Security will be higher there. But, Loki... I'm all right, I interrupted. Feel me. I'm steady. I'm okay. I'm doing the job. Stay with Hanlon. Please? He didn't reply, but his little claws left my shoulder, and I felt him get further away. Looking obnoxiously pleased with himself at getting the ogres to obey him, Pritchard led the way into the heart of the prison. The corridor beyond the interview block was ominous in the way it swallowed sound. It felt as if you could scream here and no one would hear it. Or if they did hear it, they wouldn't give a shit. The hallways were dark with Victorian brickwork, damp, rigid and austere. The lights, by contrast, were modern LED strips bolted into the ceiling, but their presence only sharpened the shadows, throwing hard lines across the floor. My boots echoed, the small heel clacking with every step. Next to me, Robbie's footfalls were eerily silent. A predator prowling. Pritchard led the way, the keycard on a lanyard around his neck, bouncing wildly with every jaunty step he took. Every 10 meters, a camera dome watched us, and every 20 there was another metal door with a keypad and a biometric scanner. No one moved through Wraithmore without leaving a trail, us included. Identify, a voice crackled overhead. Pritchard stopped under a speaker embedded in the ceiling and cleared his throat like he'd been rehearsing in his head. Officer Pritchard escorting Inspector Stacey Wise with a connection, plus security escort. I had to bite back a smile, plus security escort. Pritchard made it sound like my fiancé was a standard issue prison guard, not the marauding king of the ogres. A pause. Then, a soft beep.
Proceed.
The first door hissed as it unlocked, and then it clanged open with a sound that vibrated through my teeth. Cold air rushed out from the next wing, smelling faintly of bleach and old stone. Something metallic. Blood. Now that we were in the prison proper, the walls vibrated with magic. It set my teeth on edge. Wraithmore had been built to hold monsters, and it took a whole lot of magic and effort to keep them here. Jingo would hate it here, I thought, if Broadlake was to be believed. And from Robbie's humming, he was. I'll see Jingo locked up here, I promised viciously. We stepped through and the door slammed shut behind us with finality. Not a normal slam. A seal. Like a vault. Pritchard glanced back, his smile strained. He was breaking the rules, and he knew it. Hated it. Something I would normally have appreciated. Isolation is this way. Lead on, officer, I ordered. We moved deeper. The corridor narrowed, the ceiling lowering uncomfortably, no doubt by design. It was an old prison, repurposed and reinforced. The bones of the Victorian building wore modern magical armour, but it still had an ancient, dangerous feel to it. People died here, I was sure of it, and none of them had passed due to old age. The second door demanded more than a keycard. Pritchard pressed his thumb to a scanner, then leaned forward into a black glass plate. Wraithmore secure access, he enunciated. Pritchard, interview escort. A red light blinked. Voice confirmed, the speaker said. Now present escort identification. Pritchard looked at me nervously. I rolled my eyes and stepped forward, presenting my palm. A slim beam of light scanned the lines of my skin, crawling up my wrist too. My palm print was on the connection database, and it was time to see if Thackeray was as good as his word. He hadn't permitted me to go, but he hadn't set up anything to stop me. Inspector Wise, I said calmly. Connection. Major incidents team. No alarm sounded. After a pause, the light shifted to green. Access granted. Robbie moved last. Robert Krieg, he said. Consort to the inspector. Consort? I murmured under my breath. Who even says that? His mouth twitched. The door opened, and light assaulted my eyeballs. It was like stepping into the sun. There wasn't a shadow as far as I could see. Wards compressed over me, adding a low hum under my skin and a pressure at the base of my skull, and I sensed invisible threads stretched tight across the walls. Anti-phase net, Robbie murmured, eyes flicking up to the ceiling corners. This was heavy vampire-grade security, the kind you didn't bother with unless you expected creatures that could melt into shadow and reappear behind your spine, ready to rip you into pieces. Who the hell did they hold here? Dracula? Right, I whispered. So they're not taking chances. Pritchard nodded far too enthusiastically. No chances, sir. We're prepared for all supernaturals here. Besides, the runes on the walls we've got... He pointed at the ceiling, from where the eye-watering light source beamed down at us. The anti-shadow lattice, and the salt line in the paint, and the silver mesh and the... Pritchard, I cut in, my head throbbing. Enough. He snapped his mouth shut gratifyingly fast. We passed a small glass booth on the right, where two officers sat with monitors, hands hovering over buttons and switches, so thoroughly labelled they looked like someone with OCD had got hold of a label maker. A third officer stood behind them, holding a shotgun loaded with something that definitely wasn't ordinary ammunition. We continued, the corridor stretching long ahead, doors branching off left and right, each one small and identical, each one hiding a life that had gone terribly wrong at some point, and some lives that had been wrong to begin with. The first familiar name hit me like a slap. Cell 4B had a plaque bolted to the wall beside it, shiny and new. Quintos. My jaw tightened. A faint rustle came from inside the cell. You bitch, you fucking bitch, I'll kill you. I ignored his empty threats and kept walking, not deigning to respond. He wanted attention. Quintus always wanted attention, craved it. Money hadn't been able to buy him decency, and now it couldn't buy him fancy clothes and attention either. A few doors down was another plaque. Carnforth. Huh. They kept them close. That was nice of them. Louisa didn't speak, didn't laugh, but something scraped softly inside the cell like a nail dragged along stone. The sound made my skin prickle. Another turn, another corridor. The air felt colder here, and the lights buzzed, like even electricity didn't want to linger. We passed a cell with no plaque, no name, just a number. 4121. No sounds came from inside, and somehow that was worse. We reached the next checkpoint, a heavy door reinforced with horizontal bars, like it belonged in a shipyard. 2 guards stood there, faces grim, weapons held across their chests. One was a wizard, the other was a troll with a scar down his jaw that looked like something had tried to unzip his face. The wizard guard held up a hand. "State your purpose." Pritchard puffed up. "Officer Pritchard, escorting Inspector Wise to Isolation Wing D to see Sean Bolton." The guard's brows drew together. "Bolton?" "Yes," I said flatly. "Bolton." The wizard glanced at a clipboard, then at me. "We don't allow physical contact with isolation inmates." "Fine," I said. "I'm not here to hug him." He snickered. "I couldn't hug you if he tried. Not anymore." Well, that was ominous. The troll pressed a button on the wall. A red light flashed above the door, and somewhere, deep in the building, a siren chirped once. "Isolation escort protocol activated," the speaker announced. "All inmates remain secured. Movement suspended." Jesus, they'd locked down a whole wing just because I wanted a chat. Pritchard looked green, terrified that someone somewhere would realize that, connection or not, technically, I shouldn't be here. Robbie's bribes were holding, though, and I wondered how many palms he'd had to grease to achieve this. The door opened. Beyond it, the corridor was narrower still. The bricks darker. There was less light down here. I suppose they didn't have any vampires currently in isolation. Pritchard's bouncing had stopped. Even he had the sense to be cautious. Every door we passed had 2 locks, one mechanical, one electronic. Etched around each frame were thin, pale lines that caught the light. Ward sigils carved into stone. Not paint, not chalk. Permanent. One door had scorch marks around the edges. "That one tried to burn through?" I asked, automatically whispering in the crushing quiet. Pritchard nodded rapidly. "Fire elemental. He didn't get out, obviously. The doors are fireproof." "Of course they are," I muttered. We kept going, and finally we reached the end of the corridor, where the last door was thicker than the rest, reinforced with dark plates. Pritchard gulped, and his voice came out smaller, nerves showing. "Right, well, that's him. That's Bolton. Open it," I said. He swallowed again, but obediently raised his card, put his thumb on the scanner, followed by his other thumb. Then he spoke into the voice plate. "Officer Pritchard, isolation access. Escorting Inspector Wise." After a long pause, the speaker crackled. "Permission granted. You may open the slot." It turned out that the slot was a metal shutter covering an opening big enough to see in, but not big enough that any man could get out. Pritchard pulled it down and thumbed me forward. Before I could move, Robbie edged in front of me, his huge body a wall, ready to rip someone's arms off if they so much as breathed wrong in my direction. He peered in, assessed the situation, and stepped back for me to do my thing. Pushing down the ripple of irritation that had arisen at his protection, I met his eyes and shook my head fractionally. We couldn't afford for him to pipe Bolton, not with Pritchard here and any number of cameras fixed on us. He dipped his chin, and I moved around him to focus on the second prisoner we were here to see. I peered into the small slot. The prison cell was concrete chic, a cot bolted to the floor, a toilet in the corner with no seat and no privacy, a camera in the ceiling, the red light blinking like a heartbeat. In the centre of it all, Sean Bolton sat cross-legged on the ground, head bowed like a penitent. I understood why the guard had made the crack about him hugging me. He was in a straitjacket. Chapter 21. Inspector Weiss. Bolton greeted warmly, like we were friends who bumped into each other during a shopping trip, instead of me being his arresting officer. He had rich red hair, and a jawline that usually came from plastic surgery, or vampire-turned perfection. Bolton, I replied. Sean Bolton, also known as John Melton, was Amber Delia's estranged father, and the erstwhile leader of the Black Coven. He was also the sole living dominie whose identity I knew. This was my best, and only chance to get the jump on them. He flashed his teeth. And how is my lovely daughter? She's well, I said. I could give him that much to start the dialogue. It took effort, though, to swallow down a comment about his other daughter, whose neck he'd coldly snapped the moment she'd become a liability. It was a reminder I needed that I was dealing with someone cold, ruthless, and deadly. No visits from the Red Guard, I trust? I asked. The vampire group was officially dedicated to stamping out evil witches who used blood and death to transform themselves into necromancers. Necromancers could control the dead, and being the walking dead, vampires had a vested interest in stopping all witches from sliding down that particular slippery slope. No, you did save me from that. But the outfits here are terrible, he joked, shrugging to bring attention to his straitjacket. He kept drawing runes, Pritchard whispered to me, with anything he'd get his hands on. Mud, blood. He even did it in baked bean juice once. So now he doesn't get to use his hands. He's in magic nullifying runes too, no? Of course, renewed every 2 weeks. I frowned. Is he present during the renewal? Pritchard nodded. He remains here, usually in isolation except for feeding time. He made it sound like Bolton was a zoo animal. Is it the same witch who comes, or does it vary? It varies. Why? Just wondering, I said mildly. Just wondering if there was an opportunity for an evil witch to slip him something, be it news, gossip, or a magical shiv. The witches who come are all highly vetted and screened, all incredibly powerful. Powerful. Like the Dominie. They were said to be attracted to power, like bees to pollen. How does he use the toilet? I asked, with his jacket on. I have a nappy, Bolton interjected. Honestly, I'm just so glad you didn't kill me, Wise. The sarcasm in his voice was laid on with a trowel, but I ignored it. He deserves to be able to go to the toilet, I said to Pritchard, disgust in my tone. He was allowed until he did a black room with his excrement. Pritchard rubbed his chin. We still haven't worked out how he lit it up, but he got one guard with it, so now he's in a straitjacket. You reap what you sow. Hard to argue with that, but human rights were a thing for a reason. Even prisoners didn't deserve to be numbered and treated like cattle. Unease stirred and my conscience prickled. Everyone here was here because they were vile, killers, rapists. Yet I thought of Broadlake. His hands had cut me, but he hadn't been the consciousness behind them. All the same, he'd had nearly 2 decades here. Mistakes could happen. Mistakes did happen. There was no mistake with this witch, though. I'd seen him murder his daughter with my own 2 eyes, and we found plenty of evidence of more crimes. Pritchard, I said, take a stroll. Keep us in sight, but be out of hearing range. He hesitated before nodding. Yes, Inspector Weiss. He backed away a few feet. Then, a few more for good measure. I turned back to Bolton. I want to talk to you about the Dominie.
He looked absolutely delighted. What do you want to know, Inspector?
Everything.
Now, that is a broad request.
I narrowed it down.
Tell me who you know is in it.
He laughed.
Someone very close to you.
He let his eyes linger on me before sliding off pointedly to look at Robbie.
Bullshit,
I snorted.
Try to peddle some shit I'll actually buy.
He lifted a shoulder.
Worth a try. I do so love some discord.
His smile was as sharp and unfriendly as a shark's.
You'd be leaving shell-shocked and broken if I told you all I know, Wise.
I can take it. Tell me. He stood and paced to the slot so only his face filled it.
Tell you, Inspector? Very well. Let me tell you about us. We, the Domini, call ourselves the Order, and we are presided over by the Arcane. There are 26 members of the Domini Conclave, including the Arcane, each a rich and powerful person in their own right, the best of their species. Of the sacred 26, we each have people who operate under us, vast numbers stretching out like an unbeatable wave, those who are lower and seek to grasp ever higher.
Oh, it sounds chummy, I said dryly. Tell me more about the Conclave. I had no idea why he was feeling so chatty. Perhaps it was the pressure of his isolation getting to him, but whatever it was, I was grateful for it.
Conclave?
He ground his teeth.
Very well. Each member of the Conclave of the Domini is allocated a letter of the alphabet, and they are known merely by that letter. Each Conclave member only knows the identity of one or two other members at any one time. The Domini operates in a cell-like structure, so if at any point we are compromised, only a few of us will be destroyed. Thus far, I can confirm that no such destruction has faced us. The Red Guard's pathetic attempts to quash us have, frankly, been laughable. We have survived for centuries. We existed before the Connection's inception, and will exist beyond it.
He sneered. Then he gasped, eyes widening. The gasp wasn't one of shock, but one of pain. I couldn't see anything but his face in the slot. What's happening? I demanded. What are you doing? He groaned and closed his eyes. His breathing became labored.
Ah, yes.
He panted.
Did I fail to mention one more little detail? We are unable to speak of the Order unless the Arcane has granted us express permission. Otherwise, the one who speaks of us will suffer an unspeakably painful oath death.
Fuck. I whirled around to Pritchard. He's broken an oath. Open this door. Looking pale and panicky, Pritchard started to run to the door.
Too late.
Sean Bolton sneered.
Too late. You won't be collecting any confidential informants, Inspector. It is the Domini or death. In this instance, I choose death.
God damn, you did this on purpose. You could have spoken about the Domini at any point in your sentence here. Why did you wait for me? He grinned, even as he coughed, and bright red blood spilled from his lips.
To pass a message. That was my duty.
What message? To whom?
To you, Inspector. Your father can't save you now.
He coughed again, and for the first time he fell away from the slot, allowing me to see him. Thick, black shadows covered his body. An oath death, I thought in horror. Oh, shit, I said aloud. The pulsing black shadows crept up his neck. He had seconds. Pritchard fumbled at the door, but he'd be too late. Sean Bolton would be dead, and his name would be forever recorded in the book of Oathbreakers, with a note of his ultimate shame. If I could have got into his cell, I'd have killed him myself. A mercy death, so his name wouldn't be recorded in the book of Oathbreakers. If only for Amber. But there was no time for that either. Bolton cried out. The shadows were at his neck, and he rolled his eyes to meet mine.
You're as dead as me, Inspector, he gasped. The Order is coming for you.
His body stiffened, and with one last gasp, The black shadows surged all over him. His chest ceased to move. The thick, pulsing shadows slowly stopped and sank inwards, coating his skin with their inky essence, painting his dead skin with proof of his betrayal. Chapter 22. By the time we completed an onerous amount of paperwork, reclaimed all of Ivan's many weapons, and left Wraithmore, it was nearly 11 p.m. All the same, Bastian and I had agreed that I would call Amber to ask her to come to my flat. He would fly on ahead and meet us at my apartment. Amber deserved to hear the news of her father's passing in person, and Bastian agreed that she would want to hear it directly from an eyewitness. I hated that it had to be me, and the temptation was there to let Bastian spill the beans instead. I pushed that thought down. It was my job to do, and I'd do it, even if it was my least favourite part of my job. I hated that I was about to destroy a perfectly normal day. Estranged or not, there was no good way to tell someone that the man who had helped make them was gone. I drew in a slow breath and stared out at the blur of road ahead. Robbie was driving, so I had my hands free to call Amber. No excuses left. Just going to call Delia, I told him before dialing. He nodded and turned the radio off while I rang her. The sudden silence felt too loud, filled only by the soft hum of the engine and the rhythmic sweep of the wipers. Liverpool slid past the windows in streaks of grey and amber streetlight. The city was going to bed, bar the revellers who hadn't been put off by the rain. Robbie's hand found my thigh for a brief, steadying squeeze. He didn't look at me, eyes fixed on the road, but the touch said everything I needed. I hit call. Do you know what time it is, Bryce? Amber answered on a yawn. I do, I'm sorry. Can you come to my flat? Is Bastian okay? She asked, alarm spiking in her tone. Our bond is muted. He was trying to keep the bad news to himself until I could tell her in person, I supposed. He's fine, I promised. Can you come to mine? Now. Now. It's important. Well, it better be. I'll be there in 45. I'm in my jammies. Sorry, I said. Come in your pajamas if you want. She snorted. Absolutely not. Don't be absurd. Someone could see me. See you shortly, Inspector. She hung up. Passing a death message always sucked, but it was 10 times worse when you had to pass it to someone you knew. I was not looking forward to the coming conversation. And there was another one I needed to have too, but I couldn't think of it, even for a moment. I had to notify Amber first. That was the right thing to do. You all right? Robbie asked. She fine, Loki answered for me, little chest puffing out in pride. She tough. I smiled at the bird. I am, but I shook my head. This has been one hell of a day, that's for sure. Facing Broadlake like that. Robbie took my hand with his spare one. I expected it to break me, I admitted. I expected to fall apart, to need to wail and gnash my teeth after seeing him. Instead, I feel sorry for him. I believe him. Believe it wasn't him wielding his own hands. Seeing him didn't break me. If anything, I feel stronger. My kidnapping, it no longer defines me. It never did, Robbie murmured. He lifted our joined hands and kissed the back of mine gently. Maybe it didn't, I admitted, but it felt like it did. For so damn long it felt like it did. I honestly feel lighter than I have in years. I'm glad, Caresta. My fears has smoldered you. He pressed another kiss to my knuckles, and he didn't let my hand go for the rest of the journey. Above us, crows flew. Bastian had arrived before us and, predictably, let himself into my flat. Robbie didn't love that, his mercury eyes going hard. It's rude to let yourself into a home uninvited, he said, a shade away from a growl. No insult was intended, Bastian said placatingly as he paced. I am anxious for Amber. Robbie's glare faded. He understood that. I'd heard him murmuring with Ivan and Mactel about setting guards over my flat.
He was anxious over me too. I didn't argue with him about the guards. With the Dominie gunning for me, an ogre presence overnight while I was sleeping sounded like a good idea. There was a sharp rap at the door not too long later, and I opened it to Amber and a man I didn't know. Amber had her black tote bag slung on her shoulder, and, as promised, she wasn't dressed in her PJs. Instead, she wore a blue flowing skirt and a white peasant shirt that suited her well. Her usually loose red hair was tied into a severe braid. I couldn't help but notice it was the same shade as her father's hair. The man standing next to her looked like he was on a job, his body language tense. "My driver and guard," Amber said, when my eyes roved over him. "Oscar." I stepped back to let them both gain entrance. Oscar moved like ex-military, movement sharp and precise. He was in his 60s, I guess, with salt and pepper hair, a strong frame and zero sign of a beer belly. His eyes scanned the flat, cataloguing entrances and exits. Definitely ex-military. "Bastian wouldn't leave me alone without a guard," Amber explained, "as if I can't protect myself." She huffed. "You're formidable, Bambi," Bastian said to his fiancée, "but you're not a warrior." She set down her black tote bag and flew to him. He caught her and folded her into his arms, something I'd never seen him do in front of others. He gathered her close, and he pressed a chaste kiss to her temples. "Uh-oh," she said, tensing. "What happened? What did my father say? What did he do?" "I'm sorry," I began. "Your father died this evening." "An oath death," Bastian added. "I'm so sorry, Amber." She recoiled, her green eyes flaring wide with shock. "An oath death," she whispered. "Oh, great goddess." She clung to Bastian, and her shoulders shook as she began to cry. It was hard to see the usually indomitable woman falling apart. On an average day, she held her cards close to her chest. You barely knew what she thought, let alone felt. That she felt she could show her emotions here touched me. She trusted me enough to let her guard down around me. "I should have visited him," she said brokenly between sobs. "I don't know why I'm crying. He left. He abandoned me." "Your mother sent him away," Bastian corrected softly, "to protect you from the evil magic he was practicing. And he loved you in his own way. He protected you." "Yes." She nodded against his shoulder. "He did." She cried quietly in her lover's arms, and we all stood silently and awkwardly as she grieved. My gut twisted in sympathy. I knew well what it was to lose a father. Eventually, unable to stand it any longer, Oscar came over and offered his arms to Amber as well. She relinquished her hold on Bastian and fell into Oscar's arms with a wailed, "Dad!" "I'm sorry for your loss, Am," Oscar murmured. "It's no loss," she objected, her voice quivering. "I don't know why I'm crying." "Because it's a loss, love, and that's okay." "It doesn't make sense." "Love often doesn't," Oscar said with a shrug. He gathered her close. "Let go, Am." She did, collapsing once more into her guard's arms. Eventually she stopped crying and wiped her tears away fiercely. She stood, pushing away from her protectors. "I apologize for my conduct," she said stiffly to me. "Amber," I said, "when my dad died, I cried for weeks, months even." The kettle flicked on and off once. "You have nothing to apologize for," I continued. I swallowed hard and braced myself for the vitriol that was surely to come. "If anything, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I spoke to your father and asked him about the Dominie, and he answered. It's my fault he's dead." Amber pressed her lips together and shook her head. "No, it's his fault. His choice. He chose to answer you." And thank God he had. If Robbie and I had forced him to answer through piping and then he died, the guilt riding me would be 10 times worse. Thank goodness for Pritchard and his presence with his overly polished shoes. "He did," I agreed. "But if I hadn't asked about them, he could have spoken to anyone about the Dominie if he wanted. The oath death would have taken him all the same. I had expected him to at best, speak to me in riddles and half-truths. I never expected him to blurt out all he knew. What did he tell you? I relayed the conversation, and when I was done, she sighed. Nothing more than we already knew, then. I felt there was censure in the words, though there was none in her tone. Her father had died for nothing. I'm sorry, I said. Her gaze sharpened on mine. Stop apologizing. He was a bad person. The worst type of person. He was a necromancer. And he helped create a Harkan crystal. She had a point. A Harkan crystal was created by collecting a single drop of blood at a time from a murder victim and crystallizing those drops through magic. A Harkan held vast and, frankly, terrifying power. I hadn't seen the size of the crystal he had made at the time of his arrest, since Amber had already destroyed it, but she described it as the size of her fist. I would predict that hundreds, if not 1,000 people had died to create a Harkan that size. She was right. He had been a bad person. A terrible one. He was still your father. Barely. She reached a blind hand out to Oscar. Luckily, I have another. He took her hand and squeezed it. She stood on shaky legs. I appreciate you telling me in person, but I don't hold you at fault, Inspector. Stacy, I corrected. She dabbed at her eyes. Stacy. Loki flew to her and landed lightly on her shoulder. He pressed his little head into her neck, offering silent support. He liked Amber. She'd helped him a couple of times now, and giving a bird back his wings was probably the best thing you could ever do. She stroked him gently and let out a soft sigh. Amber looked towards me, her face solemn. The goddess told me, well, I have something weird to give you. Weird. She walked over to her tote bag and pulled out 2 small rotund vials. This one is poison. Fast-acting. Deadly. This one is the antidote. I balked. What? The goddess told me you're going to need them, so here we are. The poison acts quickly. You have no more than a minute or 2 after the poison's contacted skin to give the antidote. I licked suddenly parched lips. What the hell am I supposed to do with those? I imagine, she said, green eyes looking amused, that you're supposed to poison somebody. Amber, Oscar, and Bastian saw themselves out. Despite the late hour, neither Robbie nor I got ready for bed. Now I'm supposed to poison someone, I muttered to Robbie. But the question is, who? He shrugged. It'll come to you. Are you okay? I'm fine. I chewed on my bottom lip. I need to speak to Bob. Robbie didn't look surprised in the slightest at my announcement. He'd made the same deductions I had. Deductions that had my heart racing every time I thought of them. Bob, I called. Are you here? A banana rose from the fruit bowl in answer. Great. He was here, and we were communicating through fruit again. I cleared my throat, unable to decide how to begin this conversation. So, as you've probably picked up, I went to Wraithmore Prison today to see Vance Broadlake, and he told me he wasn't responsible for his actions, that he was possessed by a doppelganger at the time. I cleared my throat. He explained that the only reason he's still living is that he used the IR to sever his soul from his body at the exact moment Jingo left his body. And it got me thinking. You visited Broadlake, believed him when he told you the truth about being subsumed. You knew then that he didn't hurt me, but Jude Jingo did. Gio got into your arrest files. You arrested Jingo a lot. I'm guessing that was after you found out what he did to me. You made yourself a nuisance. Made yourself a target. Wanted him to gun for you. You wanted to kill him. But how do you kill a doppelganger when they hot bodies at the moment of death? You loosen your soul to give them nothing to latch onto. You hoped he'd die, like all the souls he possessed had done. But instead, I'm guessing by sheer dumb luck, some poor fucker walked by and Jude survived. He latched onto a passerby instead, and your body lay there dying. But you didn't die, Dad, did you? Not completely. Somehow. You stayed. I swallowed hard. If I'm right, Dad, lift the banana up. For a beat, nothing happened. Then, the banana rose. Chapter 23. I wasn't sure how long I'd been gaping at the hovering yellow banana, but my mouth had gone dry, and my brain still refused to cooperate. My thoughts weren't spinning, they just weren't doing anything at all, and my heart thundered like a herd of stampeding centaurs. Robbie's hand settled at the base of my spine, not holding me back, not pushing me forward, just there, the way he always was when it counted. "Stacey," he murmured, pulling me back into the here and now. "I need another second," I whispered back, though I didn't move. Couldn't. Dad was here. Dad was in my kitchen. Dad had been in my kitchen all this time. "Dad," I rasped. The word came out small, like I was that lost teenager again. A tear trembled down my cheek, and the banana lowered back into the fruit bowl. Icy cold touched my cheek and wiped the tears away. A lump rose in my throat, and I swallowed convulsively, trying to blink away any other tears before they fell. I pressed my fingertips hard into my palm until it stung. "You're not that little girl anymore," I told myself, and I mentally pulled my badge out like it was a shield. Loki flew to my side and pressed himself against my skin. He sent me waves of love and reassurance, and I accepted it all gratefully. My mind calmed, the shaking stilled, and the tears stopped. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I asked my dad. The kettle clicked on. "Dad, now is not the time for a cup of tea," I snapped. Then instantly regretted it because it was always time for a cup of tea. Nonetheless, the kettle switched off. The air around me went slightly colder, not in a sinister way, more like a window had been cracked open somewhere. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I said, fighting to maintain that hard-won calm. "Okay, right, Bob, Marcus, Dad." My laugh broke halfway through and turned into something a shade away from hysteria. "Bob, really? You let us call you Bob?" The fruit bowl shifted. An orange rolled forward and stopped, the stem facing me like it was presenting itself. I blinked at it. "Is that a yes?" I asked. "Orange for yes, banana for no." The orange rolled back. Bloody hell. I was communicating with my dead dad via one of my 5 a day. This was up there among my top insane moments in life to date. My legs felt weak, and I tried to steady them. Steady me. I pulled out my PMB and my pen and set them down on the dining room table. "Can you write?" I asked. The pen rose and clicked on, but it kept falling as he tried again and again to write. It was like his grip on the pen was too weak. Loki blew a raspberry. I sighed. "That's a no then." Robbie pulled out his phone and called someone. "Get me a Ouija board," he ordered. A beat later, he said, "I don't give a shit. Make it, buy it, steal it. Get one here. Stat." He hung up. I frowned at him. "Did you have to add steal it as an option?" "Your dad is here. Can we focus on that?" He was right. Dad was here. That was far more important than Ouija theft right now. My dad was dead. I'd seen his body, seen it unmoving and unbreathing on the morgue table mere hours after his death. It was high on the list of the most traumatic moments in my life, including the kidnapping and torture. Yet, his soul was here. Ghosts were supposed to be an impossibility in the other realm, but here we were, with a ghost juggling fruit in my lounge. The cogs in my brain started to turn. It with Vance Broadlake was fresh in my mind, and he'd spoken of severed souls. Broadlake had said he'd had the same conversation with my dad, and here was my father, a severed soul. I didn't believe in coincidence. "You came up against Jingo," I said to my dad. A statement more than a question, but all the same. After a beat, the orange rolled, yes. Fucking Jude Jingo. Fucking prick.
Ah, rude, Jingo,
Loki squawked. I took some calming breaths. Now was not the time to fall apart. Like Broadlake, you severed your soul to escape him. The orange rolled again, and my stomach was churning so much I worried I might be sick. Did Jingo possess you? The banana rose. No. Then you must have severed your soul just as he was about to subsume you, rather than after. I mused, more to myself than to him. With no soul present, he couldn't take over your body. Doppelgangers connect to the soul, not the body. Right? The orange rolled. Yes. Something went wrong, I extrapolated, and you couldn't get back into your body. The orange rolled again. And you died. Despite myself, my voice hitched. Once again, the orange rolled, but slower this time. Regretful. I was now reading emotions into the speed of a fruit roll. This was utter madness. I swayed on my feet. Robbie's arm slid around me, his presence anchoring me. He was so warm, his body a furnace against mine. I let myself lean into it, savouring it. There was a knock at the door. Robbie drew me backward to sit me down on the sofa, depositing me safely as if I couldn't be trusted to stand on my own. It seemed a fair observation. I wasn't sure I could stand on my own. I was shaking, I realised with surprise. I hardly ever shook. Robbie answered the door, and Hanlon stood there with a Ouija board wrapped in cellophane. I hoped that meant it had been legally bought, but frankly, that was the least of my worries. My brain circled the same series of thoughts over and over as they blurred together. Dad, Jingo, Domini, Wraithmore, Broadlake. Even the poison vials on my counter. Would they be my saviour or my damnation? Eventually, the adrenaline drained away, leaving me hollow. Exhaustion settled into my bones like wet cement. I rubbed my eyes. They felt gritty. My head ached. Everything ached. It had been a long-ass day. The kettle switched on and I laughed involuntarily. God, yes, you're right. I need a brew. I looked towards the kitchen and thought of all the things that Bob had done for me over the years. You made me eat breakfast, I murmured. Made me shower. Switched the heating on. Hot tears stung the back of my eyes. You've always been looking after me. My voice broke. You've been here all this time. Sitting where I was, I couldn't see the fruit bowl. Our fruit communication system had a flaw. He seemed to realise it too, because the light switch went on and off, flickering the light in the room once. Not dramatic or violent. There were no poltergeist vibes, just a soft pulse, like a heartbeat. Like a yes. I'll make you that tea, Robbie said. Your dad is right. You need it. You're ashen, Stacy. I'm fine, I said. But I wasn't. Robbie didn't argue. Instead, he blatantly ignored my weak protestations. He retrieved some dairy milk chocolate and Pringles from my cupboard, handed them to me, then continued making the much-needed brew. When I touched neither, my dad pushed the dairy milk towards me. My dad. Bloody hell. He's right, Robbie called from the kitchen. You're in shock, Stacy. You need the sugar. I opened the wrapper and nibbled half-heartedly on the chocolate bar. This has been one hell of a day, I said aloud. Yeah, he agreed. But he was assessing me to decide if I was about to fall apart. I'm fine, I reassured him again, even as I downed the all but scalding tea in several large gulps. Stacy, Robbie said, you're dead on your feet, love. Nope, I shot back. That's my dad. I winced as the words left my mouth. Oh, sorry, Dad. The light flickered once. Apology accepted, I assumed. Sleep, Robbie repeated. I don't think I can, I admitted. My mind is reeling and my thoughts are loud in my skull. I don't think they'll stop long enough to let me rest. Honestly, I'm afraid that even though I feel okay, I'll dream. Of Broad Lake, of Jingo. Robbie's hand cupped the back of my head. My ogres are outside. My crows are in the air. I'm by your side, and so is your dad. You're safe, Stacy. Come to bed, my love. I'll be by your side. Something inside me caved, and I closed my eyes. Okay, I whispered hoarsely, standing. Okay, I'll come to bed, but... I looked towards the table, towards the fruit bowl, towards the chair that had shifted twice now, and I couldn't find the words. Robbie seemed to understand, and he said it for me. Good night, Mr. Wise. The kitchen light flickered once in its own gentle good night. I walked unaided into my bedroom, and that felt like a victory. I brushed my teeth by rote and slid into jammies like a zombie. In my bedroom, Robbie had pulled back the duvet, and I crawled in like I was older than Mrs. Abernathy. Robbie tucked the covers in around me, made me feel safe, cocooned, and like an utter idiot. Me, an inspector, tucked in tight for bedtime. Don't tell anyone, I mumbled into my pillow. I won't, he vowed. Your reputation is safe with me, Inspector. I flicked the lamp off, leaving only the glow of the streetlight through the curtains. His fingers stroked my hair, the movement soothing and repetitive. Sleep, Stacy. I will guard your dreams. Oddly, I believed him. I let myself drift away. Chapter 24. I woke up feeling refreshed and ready to take on Jude fucking Jingo. He'd been fucking with me and mine for far longer than I had ever known, and I was going to take him down. I just wasn't sure how. All the same, I was ready. I was also incredibly late. Why did you let me sleep so long? I demanded of Robbie as I strode out into the living room. The smell of coffee percolating was strong, and the Ouija board was open on the dining room table, next to Robbie. Have you been speaking to Dad? Yes, he said. About what? I asked. You. What else? He replied evasively, but smiled to soften it. I'm late. Oh, I overslept. I looked with regret on the board. Sorry, Dad, we'll have to practice our spelling later on tonight, okay? The planchette moved to the top left corner. Yes. I cleared my throat. Okay, great. Speak later then. God, what was I going to tell Mum? Rupert? Julian? Nothing. Nothing for now. Nothing until I knew what the hell was going on. Mum would be upset. And what if the ghost wasn't my father? My gut said he was. Hell, every instinct I had said he was. But I need to do some tests all the same. Ask him some questions only he'd know the answers to. Robbie came up to me, Amber's 2 small vials in his large hand. Make sure you hide those vials. What do you mean, hide them? I've been planning to sling them into my briefcase. Poison is a close-range method of killing, used to sneakily incapacitate. If Amber's goddess wants you to have poisons, we need to make sure they're accessible but not easily discovered upon your person. His eyes warmed with amusement. You better not be thinking about suggesting I hide the potions where I think you are. His eyebrow lifted as his eyes lowered to my chest. Definitely not. But I was thinking, put them in your ankle holster and add a weapon on top. Knife, gun. Whoever searches you will think they've removed the threat from your holster, but you'll still have the potions contained therein. Sneaky, I said approvingly. I'm not just a pretty face. He winked. You do have a pretty face, I agreed, ridiculously so. You're almost vampiric in your beauty. He blinked. Well, no one has called me beautiful before. Stacey, I'm an ogre. I'm tough and scary. I'm not supposed to be attractive. Well, you failed on that score because you're annoyingly handsome. Remember when that maid fainted? I rolled my eyes at the memory, and he gave a full-throated laugh. Oh, I did enjoy that, he conceded, but she fainted from fear, not attraction. You keep telling yourself that, big guy. I gave him a quick kiss. Well, I've got to go. Sure. He stood from the table and followed me out. I assumed he was going to his car, but when I reached the ground floor,
3 black Land Rovers full of ogres awaited me. I frowned at Robbie. "What's this?" "Your escort," he said blandly. Before I could object, he held up a hand. "They're gunning for you, Stacy." His expression was carefully blank, and he had no need to name the they. The Dominie. The Order. Whatever they wanted to call themselves. Bolton had warned me, threatened me with his last breath. Yeah, well, I'll deal with them after I've dealt with Jingo. Well, I've no doubt you will. I'll be taking measures in the meantime all the same. My eyes went flat. No. No? What do you mean, no? I understand it's not a word you hear often, but no, Robbie. I'm an inspector. I can't have 20 ogres following me around. He opened his mouth, closed it, considered my point of view. Fine, I'll send half of them away. It was a concession. A big one. But 10 ogres would still be an embarrassing parade following after an inspector of the connection. Mactel, Hanlon, and Ivan, I bargained. My final offer. And me, he added. I sighed. Oh, you're the king. Don't you have better things to do than play bodyguard to your fiancé? He pretended to consider it for half a beat. No. Turns out keeping you alive is more important than literally anything else I can think of. I can keep myself alive, I groused. But I thought of Cathal's attack. The vampire's attack had come too soon after Aspen's murder to have been Jingo, who'd been inside Kate's home as Troy. Too soon to have been the connection to chastise me for not closing Aspen's murder quick enough. That left the Dominie as a very likely contender. If that had been their first shot at me, I guarantee it had been a test to determine precisely what resources they'd need to take me out. I disposed of Cathill relatively easily. Next time it wouldn't be a lone vampire sliding out of the shadows. It would be a whole bunch of them. I looked at my fiancé. Just you 4. Satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. He jerked his head at 2 of the cars, and they pulled away. Instantly. My eyes narrowed. Did you play me? What do you mean? He said, with a faux innocence I didn't believe for a moment. You never intended to lump me with 20 ogres, I accused. You just paraded them around here so that 4 would seem reasonable in comparison. 4 is very reasonable, he said. I ground my teeth and snarled. Ugh, I'm walking to work. You can, of course, do so, he agreed. But don't forget you're running late, Inspector. With an inarticulate noise of rage, I stomped over to the car and slid in. Not one word, I barked. Hanlon was in the back seat next to me. He mimed zipping his lips shut, but his eyes were laughing at me. Arsehole. Robbie slid in behind the driver's seat, and we drove the short distance to my office, in complete silence. Elvira had little to report on the goings-on of the previous days. We had some office sickness, she said, but I'm happy to report everyone is feeling much better. I'm glad to hear it, I replied. Neither of us cracked a smile. Robbie and his goons agreed to stay outside, so long as I didn't try to leave without them. That seemed fair enough, and I didn't intend to leave the office unless there was a grade 1 emergency, so they could sit out there talking about their hair for all I cared. Having security, needing security, rankled. I fired up my computer and logged into my report of the vampire attack. I added an addendum regarding his identity and appended the photograph of the scried image that Bastien had taken. Then I marked it as closed and put it away. Later on, McCaffrey stalked into my office, looking annoyed. Listen, boss. She paused and thrust out a packet of jelly babies. I took one, out of politeness. Listen, she restarted. Why didn't I get invited to be sick at your flat with everyone else? She folded her arms, jelly baby packet crinkling. I groaned. Oh, we needed someone to man the fort. Woman the fort, she corrected. Frost and I, we womaned the fort with Elvira. It was a testosterone-free day. What about Bland? I pointed out. She snorted. He doesn't count. She examined me. You okay, boss? You look spread thin. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. I'm just saying, I've got your back. I appreciate that. The best thing you can do for me is keep on doing great work. She tilted her chin up. You got it. Oh. She paused halfway out of the door. Laura baked. They're actually really decent. Cupcakes. Grab one fast if you want one. Thanks for the heads up.
Let's get a treat,
Loki suggested. Good idea. I was following McCaffrey out to the break room to do just that, when my phone lit up. Reed calling. Well now, what could Jude Jingo's second want with me? Nothing good, my gut said. And it was rarely wrong. I slid to answer. Chapter 25. We've got a small problem, Inspector, Reed began. Yeah? I shot back. You just realised your boss is a homicidal maniac? Reed laughed. That's not news, Inspector, no. We have a problem because your Kate Potter wouldn't meet up with Troy Fairglass, and that made him really sad. A leaden weight hit my stomach. But I worked to keep my tone casual. And you care about Troy's feelings because... He snickered. Cute. We know you know, or else you wouldn't have worn Kate off. But thing is, Jingo's obsessed with you, Inspector. I don't get it myself. You're pretty and all that, but no woman is worth all this effort. My thoughts scattered, and I tried to keep the conversation going. Obsessed with me? You're a charming guy, Reed. I sincerely hope you're not married. I'm not. A beat. You interested? Not even a little. Another snicker. He wants you. He's going to get you. It's that simple. And if you don't come to Kate's nice little house, he's going to slice her up with some scissors. He likes to slice women with scissors. I felt sick. Suddenly Broadlake was front and centre in my mind. Not with scissors in his hands, but garden shears. Fit for cutting flesh and bone alike. I swallowed hard, but my voice was steady as I said, I'm on my way. Course you are. He mocked. Tick-tock, Inspector. We've got our eyes on you. Don't deviate from the route I'm sending you. We don't want you getting lost. He hung up, and moments later, a map came through to my phone with a route highlighted. I grimaced. That wasn't a route. It was a kill box drawn in sunshine yellow. Fuck. I couldn't call it in, not as protocol dictated. Jingo had cops in his pocket. He'd know if I called it in. Channing! I hollered from my office. We're moving! He met me in the corridor. What's up? Jingo has Kate. We're going in. It's going to be messy. You got your bat on? He nodded, expression grim. When did you last recharge? The last thing I wanted was to take him into battle if he was scraping the bottom of his magical barrel. Only a few days ago. I'm good to go, sir. He might have been, but I hadn't recharged in weeks. I'd taken one of Amber's special oral potions a few weeks ago, but if I wasn't already, I'd soon be operating on magical fumes. I hesitated. Should I bring Channing with me? I was dragging him into danger, and we weren't following correct procedure. I haven't called it in. We're not playing by the book here, I warned. I'm coming with you all the same, he insisted. Sir, he tacked on belatedly. Good, I said. You're driving. Robbie didn't argue when I told him I needed him and his team to follow behind me discreetly. The grinding of his teeth, though, told me he wasn't happy about it. He and his men pulled on their leather tabards and strapped on so many weapons that it made Ivan look ill-prepared at Wraithmore. When the ogres were all armed to the teeth, Robbie took a photograph of the route displayed on my phone, then started barking orders to his men. Loki, I said to my familiar, as I moved towards the garage where Channing's car waited. I need you airborne. Be my eyes and ears. My aerial support. He puffed his chest out and nodded. I fly, he said, and launched himself into the air. The bond between us was somehow more prominent than it usually was at rest. Both of us were more aware of the other, and holding the bond tight, aware of the impending danger. I hoped he couldn't sense that I was trying to keep him out of the way, out of Jingo's reach. He kidnapped my Caladrius before, and I wasn't giving him a second chance. I slid into Channing's car and let him get behind the wheel. The atmosphere in the car was tense and heavy. We both knew we were driving willingly into a trap. But Jingo didn't know the full depth of my power. Didn't know I was a sub-wizard, didn't know I had a car full of ogres behind me, and didn't know about the deadly contact poison in my left ankle holster. He was expecting me, and he was expecting a fight, but he wasn't prepared for the depth of it. Or so I hoped. Next to me, Channing's arms were locked stiff, and his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "We'll be okay," I promised. "It's Kate I'm worried about," he admitted. "She's a good person." "She is. She'll be fine. We'll make sure of it." We fell silent. The engine noise was loud, and the road was too open. I felt naked, exposed. There was a reason why they got us on this particular route. They had eyes on us every step of the way, and that didn't feel good. "It's too quiet," Channing muttered. "Keep your eyes open. We aren't just driving into a trap. We're driving through one." Channing's jaw tightened, but he said nothing else. Just kept driving, body rigid with fear and tension. I didn't blame him one bit. My own stomach was churning. Fear for Kate riding high. If Jingo had hurt her. I looked in the rearview mirror to steady myself. Behind us, far enough back to look like strangers, was Robbie's Land Rover. I only caught it when we turned and headlights arced in the rearview mirror for half a second before dropping back. Robbie, Ivan, Mactel, Hanlon. A car full of trouble. My trouble. I appreciated the backup that I hoped Jingo wouldn't see coming. Loki circled high above us, a small white shape against the bruised sky, wings slicing the air. Through our bond, I felt his tension like a taut wire between us. Felt his focus and anger and, yes, a little of his fear. Overriding that was a sharp, protective urge that warmed me. It was nice to have someone who cared so much. We were close. The route had taken us deliberately out of Chester and into the countryside. But now we were a few minutes out from Kate's house, if that. It wouldn't be long until we rolled into suburbia. Kate Street was in the nice part of town, where the houses had neat gardens and expensive cars, and people who didn't know that monsters were real, let alone that they lived amongst us. Channing glanced at me. "Kate's going to be all right, right?" He knew I couldn't answer that question any more than he could. I had a lot of powers, but seer heritage wasn't among them. All the same, I nodded. "We'll see to it that she is." And if Kate wasn't already dead, we'd fight the devil himself to keep her alive. I should have asked Reed for proof of life. Stupid. A stupid mistake. My emotions were ruling me and they had no place here. I did my best to set them aside. The silence came back, thick and uncomfortable. I let it remain. We were both in our own heads, counting down the moments until we arrived at the house that only days ago had been the crime scene that kicked all of this off. I was thinking of that scene when Loki's mind slammed into mine. "Ah, man and field! Ah, device!" A jolt of fear shot down my spine as he sent the image to accompany his words. It wasn't a photograph, but an aerial snapshot, sharper than any camera, more visceral. A lone field to our left, dead winter grass flattened and muddy. One man, standing too still in the open, hood up. In his hands, something black and boxy with wires. A trigger. A detonator. "Ah! Bomb!" Loki shrieked into my skull as I reached the same conclusion. My blood turned to ice. "Bomb!" I shouted aloud. "Brace!" Channing's head snapped towards me, eyes wide. "What?" "Air shield!" I barked, already wielding my intention and crafting a shield of air to protect us from the fuckery that would follow. There was no time to explain, no time to soften it, no time for anything except survival. The intention was formed, hot and bright, and I shoved it out of my body with brute force, surrounding us in a circle of thick air. The sphere of compressed air wrapped around us in a heartbeat, strong as tempered glass. Channing's mouth opened in a shout that became nothing as the world exploded. The blast was a roar and a punch. My heart leapt in my chest, and the car lifted, For a terrifying moment, we were weightless, spinning, tumbling through the air like a toy thrown by a tent-drumming toddler. The air shield held. It flexed, absorbing the shockwave, keeping the shrapnel out, keeping the fire away from our soft flesh. The sound was muffled and distant, as if we were underwater. We collided with the earth, and the force slammed us sideways. The seatbelt bit into my chest and neck, and my head struck the airbag which had deployed. I held my focus in the air shield as the car rolled. The air shield was all that was keeping us alive. Channing's head whipped back and he cried out. There was no time to promise it would be fine, and I didn't want to lie to him either because I wasn't sure it was going to be fine. The car struck a tree, ending our dramatic roll. Metal shrieked against thick plant matter. The plant won. The tree stood. Silence reigned. But it was not true silence. We were both panting, and there was a hiss of the engine, and distant muted shouting. The ogres, I thought. They would come in hot. They wouldn't pussyfoot around now Jingo had changed the rules. My breath soared in and out. I could taste the sharp, coppery tang of blood, and I didn't know if it was mine, or if Channing's blood had splattered onto me. "Channing," I called, trying to twist in my seat to see him. "I'm okay," he gasped, voice unnaturally high. "I'm okay." "Fucking hell." "Look at me," I ordered, forcing my own voice to steady. "Are you bleeding? Are you hurt?" He laughed, somewhat hysterically. "I don't know, I don't think so, but I think my soul left my body for a moment there." His mention of souls calmed me. That was why we were here, after all. Jingo and his damned body swaps. We were here to stop him. We needed to stop him. We needed to save Kate and free Troy Fairglass. I eyeballed Channing, a cut over his brow, but otherwise he looked okay. "You're fine. I'm fine. Let's keep it that way." I didn't drop the air shield right away. It might be the only thing keeping the car roof from crushing us. I gritted my teeth and looked around. The roof was caved in, a mere inches from our heads, stopped by the air shield. Without the shield, our brains would have been soup on the ground. "Seatbelts," I told Channing. "We need to get out of the car. We're sitting ducks here." "Yes, sir," he agreed, and fumbled with his seatbelt, but it wouldn't come away. "It's jammed," he said, a hair away from panic. My seatbelt came away easily, and I used the flip knife I always carried on me to saw through his seatbelt. His door was far less crumpled than mine. "Ready? On the count of 3. I'll release the shield, you'll open your door, and we'll both scramble out your side." He nodded and reached for the handle. 3, 2, 1, move! He pushed the car door open and we scrambled out. When we were out of the vehicle, I released the protective air shield around us. The instant I did, the car roof crumpled, and sound slammed in at full volume. Shouting. Gunfire. Fuck. Bullets screamed into the car. They were shooting at us. I hurried after Channing and barked, "On my 6." He maneuvered behind me, and we crouched to take in the tableau before doing anything rash. We used the car as a shield as more bullets flew our way. Black-clad mercenaries strode towards us, weapons up. Not other realm weapons, but guns. "Raise an individual air shield around yourself," I ordered. "Thick enough to stop bullets." Then I raised one around myself. It was easier without having to extend it over Channing or needing to hold up the weight of a car as well. It also gave Channing and me greater maneuverability, as we didn't need to move as a pair. I looked around me and assessed the situation. As well as the mercenaries toting guns, 3 fire elementals strode behind them, the flames on their hands cast forward, and the air shimmering around them as if the world were melting. Then I saw a dryad emerge out of a tree. For a moment, I thought it might be a good Samaritan come to help us, but then he threw a knife right at me. It bounced harmlessly off my air shield, but my heart thundered all the same. This wasn't a kidnapping. It was an execution. I picked the blade up. On the hilt was the mark of the Dominie. Oh, fuck. This wasn't Reed playing games. This wasn't Jingo wanting to scare me. This was a Domini execution squad, and they were gunning for me. Robbie's vehicle slammed to a stop behind us. The doors flew open and my fiancé was out first, moving like a deadly athlete. Ivan and Mactel were on his heels, Hanlon flanking, all of them armed and ready. Robbie's eyes were mercury bright and furious, and the relief that rushed through me at the sight of him was instant and stupidly fierce. Thank hell. Channing and I were wildly outnumbered, but the tide had turned. Maybe that would be enough to make the Domini rethink their attack. But no, the mercenaries didn't hesitate. Gunfire erupted again. Ivan opened the boot of the car and threw out a shield. Robbie caught it, maneuvered his body behind it, then charged at the mercenaries. Ivan passed the shield to Hanlon and Mactel, and then all four of them rushed to meet the enemy. Ivan barreled straight into the nearest man and snapped his rifle clean in half, like a twig. Mactel ploughed into the line with a bellow, swinging his mace in a brutal arc that landed with a wet crunch in the side of one of the mercenaries. His screams ripped into the air, but they were lost amongst the noise of the battle and the rush of blood in my ears. Hanlon moved like a shadow, less massive than the others, but just as lethal, catching the dryad mid-lunge and slamming him into the ground so hard he let out a broken oof. I focused my efforts on the fire elementals. As one rolled a fireball towards Robbie, I sent a blast of freezing air to snuff it out, like blowing out a birthday candle. Over and over I snuffed their flames out, but then the fire elementals coordinated. They lifted their hands together, and a large flame bloomed. At the same time, they sent smaller ones hurtling towards the ogres, and I had to choose. "Stop the smaller flames!" I shouted to Channing, while I tackled the larger one. I pushed as much air at it as I could, but it wasn't enough. Instead of blowing it out, I'd given it more oxygen to grow. A wall of heat surged toward the ogres, roaring and hungry. Robbie, Mactel, and Hanlon formed a line of shields. They looked like Roman soldiers locking their shields in a line. They crouched behind their protection and met the flames head on. They didn't flinch, even as the flames curled around the sides of their shields. Robbie roared, the sound vibrating in my bones, as the flames licked at his skin, his hair, his clothes. My throat closed in sheer fear for him. God, this was the worst part of loving someone. I'd never felt such fear for another. "Robbie!" I screamed, as another fireball surged towards him. I combated it as best I could, sending a ball of air towards it, strong enough that time to snuff it out. The king of the ogres didn't look back at me. He couldn't. He was in the thick of it, in the brutal crush of bodies and magic and bullets. The Domini had brought an army. Terrifying though the ogres were, they were still outnumbered, and more mercenaries poured in from the tree line. They'd held back, waiting for my backup to engage, and then they'd fallen in to crush us, to crush me. More fire elementals strode out. Another couple of dryads. They moved with chilling coordination. They trained for this. They planned it. When had I last recharged? I felt drained. I was running on empty and itching. I didn't have much more to give. I dropped the air shield around me to focus my remaining energies on snuffing out the fire, whipping towards my ogres. I used the IR to rip a branch off a tree, and then I thrust the sharp sheared-off edge towards the neck of the nearest fire elemental. The branch thrust through his vulnerable skin, and he died in a dramatic spray of blood. I turned to the other fire elemental. Loki shrieked in my head, frantic and sharp. "Ah, behind you! Ah!" I spun. For a heartbeat, I saw what Loki saw. Channing was down on the ground behind me, dead or unconscious. I didn't know. My eyes were so fixed on him that I didn't immediately register the man moving next to him, lunging at me with a cloth in his hand. I expected my air shield to rebound him before belatedly realizing I dropped it. I started to raise it again, but it was too late. The cloth was around my nose and throat. I held my breath and refused to breathe in. Only then did I recognize my attacker, It was Reed's gloved fingers clamped around the cloth. He'd been in on the plan to kill us this whole time. He led the ogres and me straight into the kill box. I'd known it was a trap, but I thought it was to kidnap me, not kill me. And I thought the ogres in the car behind me would be more than a match for a few untrained criminals. Yet it wasn't the mob we were fighting, but the Dominie. Reed was in cahoots with them. God damn. Maybe Jingo was Dominie too. Reed's gaze locked on mine. There was amusement there. Satisfaction. Like he just arrived at the theatre to watch the best part of the show. "Inspector," he greeted calmly. "You're coming with me. Take a deep breath, and I'll take you somewhere safe. If you stay, the Dominie will kill you." I struggled, fighting back. I thrust the Dominie blade towards my attacker. "Aw, don't be like that," he tutted, moving his body away from my flailing attack, his hand still clamped around my head and mouth. "I'm saving you." Lungs burning, I gasped in a breath, and a sickly sweetness assailed my nostrils. Not chloroform. No chemical element. Oh, fuck. It was a potion. A knockout potion. And it had already touched my skin. "You're not saving me. You're kidnapping me," I tried to say, but the words were muffled by the fabric he was determinedly holding over my nose and mouth. "Tomato, tomato." My ears were ringing, and my vision tunneled. I reached out to Loki. "I'm being taken." Loki's scream of rage echoed in my head and ears, and I knew he'd relayed the message to Robbie because across the field, I heard him bellow in rage. "Robbie," I said, but it was nothing more than a whimper on the air. Reed laughed softly. "He's busy, Inspector. Let him play hero. You and I have somewhere to be. Sleep well, Miss Wise." My eyelids drooped. My knees gave. And I was out. Chapter 26. Sleep cocooned me. Something was trying to pull me up, tugging at me incessantly, but I resisted. I was tired. My limbs were heavy. Exhausted. I needed more sleep. I turned over and snuggled into the softness I found myself in. I heard a chuckle, but it didn't fully register. Must have been a dream. "Ah, pig dog." Loki?" I thought foggily. "Loki?" The bond between us snapped taut, and the sensation was like someone grabbing my soul and shaking it. A surge of warmth hit me, fierce and bright. Loki's love. His stubbornness. His absolute refusal to let me go. "Wake up, pig dog!" He screamed into my mind, voice cracking with terror. "Wake up! Wake up!" The sleepiness shifted and slid off me like oil on water. It poured into Loki instead through the bond because he was taking it, pulling it from me and into himself. His mind went foggy on the other end of our bond as mine cleared. "No. Loki, no!" The instruction was too late. His mind wavered. His presence in my mind turned heavy, sluggish. Then he went utterly quiet. White-hot rage detonated in my chest. My eyes snapped open. Troy blinked in surprise. No, damn it, not Troy. Jingo. "You're supposed to be sleeping, Inspector. For some time yet." God, I felt sick. I'd been nuzzling into him. I leapt away as if his touch burned. I fumbled for the weapons in my holsters, but the knife and gun had been removed. My scalp prickled. The small potion vials remained, missed by Reed just like Robbie had hoped. Then I saw her. Kate. She was tied to a chair, wrists bound, mouth gagged, eyes wide with fear. There was a smear of blood at her temple. Her hair was disheveled. I couldn't embrace the relief that licked at my guts. She was alive, but for how long? This was what we called a sticky situation, or a clusterfuck, but thanks to Loki, I was far from down. Loki's presence flickered weakly through our bond, unconscious but living. I pushed down my worry for my Caladrius. I couldn't split my focus, not when the wrong decision, the wrong move, might be the difference between life and death, mine or Kate's. We weren't alone in Kate's lounge. Reed, the arsehole, was there too, but so was Dwayne Witterhall, the Black Ops Connection subterfuge wizard, who wiped minds for a living. He was supposed to be on my side. I knew you were on the take, I snarled at him. He shrugged. Needs must. You work for the Connection. You know how corrupt it is. Does it truly make any difference whether I'm following their orders or someone else's? I thought of Thackeray's orders to close Aspen's case, but also his blessing to pursue it off the clock. Not everyone in the Connection is corrupt. There are good people. There are. You're one of them. And I'm even sorry for what I'm about to do. I strengthened my mental shields and braced for an attack, but it didn't come. Not yet, anyway. Instead, Jingo drew my eye. What am I going to do with you, Inspector? In his hands, magic-cancelling cuffs dangled. I'd lurched awake and away before he'd secured them. Lazy, stupid, sloppy. I was absurdly grateful for the error. She was blasting air all across the field, and she hasn't been to a hall in several weeks. Reed looked at me coolly. She has to be close to empty. He wasn't wrong. My skin was itching, but it wouldn't take much to rip my magic from me and send me sprawling into the common realm where I would be as defenseless as a newborn babe. I'd have to use my magic sparingly. I had to make it count. I needed to give Robbie time to ride to my rescue. As much as I hated the thought of being rescued, I had to imagine he would come for me. They would be fine on that field of death. He had to be. Keeping my mental shields up and Witterhall in my periphery, I moved closer to my intended target in the guise of looking at him fully. I drew my eyes up and down him. Jingo, as Troy Fairglass. Mer royalty with perfect skin, perfect lustrous blue hair, perfect smile. A monster who lurked behind a beautiful face. He looked at me with affection. My dear Inspector, I am not your anything, not for 1 second. I know it was you, all those years ago. It was you in Broadlake. You're the one who cut me up. He smiled broadly, almost proudly. So smart, Stacy. So smart. You were, even then. I could see it in you, the potential, but you were too soft. I had to make you stronger. When I snatched you, I was going to kill you and deliver your corpse to your father's door. But then you looked at me with such defiance that, well, I couldn't resist breaking you first. His smile widened. But you didn't break. Not completely. Oh, you screamed and cried. But you didn't give up. I wanted you to give up. He was mad. He was mad because he had broken me. Totally and utterly. I had the scars and nightmares to prove it. But I kept my face blank. I'm going to kill you, I promised. I have never been in a woman that way, Jingo purred. But I've thought about it, about possessing you, about our souls being one. But ultimately I dismissed it. If we resided together, I couldn't fuck you. And I found that I want to do that. I'd enjoy defiling you that way. Even if the pleasures of the flesh are muted to me, your anger, your fear would be delicious. You were too young for my taste back then. He raked his eyes over me, making my skin crawl. But you're not now. He was vile. The worst kind of man. One who took power and became twisted and ugly from it. I hope to hell that Troy was paying attention. I was young then, but my father found me. He rescued me, and he later discovered that you'd been lurking in Broadlake. The Broadlake survived your inhabitation by severing his soul with the IR. At the moment of death, as you leapt from him, Broadlake severed his soul from yours and sank back into his body. He survived you. I bet you didn't like that, did you, Jingo? And even you haven't been able to get at him in Wraithmore to tie up that loose end. That must gnaw at you. Jingo waved a hand nonchalantly.
I could kill him if I wanted, but it's a waste of resources. No one believes him. He'll rot in there. I believe him. Jingo smirked. For now, but once Whittlehall is done with you, you won't. You won't remember I'm in Fairglass, and you'll comfort him when he is devastated by Kate's death. Behind her gag, Kate whimpered. Don't you fucking dare touch her, I snarled. Don't you fucking dare. I turned my head to include Whittlehall in that threat. Whittlehall flicked open a lighter, then closed it. Open, closed, open, closed. He was anxious. Good. He should be. Imagine my surprise when Kate suddenly refused my calls and wouldn't see me, Jingo said. I knew then that you knew who I was in. I can't work out how you found out, but you did. But I know how to fix it, with some judicious memory charms. Anything can be fixed with a little memory charm. Did Dwayne Whittlehall look even slightly conflicted? He did not. Wanker. It's funny, Jingo mused, how these things go full circle. Your dad hunted me ceaselessly, and one day I got sick of it. So I ended him. A brief frown crossed his face, and I realized he didn't understand how and why killing my father hadn't ended in his successful possession, as it should have done. It confirmed, after all this time, that Jingo had killed my father. I'd been almost sure of it from my communication with my dad. But this nailed it. Jingo had killed Dad. I'd expected my rage to be incandescent. Instead, it was cold and level. I'd get even. I'd get vengeance. One way or another, Jingo's days were numbered. The doppelganger continued. As a teenager, you glared at me with the same fucking eyes as your father's, bearing the same fucking disdain. And I had to win. But you got snatched away before I could break you properly. And instead, I just made you stronger. I watched you, Inspector, take the badge. And when we met again, I thought I'd take a different approach with you. A little flirtation here, a little gift there. Yet even so, here we are again, toe to toe, just like your father. He studied me, shaking his head with mock sadness. You're becoming a thorn in my side, Inspector. I've been trying to distract you, but you keep getting in my way. Focused on me. I can't have you fucking up my plans with the Mer, Inspector. So, Whittlehall here is going to alter your memory. And I might even make you fall in love with me. There's a small issue with that, I said dryly. My fiancé? The Order will have seen to his death by now. There will be no rescue for you, and of course, we'll bond over our mutual grieving. I'll be devastated by Kate's loss, and you'll be devastated by Krieg's. But Whittlehall will see to it that things proceed as they should between us. Subterfuge wizards are so handy. He nodded to the black operative. It was the order Whittlehall had been waiting for, and his mind launched at mine. But I was ready. Had been ready the whole time. I just hoped to hell I had magic enough for this. The moment he opened his mind to attack mine, there was a beat before his own shields locked down again. And in that moment, I pounced. I slid into his brain. His medulla oblongata, and I sliced through it. Didn't hesitate. Couldn't. Or he might do the same thing to me. With that slice, I stopped his heart as surely as if I had stuck a dagger into it. He gasped once, clutched his chest, and toppled over. And I did the same. Chapter 27. I came to and realized I must have only been passed out for a moment or two, because Jingo and Reed were both examining Whittlehall. Without needing a mirror, I knew that the triangles on my forehead were gone. I was in the common realm with no access to my magic. My fingers closed around the vial in my holster. I didn't need magic when I had poison. I got to my feet. My head was banging, but I'd survived worse. Compared to the agony of the scrying, this was a walk in the park. I needed Jingo closer than this. Luckily, he obliged me. Seeing I was conscious again, he stalked over to me. There were no nice smiles now. Only rage. Inspector, he spat between clenched teeth. You are making this more difficult than you need to. Now things are going to get messy.
It had nothing to do with me, I said mildly. Perhaps he had an attack of conscience, or, more likely, a heart attack. All that stress wasn't good for him. You better call an ambulance. An ambulance can't raise him from the dead, Reed groused. Call Gregor, Jingo said. We'll need proper disposal for him. We can't have the connection tracing his body back to us. Reed nodded and walked out of the room, leaving Jingo alone with Kate and me. I could see why he'd do that. Kate was bound and gagged, and I'd been drop-kicked out of the other realm. I was magicless and woozy. I shouldn't have been a threat. But I was. I always was. Behind my back, I eased the stopper from the poison. I needed Jingo closer. There wasn't much poison in the vial. I couldn't afford to miss my one shot. Why did you need Troy? I asked to distract him as I moved closer. What do you need the Mer for? Smuggling, he grunted. The Coast Guard have amped up their patrols. They're taking fewer bribes and more of my damned stock. It's becoming increasingly inconvenient. And you wanted the Mer to smuggle it under the water for you, rather than on top of it? I said slowly. Exactly so. As he stepped closer to me, ready to deliver his evil villain's monologue, I seized my chance. With a flick of my wrist, I chucked the poison into his face. He reared back, spluttering. He automatically wiped the liquid from his eyes, adding the poison to his hands. You bitch! He backhanded me and I went flying. My head swam as I collided with a particularly hard piece of wall. I stood and tried to think. Did Jingo get the poison on the back of his hand or the front? Was it on my skin too? I didn't feel any different, but it was hard to tell with my head swimming and adrenaline doing its thing. I crawled quickly to Kate and to Whitterhall's body. Like me, he carried a flip blade on him. I grabbed it, flipped it open, and stood by Kate. My ears ringing. That little splash in the face was poison, Jingo. You're dying. And if you try to leap into me or Kate, I'll kill us both first. I held the knife to Kate's throat and prayed he wouldn't call my bluff. That he'd think me as ruthless as him. This was it. The end of Jude Jingo. He had no one else to leap into, and the poison was fast-acting. Troy's chest started wheezing, eyes wide with panic. You fucking bitch! He spat at me again. Reed! He screamed. Reed! His face was growing redder and redder by the second. His second-in-command burst in and I wanted to curse the idiot. Run! I screamed. Run or your boss will possess you next! Reed stared for a beat too long, and Troy started to foam at the mouth. Run! I shouted again. Fuck, this wasn't what I had intended. My stomach sank. I wasn't going to end Jingo. The thought was bitter. He was going to swan into Reed and Troy was going to die with him, unless he severed his soul like I'd obliquely told him to. Well, I guess now was the time to be as obvious as a prostitute in the red light district. Troy! I shouted. Sever your soul! Now! I could see the instant Jingo leapt. Troy took one last breath, and his body crumpled like a puppet whose strings had been cut, his legs falling beneath him. Even through the gag, Kate screamed. Reed turned to me. Jingo now, his eyes flashing with a rage so dark it was almost apoplectic. But I held up my flip blade and pulled my lips back in a snarl. He turned on his heel and stalked out, staggering as he went. Jingo was getting used to a new body. It was good to know there was a learning curve, however little. I ran to Troy's collapsed form, reaching into my other pocket, and pulled out the antidote. I opened Troy's mouth, poured it in, and hoped to hell I'd pulled a miracle out of my arse. Troy, if you're here, sink back into your body and swallow. Now! Hope flared as he swallowed, but he didn't open his eyes. I touched his neck but couldn't feel a pulse. Fuck. I tipped back his head, checked his airways were clear, then prepared to begin CPR. I hesitated. I wasn't sure where the contact poison was or how long it'd be efficacious for, but I looked at Kate, tears pouring into her gag, and pressed my lips to his. I pushed air into Troy's lungs. Over and over, I breathed for him. Right up until the moment I couldn't breathe for myself. Chapter 28. I woke to the beeping of the machine. My eyes wanted to roll back in my head. Everything was swimming. My throat was raw. I made a noise, a low groan, and my hand was squeezed.
Stacey?
It was Robbie's voice, and my eyes flared open to stare at my fiancé. I was still in the common, and as such, I could only see him as humans could. He didn't look like an ogre. He looked skinny, like an athlete, modest and almost unremarkable. His hair was a meeker shade of brown, and I missed the tusks that usually dominated his silhouette. This was his camouflage, I realized, and it was deadly. People would underestimate this man, and he could tear them in two with his bare hands. Then I remembered everything. The Dominie, the battlefield, Jingo, Reed. Troy? I asked.
He's in intensive care,
Robbie confirmed.
but the witches say he'll make a full recovery. They have him in a healing coma. You saved his life.
His eyes turned flat, and here in the common realm, his eyes were merely blue, and I missed his stunningly rare liquid silver. Kate?
She's fine, upset, but fine. Her sister Beth is with her.
I coughed, throat rasping, and that was it. I was bent over, coughing hard. I gestured to my neck, hoping he'd understand my plea for a drink. Thankfully, he did. He held out a cup of water and guided the straw to my lips. I pulled on the water gratefully. The battle, I said when the coughing fit had gone. Is everyone okay?
Okay is a bit of a stretch,
he admitted.
but it does not look like any will die from their wounds, though some were severe. I haven't lost an arm.
I closed my eyes. God, that's awful.
He is in pain, but he will survive.
Guilt ripped into me. He'd lost an arm fighting to protect me. I'd dragged him into a trap, and it had snapped around us more thoroughly than I'd been braced for. I'd been cocky, arrogant, and... Channing? I asked urgently, pushing myself up.
He's fine, just knocked out.
I slumped back onto my cushions. And the Dominie?
Oh, they suffered fatalities. A lot of fatalities.
His eyes were fierce on mine.
I sent them a message. You are not to be touched.
Did you send them an actual message, or did you mean you implied a message with all of their deaths?
Implication can be misconstrued, and I'm not a barbarian,
he said primly. He smiled, and even in this form, it was feral.
I wrote an actual message. Of course.
Hanlon snorted, and only then did I realize he was present.
In entrails. He spelled out the message with their entrails. There are a lot of entrails in one person, and I didn't have a pen and paper handy,
Robbie explained. I didn't know how, but I shook my head and offered a shaky laugh. God, Robbie. Hanlon nodded at me.
You were something to behold. You blew out their flames with ease, and we waged war on them with joy in our hearts and blood on our hands.
Thanks for protecting us, hers more dear. I blinked. Well, you were protecting me. It seemed only fair.
You protected us from flame. Fire is one of our biggest vulnerabilities,
Hanlon said grimly.
We all hate it. And we are grateful. All of us. Even Edda.
Fuck you, I gaped. Hanlon smirked.
She's not thrilled that particular nickname is stuck.
There was a knock and Amber walked in, looking pissed off. Upon seeing me awake, her eyes narrowed further. You do realize that contact poison is poisonous on contact, right? And giving CPR to someone you've splashed poison onto the face and lips is a monumentally stupid idea. You could have died, Stacey. Yeah, I shrugged. I was hoping it had worn off a bit. He's wiped it off with his hands. And that's all that saved you, she said in exasperation. You didn't get exposed to the full hit, just the trace elements, but even so, it was touch and go for a while there. Your organs were shutting down by the time Krieg carried you in, bellowing for help and terrifying half the hospital. I squeezed my fiancé's hand. All's well that ends well. Troy is fine. The ogres are fine. Channing is fine. Kate is fine. A yawn overtook me. And then another thought blared with panic in my mind. Loki? I reached out. Loki! He didn't respond. I clawed at our bond, panic flooding me when I couldn't feel a damn thing. "Loki!" I said in panic to Robbie. "Where the fuck is Loki?" I sat up and pulled back the sheets to stand. "Goddess bless!" Amber exclaimed. "Get back into bed!" "No, I need to see my bird. Where the hell is my bird?"
"He's here," Robbie said, but his voice was reserved, measured, promising nothing. He reached into his jacket pocket and gently cradled a small, white bird in his hand. My heart gave a solid thump to see my little friend so limp and wan. "Loki!" "Back into bed," Robbie ordered, "and then I'll pass him to you." I hesitated for a moment before complying. When I was nestled safely against my pillows, Krieg handed me my Caladrius. His tiny chest was moving, but his eyes were closed. He needed me. Needed my magic. "Get me to a portal," I said. "Now." "Stacy," Robbie began. "Now, or he won't make it. He needs my magic." I pulled back the sheet again and stood. There was a breeze around my nether regions, and I realized I was in one of those backless gowns, buck naked, arse out for all and sundry to see. Hanlon gasped, and I realized my butt crack wasn't all he could see. He could see my scars, the puckered ruin of my skin, thanks to Jude fucking Jingo. And I almost couldn't bear it that the bastard had got away again. He got away, but I'd ruined his plans with the Mer people and disrupted his organization. With his subsumation of Reed, he'd need a new second. He'd need to regroup. He'd be off licking his wounds, and I'd be honing my weapons in the meantime. He wouldn't escape me again. I'd won this battle, and damn it, I'd win the war against anyone who waged it against me. Him, the Domini, and truly, I wasn't sure if one meant the other in any event. As I walked out of my hospital room, I paused mid-step. Elvira, McCaffrey, and a tired-looking Channing with frost, nuzzled suspiciously close, were there. Bland was next to Laura, and beside him was Ji-Ho. "What the hell is this?" I snapped. "Social hour? Get back to work!" McCaffrey straightened. Told you she'd be fine." She looked at me. "Boss, don't take this the wrong way, but you look like shit. Someone got it in for you." "Yeah," I admitted. "It looks that way." "We'd better crush them then," she said simply. I smiled a little. "Yeah, that's on my to-do list." "Do it faster," she suggested, "or you might not be around to finish the list." "The same thought has occurred to me," I agreed. "Get back to work, the lot of you." "We're off shift," Elvira said. "Don't bitch. Thackeray called in a couple of other inspectors for us, so we could be here for you. Moral support and shit. A show of unity." "I don't need unity. I need magic." "And some knickers," Laura suggested, making the others snicker. I tilted my chin up. Actually, I prefer to go commando. With the tatters of my dignity firmly gathered around me, I walked out. Chapter 29. Robbie took me straight to the story house, despite Amber's many objections. We spent the night together there in one of their hidden apartments, and all the while, I looked at the dove-like bird with panic. Sleep, when it came, was nightmare-ridden and grueling. In the morning, I washed the night sweats away, dressed hastily, and dashed down to the portal. I walked through the portal and hoped that my bond with Loki would snap reassuringly into place. But it didn't. I had to claw around for it, searching for it in the recesses of my soul. It was there, but terrifyingly faint. Even as I walked back up the stairs, I poured my newly acquired magic down the bond to my Caladrius. He'd taken the effects of the knockout potion for me, but he was so much smaller that it hit him way harder. I just had to pray that my magic could jumpstart my avian bestie. I prayed, and I poured more magic into him. We spent another day and night at the portal. I drained all my magic into Loki, recharged myself, and tried again. The second time, I felt him almost as soon as I walked back into the other. He was tired, but he was there. I ran up the story house's stairs and burst into the safe house we'd been staying in while I had no magic. I searched Loki out, and when I saw him soaring around the ceiling, I gave a happy squeal that was not befitting an officer of the connection. "Loki!"
big dog, he greeted. Ham! Starving! A burble of laughter escaped me. He flew into my arms, and I nuzzled him gently. You can have all the ham you want, buddy. You saved me. I owe you big time. Tuna? He suggested. Tuna and ham if you want it. Sounds nice. Finally, the tension slid from my shoulders. I beamed at Robbie. You heard her, Robbie said to Mactel. Get the bird some ham and tuna. Would it kill you to say please? I huffed at my fiancé. Yes, I am a king. I must give orders. I will be uncomfortable if he adds please. Mactel weighed in. An ogre king is not polite. He rips the heads off his enemies. He does not say please and thank you. He demands. It is right. He dropped his voice and muttered under his breath. Even if he does make me feed your pet. You guys are so weird. You love us, Hanlon said. I tolerate you, I corrected. He nudged my shoulder. We'll get there. Before long it'll be full-on adoration. Robbie growled. Respectful, sisterly adoration. Hanlon hastily amended. Come on, I said. Let's blow this joint. I want to get home. There's no place like it, Hanlon said wistfully. And I wondered if he was thinking of the den that would soon become my home, too. When we arrived at my flat, Mrs. Abernathy was leaving. She looked fetching in bright turquoise, and she eyed my male escorts with interest. Where do you find them, dear? She asked in a hushed whisper that all the ogres definitely heard. Such hunks. I leaned in conspiratorially. They're friends of my fiancé's. They're all very nice. She patted my hand. I'm glad to hear it. How's it going with Mr. Jones? She waved a hand. Oh, I caught him having cake with Barbara Frenton. I wondered if that was a double entendre. Cake? She shook her head in disapproval. Yes, they were holding hands and everything. Oh, I wasn't sure what to do with that. I'm sorry. We can rip his head off, Hanlon offered. She blinked several times. Well, isn't that a kind offer, but I wouldn't want you to go to any trouble on my behalf. I heard from Edith that he can't get it up anyway. I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Abernathy. No joy at the Ducks, huh? Oh, Zero, it was a real disappointment. I know that at our age things don't always work as they should, but we said all sorts of things that, well, it was false advertising, and holding hands with Barbara was the last straw. You just don't know where she's been. I stifled a laugh. Understandable. Mrs. Abernathy lowered her voice, looking at Hanlon. He won't really rip Gerald's head off, will he? Oh, no, he was just joking. He has a funny sense of humour. It's an acquired taste. Like Marmite. I smiled too brightly. Anyway, must be off. We continued up the stairs to my flat. The ogres swept in, doing a full security check. Only when they were certain the apartment was secure did they leave Robbie, Loki, and me alone. Except we weren't alone. Not truly, because Dad was here too. Dad, I called, as I shut the door on the ogres' retreating backs. We're home. He flicked the lights on and off once in acknowledgement, but they flickered on and off a few more times, and then he turned the kettle on and off too. He'd been worried, I realized. We'd been away for days. Sorry, I said. We didn't mean to scare you. I had to recharge at the Story House for a few days and recover from accidental poisoning in hospital, but he didn't need to know that bit. I moved to the dining room and sat at the table. Robbie grabbed me a much-needed Dr. Pepper, and I told my dad the events of the past couple of days, as succinctly as I could, and as calmly and dispassionately as I would relay them to Thackeray tomorrow. When I was done, I took a long sip from my cold can. I thought of the Domini necklace that had dangled from Dad's fingers in the crime scene photo Jingo had given me. The necklace someone had removed after his death, clearing tracks. And if they'd been clearing tracks, it was because they needed to, because those tracks led somewhere they didn't want found. I thought of Bolton's taunts. Your father can't save you now. Someone close to you is Domini. I thought of Jingo, of Beaks. Ambrose Beaks with a Domini tattoo on his shoulder, who'd run with Jingo for years.
Jingo, who collected power like it was oxygen. I couldn't get it out of my head. The necklace, Jingo, Bolton's words. How far would my father go to protect me? To avenge me? My father had been a logical man. If Jingo was Domini, and my father had wanted to bring him down, he would have needed help. He couldn't use the Connection's resources. They wouldn't let him arrest or kill a doppelganger. If he couldn't go to the Connection, then who else had the power to bring a doppelganger down? Power. It all came down to power. Those who had it, and those who didn't. I closed my eyes, my heart thundering. I didn't want to ask the question haunting me, but I had to know. I had to. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. It took everything in me to gather my courage and ask the one question I truly did not want the answer to. I licked my lips. Dad, were you part of the Domini? I watched, heart in my mouth, as the planchette began to move. The small piece of wood slid across the board until it hovered over his answer. Yes. Fuck. This has been Brutal Justice, a supernatural crime thriller, the Other Detective series, Book 4, written by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you would like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases, and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please do feel free to check out her direct store, where all sorts of goodies and merchandise awaits you.